Where are they? Where are they? Come on, where are they all? It's like the Marie Celeste.
Please welcome your on-field umpires for this match.
Ah, yes, here they come. Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the County Ground Chelmsford for on another glorious day. I literally can't see a cloud in the sky, and a typical Chelmsford day. It's always like this. I don't know why I'm past comment, really. My name is Dick Davies. I'll be very shortly joined by Jonathan from various Yorkshire stations, and about half an hour's time, a little bit more, by Santoki Nagalendran. And it's been a disappointing season so far for both clubs, and so this is a very, well, I mean, they're all important, but you know, this seems to be especially important in a way. And Jonathan's here now, and his microphone's on. So one of the great pleasures of this job is not just watching cricket on a day like this, but meeting people, our colleagues. Sometimes you have to miss out a year or two because of promotion or relegation, and one of those that we most look forward to meeting is Jonathan, and so a very warm welcome to Chelmsford, Jonathan.
Thanks, Dick. I walked in there, I thought I was listening to Karen Carpenter. Not a cloud in the sky, got the sun in my eye, and I...
Yeah, that's right. I won't lapse into song, and I get told off when I'm inclined to do that.
Won't be surprised if it's a dream. Well, I mean, it was a bit of a nightmare, wasn't it, yesterday for Yorkshire? 216 all out, it sort of felt like that, but they came back strongly.
They certainly did, yes. And Essex finished the day only, well, 27 for 3, weren't they? So they still need actually another 40 to avoid the follow-on, but we won't think in those terms. But it's a mathematical fact, though. And so the first, I will at just after 11 o'clock, so in probably about 3 or 4 minutes' time, do an update for BBC Essex into the 11 o'clock news. And but apart from that, I don't have another update till just gone 1, which may or may not be during or just before the lunch interval. So it's skipper Tom Wesley facing. Now he's had a pretty lean season with the bat. It has to be said, and his first delivery will be bowled from what we used to call the Hayes close end, and is now called the Graham Gooch end.
It was the Hayes close end when I was on for about the first 2 sessions yesterday.
I still lapse into saying that. And first delivery is allowed to go by outside the off stump. I wasn't here yesterday. Oh, it's Ben Code is bowling, and yeah. So as I say, it's a glorious day, a goodish crowd, but obviously it'll build up as the day goes on, and people sort of come into the ground. All the approach roads to Chelmsford just this morning, I don't know, it almost seems par for the course. It was really bad. I thought I was going to be late at one stage, but I just about made it. And that's played solidly defensively by Wesley, moving into the line, the ball just playing it back to the bowler.
I thought I'd better set off and get here early because I know that the queue up to the com box for the Dick Davies selfies and autographs is always extremely long. And
it, unwisely, I gave my minders the weekend off, and so yeah, I have to cope with all this all on my own. It's too much for a man of nearly 39. As Code moves in, bowls to Wesley, who again, almost a carbon copy of the previous shot, maybe played it slightly higher on the bat, and just trickled down on the onside. So yeah, I mean, neither side has exactly covered themselves with glory this season, has they, Jonathan?
No. Well, I mean, you could certainly say Yorkshire got themselves in glory with their 504-run win against Worcestershire, but either side of that...
No, not quite. And Essex, that's allowed to go by outside the off stump. Essex have one victory to their name this season, having beaten Worcestershire here, but that wasn't without a little bit of controversy at the very end as to whether the ball was caught cleanly or not, but that's what umpires are for. The umpires for this match, incidentally, are just desperately looking. Steve O'Shaughnessy and Jack Chantry. Remember Jack Chantry playing for Worcestershire? Code moves in, bowls. And again, it's met with solid, almost, I hasten to add, almost impregnable defence. There's no such thing as impregnable defence, otherwise batsmen would never get bowled. Well, I think I'm going to do the update any minute now, then after that I'll give you the email address. Although we recognise we don't get quite so many emails at weekends. People have other things to do. And that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. They might still be listening to us, but they might be doing the gardening or something like that, and therefore don't have access to facilities to email us. So a pretty uneventful opening over, and Essex still at 27 for 3. Presumably it will be, well, it was, just looking at the scoreboard, it was Hill who bowled the. Here we go.
Yep, bowled the final over.
We've had just one over of the day, which in all honesty was pretty uneventful, nothing for either the batsman or the bowler to get too excited about. It was a game of, I might say, 3 halves yesterday. Initially Yorkshire were in command, then they had a very bad mid-innings slump, losing 6 wickets for fewer than 20 runs. But then when Essex came into bat, that's just played down to third man. When Essex came into bat, they got three fairly quick wickets, albeit that one of them was the night watchman. But nevertheless, that means everybody else bats a little bit lower down, which makes the end of the innings a little bit more vulnerable. So, as I say, we've just had one more run added there, and Essex moved on to 28 for 3.
And so George Hill, that one delivery of the morning, is turning at this Sir Alistair Cook end and bowling now, and that is played back down the pitch by, he said, straining. Robin Das thought so.
Yeah,
the shorter of the two.
I should have come to your aid, but I was drinking tea at the time.
It's all right. I just need some more chiropractic work now, having had to lean out of the window again to read the scoreboard. We want to look at that left hand one we were saying yesterday. The right hand one's obviously a little bit further behind. Here's Hill and Das leaving that one. The Yorkshire set up 3 slips a point. Matthew Revis is going to receive the ball in his floppy hat at cover. Dan Moriarty is at mid-off, Ben Code at mid-on, Johnny Tattersall at mid-wicket. And there's also in the distance away to our right, looks like Jack White with his water bottle down at long leg. So Hill, who was very good last night, as Yorkshire were per se really with the ball in those few overs, picking up the 3 wickets. That's not a dissimilar delivery to the one right at the back end of the day that jagged sharply from outside off stump, went right over the top of the stumps with a leave by Robin Das through to Johnny Bairstow's gloves, but he had to go some distance away to his left to take it. Here's Hill again past O'Shaughnessy, another leave, this time wider of off stump. I think there was obviously a theory that the heavy roller might go on, it might kill things for a little while, and as you'd expect, help the batting side this morning. It might be half an hour, something like that before the effect of that began to wear off. I must admit, with all the other stuff I was doing, hadn't noticed which roller went on, but I'd be very surprised if it wasn't the heavy. Hill in again, it's wide of off stump and left once again by Robin Das, but a tidy start by George Hill from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Maiden over. And a bit like Essex yesterday with the ball, and I know unfortunately for you two guys, you weren't here, and I know it's not the easiest getting into a game on day 2, but Essex very sort of dry with the ball, very tidy all day, just particularly putting the foot on the throat in the afternoon session.
Well, yes.
Quality performance with the ball.
Yes, I occasionally logged onto the live stream, but I was pretty busy otherwise with domestic situation.
Well, it's good of you to grace us with your presence now and again, Dick.
It's my maiden appearance. That's outside the off stump, goes through to Bairstow. Yeah, my first appearance of the season.
This is?
This is, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the 29th or 30th season, but I do know it's the first one of the season. Yeah, we've had... listeners don't want to hear this. But, yeah.
You were removed from the cryo chamber to pop in and do a session, were you?
Yeah, that's right. Code moves in again. Bowls to the Essex skipper, who just leans into that and pushes it out to mid-on. Now, I made myself unavailable for April, and so here we are.
Well, I mean, those various houses that you've got planted around the world, you've got to make sure that you use them all, haven't you?
Oh, that's
for
right.
Tax purposes and all of that. So why would you want to come back in April when it's a bit cooler? Was it Miami that you were at this time, or?
Well, that's one of them, yes. As Code moves in again and bowls, and again played solidly defensively, trickles back to the bowler. Who needs Miami when you've got weather like this at Chelmsford? And, now, if you're listening somewhere or watching somewhere where the weather's not so good, we won't go on about it too much, because you might be thinking, oh, it's all right for them, stuck in a nice commentary box on a beautiful day watching cricket. So, but on the other hand, I might. As Code moves in again and bowls to Wesley, and again Wesley goes forward solidly. I'll give you the email address to send us an emails if you want to with your thoughts. We really, I don't just say it like, when you phone up you get a menu and they say, hold on, we really do value your phone call and all that rubbish. We really do literally value your phone call, because we always think, we like to talk about, apart from describing the cricket, like to talk about what interests you. So give you out the email address after this delivery from Code. Oh, and that's the first time that the bat's been beaten this morning. Admittedly, we're only in the 3rd over, so it's no great claim. But yeah, I don't think Wesley can claim to have taken his bat away from that. The email address is bbcessexcricket@gmail.com.
What's your X handle? Have you got one? Are you on X, Dick?
No.
Twitter?
No.
As was?
I don't do Twitter.
Okay.
But do mention, and again beaten outside the off stump quite comprehensively going forward there. Do you have a contact that I expect all your listeners know?
Yeah, it's at JD's Events.
So at the end of the over, and a maiden.
At Santoki 89.
29
Okay.
for 3.
Just putting out an ad, you see, just to try and troll in a few more million listeners today. I don't want to go too big, billion. It might just feel a bit too much pressure, but get an extra couple of million listeners.
I know, yeah.
Saturday morning.
That's on a bad day.
So George Hill at the Sir Alistair Cook end. 3 slips in place. And bowling here to Robin Das, who plays a ball short of length. Out square on the offside. James Walton, who was seen to good effect with the bat for Yorkshire, the only undefeated player. He does the fielding there at point. No run. Not as many in as yesterday's. It's just pretty much standard for Saturdays, with so much else going on, family things and
Yes.
club cricket, of course, as well.
Yeah, it's first day of...
Short ball, and was that a chance? No, I don't think so.
I'm not sure. I don't know if they'll replay it on the screen or not. It was certainly put down, but it may have bounced in front. Here we go, I've got the replay. Somebody's who's squinting into the light on the screen.
The reaction of the players suggests it bounced short.
Yeah, I think
Nobody's got their head in their hands or anything like that.
Well short. No, that wasn't a chance. The backward point fielding relatively deep.
Here comes George again. Past O'Shaughnessy, bowls it now straight. There's a big appeal. Feels a bit high. Even though Robin Das is relatively short. Maybe you'll get a look at that one as well on the replay deck.
No, they're not.
Not consenting.
Oh, here we go, replay it says. On the other hand, yeah, it was above the knee roll.
In comes Hill again, and this time Das gets bat on ball and pushes into the offside.
Yeah, I was going to say on the other hand, I've always made a point of never sort of even implying that an umpire has got a decision wrong, because they have a difficult enough job without it being aggravated all the more by oiks like me. So I just let them get on with their job. When I played club cricket, I was always taught, you know, the umpire says you're out, you're out. You'll probably get a...
Good delivery again by George Hill, and Das, he heard the thud into, I think, the thigh pad maybe on this occasion, top of the pad flap.
Certainly in club cricket, I reckon by the time you hang up your gloves or your pad or your whatever, then the good decisions have not outweighed but balanced the bad. But maybe it's more easy to be philosophical in club cricket than in professional cricket. Only remember the bad decisions rather than the, phew, I was lucky there sort of decisions.
Here's Hill again. Das
Shot.
Pushing firmly through the covers this time. James Wharton will chase that one down in his usual brisk fashion, and they pick up 2 to complete that over, with Essex moving into the 30s. 31 for 3 now. That's 20 overs complete in this their first innings. I don't know, I think you're playing it down, Dick. I think you'd have been a bat thrower, you'd have been remonstrating with umpires.
You can imagine that, can't you?
Yeah.
I certainly would never. Well, no, I wouldn't have been a bat thrower, because no, I'm a bit tight-fisted. You know, I think, oh no, mustn't injure that. That's got to last me another 20 seasons, which it usually did, because it didn't get much use apart from the edges.
And as a bowler, were you one of those that implored the umpire on bended knee?
Well, it's funny. Come back to that. Code moves in and bowls, and I did purvey a little, what I thought was very, very devious off spin, and in response to which the batsman opposing me had no respect whatsoever, and they managed to dispatch the ball to hitherto undiscovered parts of Essex and the home counties. But no, I didn't get too upset there. A bit too laid back for my own good, my wife always tells me, and she's probably right. That's outside the off stump, taken by Bairstow, diving in front of certainly first slip, maybe on his way to second.
You sound like a bit like a guy I used to play with occasionally up in the north. A fella called Mick Davies, who played for Puds of St Lawrence, who was so polite that, you know, he was a good bowler at his level. He got a lot of wickets, and he would basically bowl somebody out and then say, sorry batter, sorry.
Yeah, well, yeah, that would have been me almost. Oh, and that's edge down. There's probably no third man. That's just part of the ground we can't quite see, because it's obscured by the Tom Pearce stand, and a palpable edge, but similarly it went off it went on the ground, and so there was no risk of a chance. And so the first boundary of the morning, and as I always say, whether it's an edge down to third man or the most immaculate of cover drives, they all look the same in the scorebook, and they all count the same as well.
I've had a message from Jake that says that was a dropped catch.
Really?
Yeah, so difference of opinion between you and Jake?
Well, I'll take his word for it. There again, you see, isn't that typical of me? I don't, you know, others would say, no, it wasn't.
It was slightly obscured by the Ted Moult 1970s window frames in the commentary box.
Yes. It's very quaint, this, very quaint. Talking of the likes of that, come back to that after this delivery from Code. That's outside the off stump. But then moving back a little bit, because Bairstow started to go slightly to his right and then took it sort of just beyond his left shoulder. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the return fixture of this, which, if spared, as my mum used to say, I should definitely go to at York, whether I'm working or not, just because I've never been to the York ground. I think I contacted you a few weeks ago to ask what it's like, but even if you had replied, oh no, it's rubbish, I'd have still gone, and I'm sure it's not. All that Wesley came down on that. It seemed to come down it quite late, and unsurprisingly, those just behind the bat got quite animated about it, because had he not jabbed down at the last minute, he would have probably been plumb out LBW. So. Yeah, I can't, with all due respect, I can't even remember what your reply was. Have you been to the York ground?
I have done quite a few commentaries there. There was a 4-day game against Warwickshire in 2019, my first season, and then since then it's been the two one-day matches a year that the first team men have played. Yorkshire have used it for second team games and for women's matches as well. That's George Hill bowls to Robin Das, who played it out into the offside no run. Yeah, I'd definitely recommend it.
Yeah.
Very, very well catered for, very well looked after. They put up a temporary stand of, don't shoot me down in flames if I get the numbers wrong, but something like a couple of thousand, 2,500 or something like that, could be more.
Really?
At one side of the ground. It's a different sort of feel from a commentary position as Hill is in. Oh, good delivery, very similar to one of those late last night again that nips back on Das through to the gloves of Bairstow. He doesn't have to go quite as far down the leg side to take it, but that's another beauty. Yeah, so when you look at it from the commentary position, the pitch is kind of on a diagonal. It's closer to you at the end where you're commentating from, and goes off into the distance. So you're not straight on or side on, you're at sort of fine leg ready to a right-handed batter at your end. As Hill is in, and Das cuts firmly again, this time dropping short of James Wharton at point. It has the feeling, doesn't it, that something's going to happen.
Yes, definitely.
Both these players becalmed in the early part of the day. They've not been able to get away, and that's credit again to both Code and Hill. And on Ben Code, Martin Mellor says, with Sam Cook's likely call-up, will Ben Code be the best uncapped seamer in the country, other than your good self, of course? Hill is in, and that's blocked solidly by Robin Das. Well, I mean, he'd have to go a long way to be able to outdo me as the best uncapped
I'm sure.
seamer in the country. No, he's got to be, hasn't he? I think his record over a lengthy period of time now says that you'd struggle to find a better one anyway. Everybody knows around the circuit. In comes Hill, and that's punched into the offside where Matthew Revis does the fielding, and there is no run.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there'll be a big Essex contingent of spectators up at York, probably in common with most county cricket watchers. They can't wait for the fixture list to come out and then book their 2 long breaks in the summer, which be geared around cricket. And usually, the grounds that sound the most appealing. And I would imagine, from the Essex point of view, that the ground at York and also Essex are due to go to Worcester as well. They'd be the 2 popular ones.
Hill, it's full, probably going down leg, and perhaps Das on the pad to complete that over at 35 for 3. He said, straining to look out the window again. But Martin's question about Ben Code being the best uncapped seamer. Here's one. George Hill is really building in the last couple of seasons to be a top draw seam bowler, and I still think for a lot of counties he'll be under the radar, but he'll take wickets. He doesn't give much away, doesn't throw up much loose stuff, so you don't get that breathing space as a batter against him, and he nibbles the ball about both ways. He's probably not dissimilar in pace to Ben Code, but he's the man who gets the headlines, this fellow.
And it's he who's bowling now, just short of a length, but nonetheless played off the front foot out into the covers. Of course, county cricket supporters, especially of Championship cricket, are a little bit ambivalent when they have a player who has England potential, because, you know, on the one hand it's a feather in the cap to be that good, but on the other hand, county cricket supporters can be a little bit parochial and say, well, no, we'd rather he stayed here playing for Essex or playing for Yorkshire. Well, that's certainly the attitude in Essex, and that's just played defensive. You go into social media, and there's one very popular social media group who, that sort of divides opinion. You know, oh no, let's keep him. We need him to help us to this season stay up, and rather than go and play for England. So, well, he pays your money, he takes your choice. Everybody perfectly entitled to their view, of course.
A good morning, by the way, to Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell, who's listening in, who was here yesterday.
Good morning, sir. Is he a doctor of medicine or a doctor of science?
She, Jane.
She. Oh, beg your pardon.
She's off to watch the girls play today, but she was here yesterday. Just a doctor of everything. Philosophy, science, cricket,
you name
broadcasting, everything, aren't you, Jane?
Splendid. So,
former England captain, of course, as well.
Yes. So Code about to bowl the fourth ball of the over, of his ninth over, and again. Wesley playing obdurately this morning for the first 23 minutes or so, and well, as captain he has added responsibility. They didn't have a good start to the innings yesterday, with both Elgar and Allison out, and then Jamie Porter, albeit I'm tempted to say only the night watchman, but when your night watchman is out on the same night which he was meant to be watching, then it does put a little bit more pressure on the lower order. That's outside the off stump, and also it means that the tail, there's a greater risk of, you know, there being not one of the most accomplished batsmen staying around at the end, so makes it a little bit more fragile. And the batting for Essex has looked rather fragile anyway this season. Essex are a little bit depleted, but that's all counties, all 18 counties have. That's just played solidly, firmly, trickled out just backward of square on the offside. Yeah, all counties suffer from loss of players either through injury or other things. Good Lord! After all, Yorkshire of all people, you know, they've got so many on in England radar that you almost forget what county they do represent. And Essex aren't in that position, but they do have a few injuries. But as I say, I think to sort of, you know, bleat about that too much is inappropriate, personally. End of the over, Essex have added just 8 to their overnight score. They haven't lost a wicket quite, but it seems as if they did offer a chance. Robin Dast apparently offered a chance, but they're still there with Das on 8 and his skipper Tom Wesley on 14, 35 for 3.
And George Hill continuing from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Bowling to Das, gone! Caught by Finlay Bean at third slip, thick edge. And George Hill rewarded again for some persistent accuracy on this second morning. And an early wicket has gone. 35 for the loss of 4. He caught it fairly low down on the bat, and it wasn't that far off the ground. It was hovering really into Finlay Bean's hands, and he took it low. Good grabber, Finlay Bean, and he just showed it. So first blood to Yorkshire on day 2.
Yes, indeed. Caught by Finlay Bean. So Essex 35 for 4, as Jonathan just said. The cameraman in front just pointing his camera at the incoming batsman. An indication as to the weather is that he's got a very big sort of golf umbrella, but it's silvery colour, acting as a parasol. I can quite imagine that at some stage today the sun might glint off that into our eyes, but never mind. Sure we'll surmount that minor challenge.
So first ball of the 24th over. That wicket falling at 11:26. So first half hour has been tight, hasn't it?
It has.
27 for 3 overnight. So only the 8 runs added and the loss of that wicket this morning, which is exactly, I'm sure, what the lads would have been talking about, keeping that pressure on, give nothing away.
Oh yes. Matt Critchley to come to the wicket. He took he was the most successful Essex bowler, taking 4 for 49 yesterday.
Yeah, big job to do with the bat. Oh, that's an interesting shot
well.
first up. Ball short of length from George Hill, and I'm not sure whether he was playing at that or pulling out of it, but it's gone for 4 through third man.
No, it came off the face of the bat, but as you say, you know, was he just too late in taking his bat away? We shall know. Only he knows. But he was safe enough.
My cup of tea's going a bit cold with it being out here on the...
Yeah, mine is a bit, yeah.
I like a nice cup of tea in the morning. Cue for a song. Full and driven down the ground by Critchley to Ben Code at mid-on.
Oh dear, yes, it's got to its undrinkable state.
And it's a 11:30. My idea of heaven is a nice cup of tea.
Yeah.
Heard a few of those songs this week. VE Day.
Oh yes. I've been doing quite a bit of research about cricket during and just after the war for my midweek piece into Victoria's Round the Wicket programme on a Wednesday evening. I'm talking about that this week.
Hill, Critchley again thinks about playing, but then leaves. Where, I mean, you wouldn't have been able to play cricket during the war because you'd have been whereabouts were you fighting?
I was in the desert. Yeah. Yeah.
Seamless.
Yeah, showing Rommel how we do it.
George Hill just gives the ball a rub on the bottom of his shirt. He'll have a pink stain, no doubt, on there, as that's wide of off stump and left by Matt Critchley.
Yeah, one of Monty's men, Montgomery, was the desert man, wasn't he, or the Africa man, I think. But no, I've been some of the people they've been interviewing on television who, you know, actually fought in the Second World War and must be, you know, getting very near 100. They're quite remarkable. Absolutely. I don't just mean.
Ooh, good delivery from Hill here. Oh no, not out. It must have been a bit of inside edge, I guess, because that felt very close indeed. Yeah. And it was stifled, so I'm guessing also it registered in the brains of the Yorkshire boys at the same time. But that's a very good over again from George Hill. And Essex in a little bit of trouble still early on day 2. By the way, Jane Timon says, please convey to Dick what a pleasure it is to have him here on commentary. Adds so much and seems like a lovely gentleman.
Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. As I say, it's my debut for the season. And it sounds ridiculous after, I'm not sure if it's 29 or 30 seasons, but I said to my wife last night, I said, I'm really quite sort of, not exactly nervous about tomorrow, but apprehensive. So that makes that comment all the more appreciated. Thank you very much. As that's quite a long way outside the off stump, and Wesley has the luxury of leaving it alone. I'll do this over, then I'll make way for Santoki.
I thought I was going to make way for him.
You're standing up. All right, okay, then well, yeah, okay.
I'll disappear then.
Oh, all right, then.
For now.
Fair enough. Okay, thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, I'd said to Sandoki, well, since Jonathan's come all the way down from Yorkshire, the least we can do is give him as much airtime as possible. But so the next delivery, and Wesley is obliged to play that one.
Good morning, Dick. Absolute pleasure to be
Good morning,
here.
Santuke. Pleasure to have you with us. I said when you walked into the box, I don't know, an hour and a half ago, that I recalled doing a game with you last season, but I couldn't remember which it was, and you instantly said it was Worcestershire.
Yeah, exactly.
And you said it with such authority, I don't know whether it was or whether it wasn't. But
Can't forget you, Dick. Remember?
Oh dear, yes. Thank you. It's a two-edged sword, if ever there was one. That's just played back to the, trickles out to mid-off.
Beautiful day here at Chelmsford.
It
What has
is.
been a suspiciously good April and May in terms of weather here in England.
Well, yes. But we've had an incredible start to the season,
Yeah.
weather-wise. As they'll say, oh, we'll pay for it later in the year. And of course they may well be, whoever they are, they may well be right, yes.
Not
But
such an incredible start to the season for both sides here.
no, indifferent at best. And that's just pushed out on the onside. But I mean, it's looking at it objectively, and I've been doing this job long enough that I look at all matches totally objectively. Well, although I've been watching Essex since my dad first took me to watch them when I was probably about 9 or 10. But now I look at the overall picture, because cricket itself is what I really like as much as anything else. The championship table is so wide open now, because all the clubs that you'd have expected so far, admittedly, we've only had 4 or 5 games.
Yeah.
But Surrey, Essex, Somerset, they've all had indifferent starts to the season.
Yeah.
So it makes it very interesting. And Nottinghamshire going well. Much too early to talk about champions and relegations, but I think I alluded to that just now. The great joy about this season so far has undoubtedly been the weather. There has been so much cricket.
Yeah.
Whereas as Code moves in again and bowls, and that's off the edge, but it was all along the ground, just backward of square on the offside.
Yeah, I think that we've seen so much cricket condensed across April and May so far. In terms of bowling attacks for side, we've seen a lot of injuries and players rested by England, centrally contracted players, and I think that's sort of almost evened out things in terms of the balance of sides.
Yes, quite, yes. Yeah, couldn't agree more.
That's going to be George Hill.
I gave out the email address, but I haven't actually looked to see if we've had an email, so I'll do that now. In fact, I'll do it during this over while Santoki's commentating.
And it's going to be George Hill continuing from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And it's Hill into Critchley and just defensively played forward by Critchley. As a lot will depend on this partnership here between Wesley and Critchley as Essex try to rebuild and build a substantial total against Yorkshire. Critchley, of course, scored 145 not out in the first game of the season here against Surrey. He'll be looking to try and replicate another big score here today as Hill in again to Critchley, and this time left by Critchley. And Yorkshire continue with 3 men at slip. They've got the early breakthrough of Robin Das, and they'll be looking to get another crucial wicket here in this morning session.
Oh, at least, yes.
At least, yeah, I should say.
Another
at least.
hour and 25 minutes to go, yeah. There'll be...
Hill into Critchley again, and again played forward and just goes past slip. They should be able to run 2. And they do quite comfortably in the end. And that takes the score up to 41 for 4.
Oh yes, we've had quite a few emails, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and as I always say, as long as they're not abusive, if you've taken the trouble to put fingers to keyboard or whatever and email us, the very least we can do is respond, not just out of courtesy, but virtually they're all very, very interesting.
Hill running in from the Sir Alistair Cook end again into Critchley, and this time just played down to cover, no run taken.
First one is from Diana. in Calgary, one of our longest serving supporters and emailers, she says, I'm having a problem. I thought this was a Saturday, but I'm hearing Dick Davis. And he doesn't normally do Saturdays. No, I don't. I usually go and watch club cricket, but I've made an exception for my debut of the season.
Hill into Critchley again, and this time just prodded leg side. And picked up at square leg, and there's no run taken.
She says, please reassure me that I'm not mad. You're most certainly not, Diana. And I remember you came over, years go by so quickly, but I remember when you came over to England a few years ago. It was a great pleasure to meet you.
Well, yes, I can verify it is Saturday, and Dick, you are definitely here in the commentary box.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm not a sort of AI version or something.
Into Critchley again and left by Critchley. There, and that's the end of the over. Essex 41 for 4.
No, I'm not an artificial intelligence version. I don't even have any intelligence, let alone artificial intelligence. So, I also had the second email taking it in order is from Gavin. Thank you very much indeed for the compliment at your first sentence. Have a great day back at the coalface. Yes, indeed, yes. Came down in the lift shaft. A finely balanced game ahead. Great chance for the younger members of the Essex squad to make their mark. Yes, it is, unfortunately. Obviously, you wrote this a little while ago. Yeah, probably since you wrote that, Robin Das is out. But, yeah, it does give a good opportunity. As Code moves in again and bowls to Wesley, who yet again goes forward and plays obdurately and deliberately. The ball trickles back. Not to the bowler, but to mid-off. And Martin. Here we go. Here we go. Watching from the pool in Kos, Greece. Sorry, I'll come back to that after this delivery. Code moves in and bowls and whips away. Wesley is famously far stronger on and far prefers the ball on his legs and whips it playing on the leg side, which, as we've said many a time, a batsman's strength can also be his weakness because he can be trying to play that shot too often, and he has got out to that. And of course, but that was very, very well executed. Only picked up a single, but it still looked good. And yeah, in a way, that was probably what found Wesley out a few seasons ago when he did have a handful of games for England. And yeah, it's a harsh world, professional cricket, and if there's a perceived weakness, then it will be exploited without mercy. And that's just played solidly by Critchley. A tall, big man. He's quite a commanding figure when he stands in the crease.
And of course, Essex's job here made even more harder with Jordan Cox and Paul Walter, their two leading run scorers heading into this game. Both ruled out with injury.
Well, yes.
In the case of Jordan Cox, another unlucky
yes.
A bit of timing as he was called up for England for the Zimbabwe test.
Code moves in and bowls. And that's pushed out the offside. Yes, I think it was roundabout. Don't quote me in a court of law, but I think it was round about this time of year last year when he went down with an appendix problem and was out for, can't remember. He would know better than I, but he'd probably rather not remember.
And I think it was a thumb injury that ruled him out of the New Zealand series in the winter, and then now picked up a side or hamstring injury, was it, I believe?
I believe so. Code moves in, bowls. That's an elegant looking shot, but it's going to be non-productive as it's played straight to wideish mid-off. Martin's email continues. Ben Cliff, godfather, wishing him a speedy recovery. Oh, indeed, yes. And all the Yorkshire boys well. Come on, let's get into them. Well, Yorkshire haven't got into in the plural yet, but they've certainly got into one. So, yeah. Code again. Solidly, defensively pushed out to mid-on. And it's the end of the over. With Essex 27 for 3 overnight, only having added 15 in 40 minutes. It's been a session for the connoisseur this morning rather than for the dilettante. And yeah, they've moved on to 42 and having lost Das in that process, 42 for 4.
And yeah, Wesley and Critchley really need to play patiently here and try to rebuild this Essex innings. As I said, with the batting slightly thin on the ground for this match, with the absence of Cox and Paul Walter. As it's going to be George Hill continuing from the Sir Alistair Cook end to Tom Wesley on strike. And it's Hill into Wesley and just played defensively forward for no run.
Thank you, Lindsay, for your email, which I'll get to at the end of the over.
Hill getting ready to run in again. Captain Tom Wesley on strike. Hill into Wesley and just played leg side. Nicely hit. And it's going to go for a 4 on the fast outfield. Well placed shot, well timed shot there from Wesley.
When you're emailing us, it would be ever so nice if, I mean, it's not sort of obligatory, it's not one of those fields where when you're filling in an online form it tells you, you know, which fields are compulsory, and if you fail to do it, it comes back in big red letters. But if you can just, it makes it interesting sometimes to hear whereabouts you're listening from. I don't mean precisely.
Hill into again to Wesley, and this time he leaves it.
But yeah, just the town or the area, not you know, identify, not sort of 28A High Street sort of idea. The only two so far who have identified whereabouts they're from have both been abroad in Canada and Greece.
And Hill in again to Wesley and just blocked out this time by Wesley, and that's some dedication from our Canadian listeners. It will be about 6:45 in the morning there by my accounts.
You know, nearly every time over the years that Diana has emailed us, I then start down the route of saying, well, of course, in Canada now it must be about, and I think, oh no, I've started so I'll finish, but I'll probably get it all wrong. First of all, I know that they are X hours behind us.
Hill into Wesley once again. Oh, and just clipped leg side, just looked like it was missing leg. Half-hearted appeal from slip and nothing given by the umpire.
But presumably the same as America, Canada has several time zones, maybe even more than America, although I'm sure America wouldn't admit that. No, we must have the most time zones. Nobody can have more time zones than we have because we're the...
Hill into Wesley again, and lovely drive. Should go for 4, yeah. So 2 well-timed shots is over from Wesley. And he's picking up some rhythm in this over, and that ends the over. And brings up the 50 for Essex.
Yes. Yeah, it's greeted with applause, but... well, it's nothing too much to write home about under these circumstances, having lost 4 wickets and taken 27 overs to get there. But never mind, it doesn't matter. One of the fascinations of this version of the game is that there can be twists and turns.
Exactly.
But,
I was commentating at the Middlesex-Kent game at Lord's last week, and 14 wickets fell in the first day, but it ended up going to the end of day 4 as Middlesex chased down 366. So, as you said, you can never predict anything in the longer format of the game.
No. Code continuing. Right arm over the wicket to the equally right-handed Critchley. Right then, Lindsay's, g'day gents. Do you think that any ball hitting below the thigh pad opens up an LBW against a young Robin Das? Reminds me of Harry Pilling, the somewhat diminutive Yorkshire player. No, sorry, Lancashire player. If there's one cardinal sin you must not make when commentating on either Lancashire or Yorkshire, is to refer to them as the other. and the sackcloth and ashes are now coming out. Oh, and that's
Oh,
out.
yeah.
That was it reared a little bit off the length, and Critchley got an edge. And at this standard of the game, the simplest of slip catches, and Critchley is out. It was a very, very good delivery, and one that would have been very, very difficult to play.
Essex 50 for 5 now.
And did just rear up a little bit, I think. Yeah, that certainly took Critchley by surprise. May even have taken the bowler by surprise if he got a bit of bounce, but it'll certainly give him encouragement. And Essex, are on the ropes really at 50 for 5.
Big trouble here for Essex.
Yes. So even if they, I don't even like to talk about follows on or follow-ons, but even so, unless there's a Herculean effort from one of the lower order batsmen, it seems as if the visitors are going to have a big lead on first innings. So that was caught by, it hasn't come up on the screen yet, it has now, caught by
Finley Bean?
Bean again.
Yep, again.
Yeah.
Michael Pepper comes out to the crease.
So Court Bean bowled Code, following on from Court Bean bowled Hill, wickets falling at 35 and 50. So yes, Pepper doing quite a bit of work on the pitch. Understandably, he would have watched that and seen what it did. At this ground, for the benefit of the listeners and viewers who don't know, the pavilion is more or less square on to the wicket, so they can see when it being the ball is getting unexpected lift, or not so much movement in the air, but lift. So Pepper likes to play an aggressive game. This is not the, who am I to say, but I was going to say it's not the time to play aggressively, but if the bad ball comes along, which is unlikely, the way the bowlers have been bowling this morning, then if there is a loose one, it's got to be taken advantage of. That's pushed out in the offside. No addition to the score. I'll get back to Lindsay's email. Harry Pilling, who would have had the same issue. How many opportunities do you think would come the way of the younger squad members? I think he's talking about Essex now. Oh yes, he's thinking of Luke Benkenstein in the Red Bull games this season, and that's a super shot.
Yeah.
It was slightly over pitched, and I just said, if a poor delivery comes along, then you've got to take advantage of it. That wasn't really a poor delivery. It was just fractionally over pitched. But Pepper leant into it and hit it so straight it almost hit the leg stump as we look at it at the far end, and it sped away to the boundary. The boundaries here, particularly at each end, are short. But nevertheless, even at one of the biggest grounds, like, I don't know, Grace Road at Leicester, I think that's reputed to be one of the biggest, it would have been 4 there as well. Oh, and that got lift. Yeah, the Yorkshire bowlers are posing numerous problems for the batsmen here.
As you said, Pepper likes to play his attacking shots.
He does.
Sometimes that can count against him, but Essex fans will be hoping he's here for a good time and a long time at the crease.
Well, they certainly will. And Pepper tapping the ground as the bowler moves in, and that comes forward. Yeah, understandably, Pepper's keen to get on the front foot, not just because he's a front foot player predominantly, but let's try and get to the ball before it gets up to any mischief. And Lindsay finishes up in parenthesis. I was sorry to see Feroz Kushi leave this year. Yes, I think a lot of people were. Well, yeah, I think there may well be a lot of opportunities for the younger players this season. Although, generally speaking, over the years, Essex have been very, very shrewd in slowly feeding in the younger players, and you've got to do that because otherwise, you know, all your older, more experienced players, they all pack up at the same time, and suddenly you've got to rebuild from scratch. So they're pretty good at that.
George Hill continuing from the Sir Alistair Cook end into Wesley. Looked like it was just missing. Slight appeal from slips, but not really much from the bowler George Hill, who has 3 wickets so far in this innings. So great performance so far from Hill, and Captain Tom Wesley will be looking to lead from the front here, as Essex in dire straits, 54 for 5 at the moment.
Hill 3 for 32, just looking at the screen, and Code 2 for 16.
Hill in once again to Wesley, and then this time just driven on the offside, and a quick single scampered. Good run in between Pepper and Wesley there, brings Pepper on strike. And very much Yorkshire's morning so far in this first hour, picking up 2 crucial wickets. And they'll be looking to get through this middle order and tail end and take a substantial first inning lead. So Hill gets ready to deliver the 3rd delivery of the over. It's going to be Michael Pepper on strike. Hill runs in to Pepper and just clipped leg side. Picked up at short leg, and there's no run taken. And the Yorkshire players are quite vocal out on the field, trying to galvanise each other. Pepper gets ready to take strike again. It's going to be George Hill running in from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Into Pepper. Oh! An LBW, big LBW shout. Nothing given by the umpire.
Batsman did move forward as he played the shot quite.
Just having a look at the replay.
It's very difficult to see our replay screen, the sun's shining on it. As I say, the umpires are O'Shaughnessy and Chantry. I can't really say which is which. They're both dressed identically with white floppy, well, no, not floppy hats, sort of boaters, a la sort of Henley Regatta type boaters.
Hill into Pepper once again, and just driven straight back down to Hill. And 1 delivery left in this over. Essex 55 for 5.
Yes, still, I hate to say it, it's only a mathematical, well, hopefully it's only a mathematical fact that still need another 12 to avoid the 13 to avoid the follow-on. No, 12, I was right the first time.
Hill into Pepper again, and then just clipped on the leg pad. And that's the end of the over. Essex 55 for 5. And all momentum with Yorkshire at the moment.
Oh, very much so, yes, very much so. Right, Chris emailed us. I was at the match yesterday, and your comment about people watching at less favourable weather conditions, in less favourable conditions, reminded me that those sitting in the Woodland stand, that's the new stand next to the pavilion, I believe, yes, it's got it written on it. We're definitely not enjoying the warmth of the sun at the Sir Alistair Cook end, and by the sight screen. I was not the only one commenting. Oh, that's outside. The off stump goes through to the keeper. I was not the only one commenting on the seemingly gale force and near Arctic wind that seems to blow across that stand. Perhaps Jonathan can, well, he says Jonathan because he was here yesterday, which is fair enough, can comment on how much that wind crossing the playing area affected the bowlers, especially Harmer, who seemed to struggle, especially initially. Thank you very much for your comment about the commentaries. That's allowed to go by outside the off stump. Chris, also known as Chris the Choir. Oh, sounds interesting. And yeah, well, hopefully I'll get back to that one when Jonathan's on, when I'm on air with Jonathan, which will be, I don't know, about 35 minutes, something like that. Aeroplane whirls away above us. As that's played defensively by Wesley. And diligently and doggedly and determinedly, and any other adverb beginning with D that you can think of, really.
Essex's run rate this innings so far has been 1.8, so fair to say some attritional cricket played here at Chelmsford. As you said earlier, one for the connoisseurs so far.
Code in again, bowled unbroken for almost an hour, as indeed has his partner in attack, Hill, and that's just played out for a single into the offside. Both the batsmen right-handed, both the bowlers right-handed. One of the numerous sort of eccentricities of cricket is that bowler is always the arm and the batsman is always referred to as the leg. You have a right arm bowler bowling to a right-handed batsman. I can't believe there's any rhyme or reason about it apart from tradition. And that's just pushed forward by Pepper. It trickles out on the offside. And well, yes, perhaps you could bring that point up with Jonathan, who'll be on air at the end of this over, that yeah, to what extent did he feel the strong wind that has been referred to by one or two of our listeners affected the bowlers, particularly Harmer. I think it was Chris who said. The Code moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively out into the offside. The end of the over. Now we need to do oh no, he's already got the headphones. Oh, that's splendid. So I swap my headphones and microphone to Sandoki and leave you for a minute or so in the tender hands of Jonathan.
There we go. So George Hill, it's a bit like Groundhog Day for me, because George was on for the first half hour, still on my return half an hour later. A couple of laps around the pitch, around the periphery. Get a few steps in. Bumped into Harry Dukey. Harry Dukey might come up and do a bit on air with us actually a little bit later on, as George Hill's first delivery is defended of a fashion. So yeah, we might get a bit of Yorkshire interest for 10 minutes or so on air if he wanders in. As I said, I'm sure he's welcome if he fancies it. Just bumped him on the way around. So 3 slips still. Same field essentially for George Hill. It's been effective for him this morning. Took the wicket of Robin Dass 26 minutes into play, and he's in again, bowling here, and then he's dropped out into the leg side by Tom Wesley, and there is no run. Very tight sort of day and half a session in terms of bowling from both these sides. Very few freebies. Not sure that Yorkshire felt that they'd got a handle on the pitch yesterday, from talking to a few people, players, coaching staff last night, as George Hill in again and defended there by Tom Wesley. I think that the first thought, like we had here in the commentary box after an hour of play yesterday, was that this is booked in for 4 days and could end up being another draw like the two sides played out here about 3 seasons ago, where there was basically no prospect of a result, and then all change in the afternoon session. And obviously the wickets tumbled from then on for the rest of the day, as Hill is in again and Wesley drops it into the offside. Oof, tight run, and he put his partner in a bit of strife there for a few strides. Michael Pepper the heart rate would have increased not only from the running. James Wharton it was with the throw and attempted direct hit, but missed out. So yeah, there were questions, Santoki, yesterday about are we reading this pitch right? As you'll have observed yourself, and as we talked about numerous times yesterday, the two shaved areas at either end for fairly obvious reasons. Harmer and Critchley in the home side, and Yorkshire go with two spinners, but we haven't seen either of them yet, Don Bess or Dan Moriarty, and half the Essex batting is back in the pavilion. Here comes Hill again. Another good delivery, just swinging in really towards Michael Pepper, wrapped him on the pad. I don't know how long George can continue for here. He's a fit young lad, but there's an end point to everybody's spell, isn't there?
Yeah, and he's been asking real questions of the Essex batter so far. A lot of movement, and he'll be happy with his 3 wickets so far. No doubt, definitely eyeing up a 5-for this innings. The young man has been bowling well.
Here he is again, coming in past O'Shaughnessy. Another in-swinger, played out into the leg side, a diving attempt. I think there's maybe half a hand on that. Ben Code is able to chase it down and keep them to a couple to complete George Hill's over, with Essex on 59 for 5. 3 runs coming from it. Pepper on 6 now, and Wesley, who's got a massive job to do here, hasn't he, for his side, is 26 not out.
Yeah, the captain Tom Wesley is going to be pivotal here to Essex's chances of building a substantial innings, but it's looking very problematic at the moment at 59 for 5, and it's really down to this partnership, you'd imagine, is going to be crucial in terms of Essex's chances of getting something out of this match, you'd imagine. They don't want to have a massive deficit going into the second innings, and all momentum with Yorkshire, it's fair to say, so far.
Just looking for a moment, it felt like there might be a change, but I think they're going to keep Ben Code going here.
Yeah.
But a little bit longer. They're just trying to, I mean, the ball is starting to swing, I think, more than it did at any point yesterday. It certainly looks like, I know we're not straight on here, but feels like George is getting the ball to bend a bit in particular.
And it's going to be Tom Wesley on strike, and Ben Code will continue from the Graham Gooch end. Wesley on 26 as Code runs in. Ooh, and got an edge, and that's gone. And Ben Code gets the crucial wicket. Captain Tom Wesley, he's out for 26. Essex 59 for 6, and in real trouble here at Chelmsford.
Yeah, another cracking delivery from Ben Code. He just keeps on asking questions of batters match after match, and you don't have to make much of a mistake to lose your wicket, really. It's as much in this match so far has been a test of patience by the batters against the bowler. Have we got another chance to see that? Don't want to obscure your view, Santoki, but do my best. Yeah, it felt like from behind it was a typical Code dismissal, and it is really. He's just thrown the ball up there, round about 4th stump. He feels like he's got to play at that, Tom Wesley, and he doesn't go at the ball hard, but just that little bit of a push, and a routine nick through to Johnny Bairstow. So
3 wickets this morning, 3 edges. As you said, a lot of movement here and swing, and real pressure on Essex at the moment.
Yeah, that feels like a big wicket, doesn't it? He's the one player so far who's got in, if anybody has been, for Essex. 26, he's faced 80 odd balls there.
As Noah Fane comes out to join Michael Pepper at the crease.
So whatever happened roller-wise this morning, as I mentioned earlier, didn't actually clock it, but from the conversation that went on last night, I think it sounded like it was pretty obvious Essex were going to want something heavy on there. 25 minutes before the first wicket taken, it might have had some effect, but I think they've just been rewarded for their persistence, just like Essex were yesterday, except Yorkshire so far are managing to do it earlier in the Essex innings.
So Noah Fain takes strike. Young man, 20 years old, playing his 11th first-class game. It's going to be code to continue from the Graham Gooch end. Into Fain. Ooh. And just clipped by Fain and goes to short leg. 4 at slip now as Yorkshire look to increase the pressure on the 2 batters at the crease. And it'll be interesting to see what approach Michael Pepper takes here. He's obviously a more attacking batter. Will he look to pick up the runs, or will he look to play patiently and try and build a partnership here with Fain? As it's Code into Fain again, and this time just clipped leg side and there's no run taken.
There obviously, Santoki are, numerous very low scores in the history of cricket, but it's not that often that you see nobody make, the half century or any other sizable contribution, barring a 26 in an innings. So you'd expect at some point some sort of a rally from Essex, but they're obviously in deep trouble at the minute.
Yeah. So Code in once again to Fain on strike and just driven forward, picked up at mid-on, and there's no run.
Tom Wesley, by the way, made 26 off 89 balls, including 4 fours for those statisticians out there who like those things wrapping up, and the wicket fell first ball of the 33rd over at 4 minutes past 12.
Essex still trail by 157 runs. So both Code and Hill have picked up 3 wickets each in this innings. Code in once again from the Graham Gooch end. Fain on strike. And just blocked by Fain. And again, that movement from Code.
Yeah, just pulling his bat across that from off to leg. Feeling for the ball a bit, slightly uncomfortable. Good luck, by the way, to all club cricketers today. Some will have got underway already, I would have thought, and there'll be some starting in the non too distant future, both down here in Essex and back up home in Yorkshire.
So Code to continue into Fain on strike, and again just played forward by Fain, no run taken, and that's the end of the over. So another wicket falls in that over. Essex 59 for 6.
Yeah, so 17 overs now bowled today. 16 overs yesterday for the 3 wickets that fell, 17 today, and 3 more have gone. Robin Das caught Finley Bean at 3rd slip off the bowling of George Hill for 8. Matt Critchley went the same way, caught by Bean, but off the bowling of Ben Code for 6, and then that most recent one, Tom Wesley, caught Besto, bowled Code for 26. George Hill is going to continue. It really does feel like Yorkshire are just saying, look, we'll keep you going as long as we can, lads, because the ball is, you're making the ball talk here. They're under a lot of pressure, and I know that they would have loved Tom Wesley as that 6th wicket. They've got him. Can they just get that one more to really tip things into that lower middle, that tail end of the Essex innings, as that is flicked into the leg side. Nicely played shot there, and a good piece of fielding as well. Matthew Revis in his floppy hat, looks like a bit of a howdy partner, doesn't it? He's going to riding into town in the Chelmsford. This town ain't big enough for the both of us. Rootin', tootin', shootin' Revis. Yeehaw. Maybe if he picks up a wicket. He's not a bowl yet in the match. Hill in, and solidly defended.
Well, there's still 50 minutes till lunch, so for all we know the rate of wickets falling so far, Yorkshire could be out to bat again before lunch. The way things are going, they would love that scenario.
Yep, I'm sure they would. Michael Pepper just having a wander down the pitch, making sure that there is no debris on it. Flicks away with the bat and then waits, and this time gets a ball round about leg stump from George Hill, and it's worked it on its way to Jack White. who is waiting in the wings down at long leg to do the fielding. You can get in touch at JD's Ed Events. Sylvia has done so on X. She's been out and done a park run at Lister Park up in Bradford this morning. Good start by the lads, just tuning in. Hope the park run went well, Sylvia. I'm just aching thinking about that. I did walk down from the hotel though, so I'm counting that as some extra steps in, as well as a couple of laps when I was off air just now. Helen and bowling to Pepper, who punches it to Dan Moriarty at mid-off, no run.
Shockingly, I've never been to Yorkshire or Headingley. As a South Londoner, when we say we're going up north, we tend to mean Tottenham or Finsbury Park.
That's a shocker, Santoki. And you were very careful about who we let in, so you know you need to fill out a couple of forms first. There'll be the exam. Oh, good delivery, George Hill. Oh, was there some edge on it? Was it going down? Hard to tell from this angle. Enough doubt for Steve O'Shaughnessy to just give a negative nod. Shake of the head. Another good delivery though by George. He asked a lot of questions this morning. Just got the one wicket to show for his efforts, but the pressure he's been putting on might have just been helping Ben Code. At the other end, he's picked up a couple. Here comes Hill this time. He's driven square. Disappointed in himself there. He's thrown it up a little bit too wide, and mainly the issue, I suggest, would be half volley length, and he allowed Pepper to get his hands through it. So disappointed to finish the over off with a boundary, George. Essex will be pleased with that though. 64 for 6. That's probably one of the few things they've been pleased about this morning.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, you know, there'll be a very serious form at Santoki that you've got to fill in to get into Yorkshire. You know.
Do I need the final sign-off from yourself, Jonathan? Is that the authorisation?
That'll do. Yeah. You know, sort of. How do you say good morning in Yorkshire?
No idea.
You'll be a multiple choice, but there'll be an A up on there somewhere, and you've got to make sure you pick that one. Just helping you out here, because I would like you to visit Yorkshire, because I think it's well worth a visit.
It's going to be Jack White, change of bowler from the Graham Gooch end.
How much, of course, as well. How much? You need that one.
A up and how much are the two key phrases.
Your round, that's the other one. Of course.
That sounds like an important one, to be fair. So it's going to be White into Michael Pepper on strike. And Pepper just clips this one leg side and picks up a single to bring Noah Fane on strike.
So an hour and a quarter Ben Code bowling for from the Graham Gooch end. That's a long spell, but he's been very effective. Jack White, different type of bowler. He'll hit the pitch, try and jag it around a bit. See how he goes with his first spell of the day.
So White into Fane on strike. Fane just clips that on the offside and there's no run taken. Jonathan, outside of Headingley, of course, do you have a particular favourite ground where you like to watch cricket in England or anywhere in the world?
Scarborough.
Scarborough, okay.
Yeah, you see, you're missing out because you've not been to Headingley.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and all the history involved there. Well, I mean, all great history as well. It's cricket in Scarborough. All the greats have played there. You've got to go.
Yeah.
You have to go, Santoki.
So White into Fane on strike once again, and again just clipped on the offside, and there's no run taken.
Obviously, Chelmsford, very close second.
Yeah, of course.
I enjoy Hove. I like going down to Hove.
Hove is lovely.
Yeah,
like
nice.
Hove.
Just a nice. It feels like a chilled out atmosphere down there. Enjoy going to Durham as well.
Fane continuing on strike. Currently 4 runs to his name. Jack White in from the Graham Gooch end. Into feint. Oh, it just clipped past lip. And again, that movement. And it's going to be 4 runs for Essex. Not the most confident shot there from feint, but he'll take the runs.
Interesting shot. He's just replaying a cut shot, but that was a genuine edge. 4th slip would have been happy to hold on to that, I would think, but just a bit wide for Finlay Bean.
So White into feint once again, and this time played forward, blocked out by feint, and there's no run taken. Essex 69 for 6 at the moment. Trail by 147 runs.
Jack White is impressed in the matches he played. First season with Yorkshire since signing from Northants last October. Didn't play last week at Headingley against Warwickshire, was rested.
White in final delivery of the over. Into feint and just played, driven straight forward down on the offside, and there's no run taken, and that's the end of the over. Essex 69 for 6. 35 overs gone, so just scoring it just under 2 and over.
Note the puff of dust as he dragged his back foot there slightly as well. That tells you everything you need to know about how dry this pitch is, and although there are a few follow-through footmarks that are a little bit darker, I think that's probably more a look of wear than moisture. And Matthew Revis is going to get his first go of the match. He's dispensed with the cowboy hat, and he's going to try his luck from the Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground. I think it's fair to say he was very rusty in his first spell back this season up at Durham, but things got better for him up there. Picked up some wickets. He's got a bit of pace about him. They've been nurturing him back from a stress fracture at the back end of last season, so he's played quite a bit of second team cricket as he's been working his way back to fitness, and he'll want to bowl well here. 69 for 6. Yorkshire will not want to let their foot off the throat here. 2 slips they've given him. They've got a sweeper out square on the offside. James Wharton cover, mid off, mid on, straight mid wicket, deep backward square, and a long leg. Revis in first ball. He's turned off the hip by Pepper. In comes Jack White to field. Johnny Bairstow enthusiastically running about 30 yards to try and pick it up. They got through for 1. Pepper on 9, Thane on 8. They've added 11 since that most recent wicket fell. Yorkshire will also be pleased that their over 8 is +1. They lost a point last week at Headingley due to their over 8, and when you've only got 3 in the match, you can ill afford to lose one of them. Revis in again, that back of a length, typical Matthew Revis delivery to Thane. That was turned into the leg side where Finlay Bean did the fielding.
Yeah, it's been a pretty open start so far to Division 1. No team has dominated. A lot of people would have expected Surrey to continue.
Yeah, Revis to Thane. Top of the bounce, he drops it out into the offside. No run. Just going back to that match up at Durham about 3 weeks or so ago. Matthew Revis' only first team match of the season so far. 7 overs, 2 for 51. So his first 3 or 4 overs went round the park, and then he managed to get things back on track and did pick up a couple of very useful wickets. Latest delivery, straight, dropped into the offside, and there's no run. Johnny Bairstow talked last year about keeping against him the back end of the season at Scarborough when he bowled a really rip-roaring spell, Matthew Revis, with that extra bit of bounce that you get at Scarborough. Another reason why you need to go and watch cricket there.
Yeah.
And he said it was really hitting his gloves. So, and he's kept against some quicks. Heavy ball, I think, Matthew Revis. That's fuller in length. Pushed by Thane up to mid-off where Moriarty fields. No run.
I'm just going to get Scarborough Headingley references, aren't I, for the rest of the day now?
Well, you did ask.
Your promotional campaign.
Favourite ground, it's got to be.
Yeah.
It's just a great place to go and spend a few days watching cricket. Here comes Revis, gone full toss on this occasion. That felt like it held it back as well. End of the over, and Matthew Revis has bowled 1 over for 1 run, 70 for 6 Essex in response to Yorkshire's first innings 216 all out.
It's going to be Jack White to continue from the Graham Gooch end. And we obviously talked about Essex being depleted, Jordan Cox picking up another unfortunate injury, and Paul Walter out as well. He'd been averaging 56 so far this season, so massive blow for Essex. And for Yorkshire, of course, without the services of Joe Root and Harry Brook, who played the 1 game for them before going into training camp with the England side ahead of the Zimbabwe tests. As Michael Pepper takes strike. And it's Jack White in from the Graham Gooch end. Into Pepper and clipped, looked high. An appeal from behind the wicket, and Jack White. It looked high from first observation.
19 bowling to 19. No, 19. 19.
And, Jonathan's had his coffee this morning, or should I say decaffeinated tea. And
they fought the most disastrous series in Test history, remember it? The Rory Bremner version.
yeah. So it's White into Pepper once again, and Pepper just clips that one leg side, and they take a single.
You a Paul Hardcastle fan?
Not particularly, no.
Chris Whitehead says, good to hear that a ground with the initials OT didn't appear on your favourite grounds list, your correspondent in Dunblane, Scotland. Well, funnily enough, somebody asked me yesterday about where are the nicest places to go in terms of how you're looked after.
Okay. So Pepper takes strike again and just blocked by Pepper.
And I would always include Old Trafford in that.
Fair enough.
The great food, good company, and great view as well from the comm box. But in terms of its setting, you know, in the sort of heart of industrial Manchester, no, it wouldn't be one of your favourite grounds. But plenty of other things good about it. You can actually park your car in the ground sometimes, although sometimes you do have to walk half a mile with all your kit.
So Fane on strike. White coming in from Graham Gooch end. Oh, just missed leg side, picked up by Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps. And yeah, we've got a varied listenership this morning. We've had an email in from Greece, Canada, now Scotland. So keep them coming in wherever you are listening to around the world. And also let us know your favourite ground to watch cricket at, whether it be in England or abroad. If you've been to any exotic locations around the world to watch cricket, let us know which grounds you have fondest memories of. As White to continue into Fane on strike, and this time just blocked by Fane.
Chris down in Bath, Chris Addy, says he's enjoying the listen and a few different opinions about the pitch, but one thing's for sure, it's making for a great contest. They may have had different prep, but the result on this pitch and last week's at Headingley are remarkably similar. Looks like you've got to have a very good defence like the two W's, Wharton and Wesley, to stick rather than twist. Thanks, Chris.
So final delivery of the over. White into Fane and just blocked out to see out the over, and that's 71 for 6 now. Essex trail by 145 runs.
And Matthew Revis going to continue. Dick will be back from his lunchtime nap soon. For for half an hour before lunch. I think I've eyed up the Curry van.
Oh, nice! You've already done your scouting.
Yeah,
True
a couple of laps. Well, the problem with the Curry van is it's opposite where we're sitting, isn't it? So you've got to circumnavigate the ground, and by the time we get round there, the inevitable 40 people in the queue.
Yeah, true.
So I'm glad you two are on straight after lunch, because I might actually get to eat mine then. Here's Revis, goes short first up, helped round the corner by Pepper, and that is 4 runs. Nicely played, and ill-directed, unfortunately, by Matthew Revis on this occasion. He's got hold of the ball when it was roughly 35 overs old, into the 38th now, so getting that a little bit older, and it's a typical sort of time when you'd expect to see him. Sets his feet, shirt hanging out. He's going to come in again past umpire O'Shaughnessy. Oof, he's let that one go wrong. That's a sort of slow full toss looping in towards Michael Pepper, who was surprised by it. I'm sure he didn't intend to bowl it, Matthew Revis. He's just having a look upon screen to see what happened. 2 slips in place, and Revis with purpose then, full, turned to leg by Pepper. Looks like Jordan Thompson is out there doing a bit of sub-fielding, because he's round to collect out in the mid-wicket regions. 2 runs, 77 for 6. Pepper on to 16 now, so he's got a little bit of a start from 22 deliveries. Beautiful day here in Chelmsford. Revis in again, full. Pepper tries to drive, skewed it a little bit back to the bowler's hands, and there is no run. Good to hear from Bill Mustoe up in Scarborough with regard to the club. Here's Revis, and that's chopped into the deck. Pepper gets through with a bit of help from Thane for a single. Bill, former everything and probably still current everything up at Scarborough, you know, chairman, president. And then after that commercial, who knows, I might get an extra sandwich on the plate at lunch, something like that when we go. We live in hope. Bit of chocolate cake maybe. Here's Revis, bowling to Thane. He's gone full again, so he can bowl a mean Yorker when he gets it right, and that feels like he's tried that on a couple of occasions. It's not quite come out right on the odd one, but it has on a couple, and the batters have had to be on their mettle. Yeah. 12:30 has clicked over, so I think probably time for another change in the box. Yep. Santoki with an extended lunch break. He might go around and get us a curry. Dick. And Dick's been back to the local bingo hall for the last half hour. Not sure if he won any money or not, but he's going to call this next over from Jack White,
who moves in from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and that's just pushed back to the bowler. No, I'm sure they give me duff bingo cards. I've never seen them win. So yeah. In the half hour I've been off air, I just went for a little wander down to the back of the pavilion, I bumped into so many people, and I only just made it back in time.
It's noted, don't worry, you're doing overtime.
As short of a length and chopped down into the ground, and if you're listening anywhere other than in the ground, and a few people do listen in the ground, then it's of little interest. So, but there's an unveiling of a, well, no, it's already been actually unveiled, but it's a little ceremony to recognise the fact that there's a memorial to the former Essex players who were lost in the 2 World Wars, and I understand that that's going to be sort of officially, can't say opened, but recognised that during the lunch interval with various luminaries of the club. That's just pushed out on the onside. It's at the river end, just near where you come in from the riverside entrance, the river entrance. So 78. Well, sounds ridiculous to say, but the follow-on has been avoided. 19 is, I think, the highest partnership. The second wicket was 18. So all sorts of records falling here, but they're mainly in Yorkshire's favour. And they have bowled so well this morning. They've hardly given anything away at all. Just nagging, and well, from the Essex perspective, then it's down to these two to dig in and try and salvage some semblance of respectability, if nothing else. Because it's been well, at best a disappointing morning for Essex so far. If they can get through to lunch without losing another, then well, they'll have something to build on. As short of a length, and all bounces just, but only just, in front of Finlay Bean, which would have given him his 3rd catch of the morning, but it was obviously a mistake by the batsman, or, well, yeah, combination of mistake by the batsman and then yet another extremely good delivery from the bowler. Jack White, who disappears into the distance, moves in from the, I nearly said Hayes close end, so Alistair Cook end bowls now. And, well, not an entirely confident shot. Took the bottom hand off the bat as Pepper played the shot. It fell harmlessly to the ground after he'd played the shot, but no, it inconvenienced him a little.
You're confusing me now. I thought this was the Sir Alistair Cook end.
I do beg your pardon, thank you. Just to see if you're paying attention.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, right, that's the Graham Gooch end. Thank you, Jonathan.
The Graham Gooch brackets Hayes close end. Maybe we should call it.
Graham Gooch end, yes. And there is even a bit of a clue there, because at the end, in very large red letters, it says, well, part of the sign is covered up.
Here's Revis bowling to Thane, who gets a full-length delivery on his legs and has turned it down to long leg for 1. Good afternoon to you, Anne Wright, who says, watching cricket at Scarborough is definitely one of life's cricketing pleasures. It brings back many memories of holidays in the late 50s, early 60s. My late father was born and brought up in Settle, and knew Yorkshire spinner Don Wilson. Living in Cambridge, we also watch Yorkshire at Fenners, which is one of the few places in Cambridge I can still enjoy visiting. As Revis is in, and again goes long. I think he made it on the full, Michael Pepper, and pushed it out into the offside for a single. And goes on, PS, don't forget to warn listeners when commentating from Scarborough about the battle that takes place in Peashome Park. We usually talk about that when we're there. We usually hear that when we're there. Revis is in and bowling. Good delivery. Thane had to be watchful. Turns it to Dom Bess, who's positioned now at a straight mid-wicket, fairly close in. No run. If you're just joining us more recently, beyond an hour and a half into the day 2 morning session, Robin Das caught bean bowled Hill for 8. Matt Critchley caught bean bowled Code for 6, and Tom Wesley caught Bairstow bowled Code for 26 of the 3 wickets to have fallen. They have managed to go half an hour and more now without losing another one. Essex and Thane running one down to long leg again. No run. Sorry, 1 run. 81 for 6. Pepper on to 18. Back on strike. Thane has made it into double figures. Matthew Revis, although he's not going for loads here, he is still trying to find the range, and he's just going to be run down to 3rd man again. James Wharton round from deep backward point to cut the ball off, but they pick up 2. 83 for 6. As always, Essex supporters will feel just a tad happier when 3 figures go up on the board, but still 17 runs shy of that. But there'll be a fair bit of discomfort as that is pushed out into the offside this time. Good length ball to complete Matthew Revis's 3rd over. 3 overs for 13 for him so far. Jack White 9 overs, 4 maidens, none for 12 at the other end. And then if my laptop will consent to turn itself back on, I can tell you that George Hill 14 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 41, and Ben Code 14 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 17. Excellent.
Right, sorry.
Excellent by Yorkshire with the ball, but just to reiterate, I was saying that all day about Essex yesterday. They were superb too.
I've had an email from David. Morning, gents. Currently travelling from from Bristol to Maidstone. Let's come back to that in a minute. As the next delivery is played defensively, and it trickles back to the bowler, who immediately discards it for one of the fielders to work on it and polishing it. Travelling from Bristol to Maidstone for a family birthday, loving some old stories of wily old club bowlers. My only visit to Chelmsford was in 1992, Essex versus Middlesex. Wanted to watch Graham Gooch bat, but to our huge disappointment, Mike Gatting won the toss and opted to have first use of the strip. About an hour or so later, Essex were batting, having skittled out the visitors for about 50, and Gooch went along to hit a superb 200. That's just played back to the bowler, no addition to the score, with a sublime 80 odd from Salim Malik. Poor old Mike Gatting, after failing, beg your pardon, with the bat, then had a stone dead LBW decision against Graham Gooch, turned down before he'd made many. Happy memories, best wishes, David Mill, Kent, Somerset and Gloucestershire supporter, neither Essex nor Yorkshire, and also and of the Long Ashton Occasionals Cricket Club, whom we wish. Let's just dug that one out at the well, maybe not the last minute, it played defensively. Whom we wish a happy season. Yeah, there are a lot of local leagues just getting underway today. So, some of the bigger ones, or the more prestigious ones, the top level, started a week, 2 weeks ago. But most of them, certainly in Essex, start today. And I hope they all have a wonderful afternoon and a wonderful season. Naturally, the fact that I've been doing this job for years, I enjoy it, but I enjoy it immensely. As that's short of a length that doesn't reap the full benefit, that doesn't reap any benefit, just plays it backward and square on the offside. But nothing quite compares at any level, to my mind, with playing this game, and the many seasons I played playing club cricket. I cherish so much, and they're wonderful, wonderful memories. wonderful friends, not only of people I've played with, but played against, because in those days you made friends with people you played against. You played the same sides year in, year out, and you'd look forward, oh, we're playing so-and-so next week, oh, we'll meet up with old so-and-so. And that's worked away on the leg side, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, and it was a very, it was splendid stuff. You know, meet old so-and-so, who in the afternoon will be trying to take my head off when he opens the bowling and I open the batting, and then in the evening we'll socialise till at least 11 o'clock tonight. Great days. You've played and probably still do play club cricket.
Only if there's an ambulance standing by.
As next livery comes in, and this time there is a run, just nudged round the corner by Noah Thane for a single, and he'll keep the strike, because that's the end of the over. And Essex have made their way to 83, which means they've added 20 this morning, but lost 3 further wickets in the process.
I think we might be getting our first look at spin, are we, for the Essex first innings. Matthew Revis has got his floppy hat on. The 3-over experiment with him hasn't worked in terms of the wickets column, and he's having a breather. Dan Moriarty, Yorkshire's left armour, is going to get a go from this Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground. James Wharton has donned the lid and will be going into field close. So 4 wickets for Matt Critchley yesterday, none for Simon Harmer, but he's certainly bowled very well without taking one. There wasn't massive turn, but you don't need massive turn. You just need the batter to know that the ball can deviate off the straight, to put that bit of doubt in his mind. And then it's about your own accuracy here. Dan Moriarty is consistent in where he drops it. We'll see how he goes. He's got that short leg and Adam Lyth at slip. There's a man at point, Johnny Tattersall. Don Bess is gesticulating at straightish sort of extra cover. There's a squarer cover sweeper. That'll be James Wharton. Ben Coates at mid-off. Revis at mid-on. Finley Bean at straight mid-wicket. And then there's a sweeper as well. Square on the leg side. And Moriarty's first ball of the season in first team cricket is treated with respect. Thane defending, he's on 11. 84 for 6. And we've got, what, 16 minutes of play to go before the lunch break on day 2. Then comes Moriarty again round the wicket. There is evidence of some turn with that second ball, which is pushed out to Don Bess. No run. Mozza, as the lads call him, with his shades on to bowl. Don't blame him, really, as long as he can see it for a return catch. Now then, this one, there's a little bit of bounce about it, and Thane steps away and cuts firmly to Tattersall. Out there at point, no run. 3 successive dots. This is what Johnny Bairstow will want if you're not taking wickets. Just keep landing it, keeping it tight, give him nothing. Another defensive push, this time into the leg side by Thane. Leg slip now in place. Rather than short leg. And he's gone leg stump with this delivery, Moriarty, and that'll be the first run he concedes. Picked off backward square. I think I said James Wharton out sweeping on the offside. It's actually George Hill, because I'd already preceded that by saying that James Wharton had donned the lid, and he's at leg slip. So that single to Thane brings Pepper onto strike for the final ball of the over, for which Bess has just been brought in tighter at short extra cover. Moriarty carefully placing his field, and Pepper just drops that out into the offside for Beth to field. One off the over, 85 for 6. It's a grind. It continues to be that for both sides who've had bat in hand. Scoring wasn't easy yesterday for Yorkshire. It certainly hasn't been for Essex. 42 overs in and 70 more remain on day 2. Yorkshire, of course, have picked up a second bowling bonus point with that 6th wicket. Essex picked up all 3 themselves in dismissing Yorkshire for 216 yesterday.
So it's going to be Jack White to continue from the Graham Gooch end. How could anybody get it wrong? Although it does actually, because part of it's covered up, the sign it says Ham Gooch end, but we know what it means. And that's just played defensively.
That'd be pretty apt, wouldn't it? Because I seem to remember reading about Graham Gooch. Was it Graham Gooch who trained with West Ham?
Yeah, yes, very good.
It might actually say West Ham Gooch end. We don't know because we can't see the other.
It might indeed. It might indeed.
That would throw even more confusion into what's been going on with naming of the ends.
As White moves in again, bowls to Thane, who goes forward solidly and trickles out on the onside. Email from Chris, who emailed earlier. I'd said in passing it's nice to know where people are listening from. He says, I'm in Malden, although earlier on in the season I was listening from beside a pool in Crete overlooking the Libyan Sea. Yes, very nice too.
And Simon says, morning Jonathan, listening in Olos de Agua on the Algarve. Favourite ground in the world, Newland in Cape Town.
That's just pushed out on the offside. Sometimes wonder what these people who are on holiday abroad, if they've gone with a partner and they're emailing us, what is their partner saying, why don't you stop listening to them and come on, let's go to the beach or go shopping or do something like that. Why are you spending? Well, you could do that if we went home. If we stayed at home, you could listen or watch the cricket. We're on holiday. Oh well, must know what Yorkshire are doing or must know what Essex are doing.
Probably want to know what you're up to, really. They probably want to know what you're up to, really.
Yeah. Closed book. As that's just played defensively. So thanks, Chris. Malden, lovely little town. Everybody likes Malden.
Sylvia in Bradford, or as we say it locally, Bradford. She says, hi Jonathan, my favourite away ground in my travelling days was Worcester. Beautiful backdrop with the cathedral. I agree, yeah. Scarborough is a must visit for any cricket lover.
Mention of Bradford, I believe today is the 40th anniversary of that dreadful fire at the football ground, which I remember watching on television.
It is. Yeah, me too. I was in a hospital bed watching it on television.
Yeah.
I just
could not believe it, really. And from what I remember, for quite a long time, the game continued, didn't it?
Yes.
Absolutely horrendous scenes. And when you see that something, you know, we have to become accustomed to all sorts of tragedies in life nowadays. And when you see it actually going on live, you feel, you know, I want to do something. I'm helpless. I'm miles away watching on a television screen. It was awful, awful scenes, which will live long in my memory. Well, still do, 40 years later. And that's just pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score of 87 for 6.
I'd fractured my hip playing cricket on May Day Monday and actually played football that evening as well. It was in the crossover. Managed to get to half time, a bit too painful. Went into hospital and was kept in, and watched that on the telly that Saturday afternoon. John Helm, who was often seen at Headingley, has been on air with us once or twice. He won an award for his description of that on a television broadcast.
That's just played out on the onside end of the over.
Not that it was anything to celebrate, but it was just, it just showed how fantastic a journalist he was as a Bradford City man, Bradford City fan. You know, he's a Bradford lad, and I remember listening to that, and the tone of his delivery and everything was, you know, to reflect the horror of what was going on.
Yes.
Was spot on.
I remember it so well. It puts, you know, football, cricket, everything else into total perspective, doesn't it, when those things like that are going on? And I expect most of many of the papers are carrying the story today, but there's a very good full page or two spread in today's edition of the Thunderer. Other newspapers available.
So Moriarty going to continue with the Sir Alistair Cook end, and he's bowling here to Michael Pepper. Still James Wharton under the helmet at leg slip. Don Bess is now also getting loose, so we're going to get a bit more twirl from the other end, you would think.
Just before lunch.
As Moriarty's first delivery is full and defended, and clearly with 8 minutes to go before we go off and cue for the curry. Essex thinking nothing other than make sure this partnership is not broken in these last 8 minutes. Good delivery. Oh, that's ballooned up somewhere. Did he get a nick on it? What was going on there? He's dropped the back of Michael Pepper. Bairstow is just having a word with Lythe at the moment. The back of the stumps. Nobody seemed to know too much about where it had gone, but what we can say was that it was a delivery that Michael Pepper did not play with any degree of comfort. So little victory for Dan Moriarty, who is round the wicket and in again. Oh, that one turns quite markedly off the straight, and it's beaten Bairstow, it's beaten Lythe, and it's going to go down in the record books as a bye, according to Steve O'Shaughnessy. Beat the outside edge by some margin from the angle I'm sitting at. There was clear daylight between the bat and the ball, but I would say that's more a comment on there is definite turn in this pitch if you land it in the, as they say, right areas. And there's a couple of nicely handily shaved areas at either end of the pitch for the spinners. Moriarty in again, straighter this time and defended by Thane. And Pepper, well, I'm sure will be a relieved man at the non-striking end that wasn't a little bit straighter, because that would have did turn sharply and would have challenged the outside edge of his bat. He's just doing a little bit of gardening. Well, Moriarty goes back to his mark and he's in again and bowling now. And an attempted slog sweep, really, by Thane that he doesn't manage to get hold of. The ball loops up, I think, off the pad there to Finlay Bean, who's got the white floppy on at straight mid-wicket. Can't take your eyes off this one. Moriarty in again. Goes back foot this time, Thane. Hands on the head from Moriarty. Was more leg stumpish and has been worked away square on the leg side. Jack White fielding, so one off that means that Thane's on 13, Pepper's on 20. 89 for 6, Moriarty 2 overs for 2 runs. 44 overs into the Essex innings we are, and there are 6 minutes to go before the lunch break.
You mentioned during that over, Jonathan, that Pepper would have been grateful. I can't remember exact words you used to be this end. I believe it was former one of Yorkshire's all-time superstars, Geoffrey Boycott, who said the best way to play. Somebody in particular, I think, when he was asked, he said, how was the best way to play him? And he said, get 22 yards away at the other end. So, yeah, it's a shrewd move if possible.
Yeah. Andy Walker, good afternoon to you, says, where is this game going? I've no idea. Having said that, I'm enjoying every single moment. Who knows what will happen next?
Yes, especially since Don Bess is just coming into the attack.
And Django says, morning JD from sunny Lanzarote. My favourite grounds on the international circuit are either the Basin Reserve Wellington for its relaxed approach to watching cricket, or Newland Cape Town. Cheers, Jonathan.
never been to an overseas cricket ground. Unless, oh no, I forgot. Yeah, years ago, in one of the one-day competitions, Essex had a couple of games in Holland. That's just played defensively, right arm round the wicket, and also a couple of games in Dublin. Bess again off just a couple of paces, walking in quite briskly. Bowling to Thane. And Thane goes back studiously with the head right over the ball and keep it out. They'll be interested in nothing other than survival until lunchtime. The clock on the board says it's... can't see where the clock on the board is. Anyway, it's pretty near. It's fewer than 4 minutes to go before, 5 minutes to go before lunch. At which time I'll have an update. That's again played studiously. Best now going over the wicket.
I've got a few updates to do later on in our afternoon sports show on the every hour on the half hour, Dick.
Oh right. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing this afternoon as regards those. I was told we'll play it by ear, which generally means don't dare leave the commentary box in case we need you. Thanks very much. That hurries through a little bit, and but Thane dealt with it effectively.
As if you'd ever want to leave the com box anyway. You know.
It's essential at times, and that's just played again back to the bowler.
Yep, tidy over by Bess.
It was indeed almost inevitably a made at this time of day, and under these circumstances.
It was indeed. 89 for 6. Moriarty to continue. Gavin Davies says, enjoying listening to you and your partners. Cowboy talk. All credit to Yorkshire's bowlers and catchers. Do I also work for Ryanair? Hampshire do not play at Southampton and Durham do not play at Durham. Very pedantic, but I was referring to Durham as in the county. I enjoy my trips up there to the place where Durham play cricket. Chestless sheep, as they say very quickly in that part of the world. Nick Briggs, looks like our batting is going to be a big problem this season. Ridiculous decision only to let Rooty and Brookie play for one of the first 7 matches of the campaign. What a shock that Pope was allowed to play for Surrey 4 times. Nothing changes. The good old southern bias is alive and kicking, he says. It's not like a bit of us and them on a Saturday afternoon, Nick. Two slips in place now for Moriarty, who floats up his first delivery, and that's left by Michael Pepper. Afternoon to you. Howard Ray says, decent morning for our boys. Wicket doing a bit. Let's hope for a lead on first innings and more of our batters' contribution in the second knock. You'll be on my phone as I'm going to watch the Lassies at Wheatwood, he says. That delivery from Moriarty turned into the leg side by Pepper, who's jogged through for 1. Got people listening from all parts of the globe today. Oh wait, Russ in Berlin has also been on. Moriarty just pushes this one through a little quicker, and Thane watchful in defence. So Russ says, hello chaps in the com box. Russ in Berlin letting you know about my favourite ground, playing at Cracow. Amazing backdrop of the Yorkshire Dales. Didn't seem to matter who won or lost, just playing at this amazing place was fabulous. Maybe they should play an Ashes test there. Well, I've been past round and all of that, Cracow, but I've never actually been to the ground, I've got to say. So must experience a match there. An extra fielder brought in now. James Wharton's gone across to silly mid-off. Still a leg slip in place, Finlay Bean, and 2 slips. So pressure on Thane round the back. Good delivery here. There's a big appeal for LBW. Not out, says Steve O'Shaughnessy. Felt like a pretty good shout. Dick might be able to let us in on the secret as to why it wasn't given. It's not easy to tell from this angle.
No, not that easy to see the screen either.
Dick will be doing an update in a mo, but Moriarty bowling, and this time Thane turning it to Revis at mid-on. No run. And the way the ball's turning here for Moriarty, you can't see much else but trial by spin for quite a while from at least this end, this Alistair Cook end, either side of lunch, which should be at the end of this over. Moriarty just strays here. He's just dropped that one on leg stump and he's been picked off for 4 down to fine leg, the final ball of the session. So 5 off the over means he's bowled 3 overs for 7. Pepper 21 not out, Thane 17 not out, and at 1 minute past 1 we'll take lunch with Essex 94 for 6 from 46 overs of their first innings.
Thanks, Jonathan, very, very much indeed. And I'll shortly do an update and then go for the already mentioned curry.
A quick reminder that starting shortly near the Tees River Gate will be the session, our umpires, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Jack Shantry.
Well, good afternoon from the county ground, where the sun is still beaming out of a more or less cloudless blue sky. Nothing to interrupt the blue apart from the trail of an aeroplane just going across from east to west. My name's Dick Davies. Sitting just beside me is Santoki Nagulendran, and we've been watching an interesting morning, but a morning which favoured visitors Yorkshire considerably, because Essex resumed on 23 for 3, and it was very doer sort of stuff all morning. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Essex staggered their way up to 94 at lunch, but in the process lost 3 wickets. They lost the wickets of Tom Wesley for 26, Robin Das for 8, and Matt Critchley for 6 to Code Hill and Code respectively. So now it's down to Michael Pepper and Noah Thane on 21 and 17 respectively to try and steady the ship. From the in an optimistic moment, the current unbroken 7th wicket stand is the highest of the Essex innings so far, having yielded 35, but that's not a lot to write home about. So Santoki and I will be taking you through the first half hour, and then I'll go and have a somewhat late lunch, and Jonathan Doit will come in from various Yorkshire stations. He certainly earns his keep. I don't know, we'll ask him next time. I think it's at certainly 4 different stations he reports to, if not more. So it was mainly seam this morning, but unsurprisingly, as most clubs do, it just before lunch it was predominantly spin, but they're carrying on with the seam attack now, and it's Code from the Graham Gooch end, moves in, bowls, and Essex underway straight away. Not particularly confident shot, in fact it was a thick edge, but it was all the way along the ground, and no, it wasn't 4. I hesitated because we can't quite see that part of the boundary. I would imagine he hauled it in yard or 2 short.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Dick. Good afternoon to all our listeners. Such a beautiful day. It's getting slightly warmer.
It is.
Here at Chelmsford, and as you said, a morning to forget for Essex, but somewhat of a fight back with this partnership. 35 runs they put on, but still a massive job for them to undertake here in this afternoon session.
Yes. Yep. Bearing in mind that Yorkshire made 216, so they're still more than 100 behind as the next delivery. Well, it wrapped Pepper on the pad. I'm not sure if he was actually playing a shot. He was well outside the off stump, but on the other hand, if you're not playing a shot, then that's fair enough. You can still be LBW. But it was a so-called appeal born of optimism rather than realism. And, sort of, well, we'll have a go. You know, the umpire might have had a good lunch and is in a good mood, but no. All these umpires, well, nearly all of them are former professional cricketers themselves, as indeed these two are. That's just played up the offside, and they know all the tricks and they're up to them all, and good job they are too. Yeah, the 2 umpires are Steve O'Shaughnessy at this end, former Lancashire player, and Jack Shantry the other end, who plied his trade for Worcestershire, if memory serves me right. So the crowd built up a little bit during the morning, but not a lot. Saturday's a busy day in all sorts of respects, obviously, as Code moves in, bowls. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper, Johnny Bairstow.
Dick, I was going to ask you if you've had a good lunch, but I remember you said you haven't had it yet, so
no,
we'll try to get you through the next half an hour.
Yes, don't even remind me. Don't even mention the word.
The sacrifices you make for this job.
Oh, yes, indeed. If only you knew, dear listener. God, it's hell. There's next delivery. And yeah, Pepper leans into the delivery, and keen to get on the front foot. Not only because he's predominantly a front foot player, but you know, you reduce the risk of movement off the wicket there. So yeah, we're straining to look at our screen. It's the sun is shining right on it. Yeah, obviously, it's wonderful to watch cricket in this weather, but from the broadcasting point of view, it poses a few problems. But that was a confident appeal. That was what I would call a genuine appeal. We're not right behind the arm. We're watching from about over the shoulder, between first and second slip. So anyway, presumably the umpire had judged it was going down the leg side, and Noah Thane, no, it was Michael Pepper, lives to fight another day, and he moves on to 20. He's on 23 with that 2 down to third man. Thane on 17, and the score just nudged up to 96 for 6.
And it's going to be Dan Moriarty continuing with spin after lunch from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And yeah, you imagine Essex's fortunes in this innings heavily reliant now on Michael Pepper and what he can produce. Yes,
and Thane to a lesser extent, but certainly after these two, with all due respect to what's followed, Simon Harmer, you know, he has got his first-class centuries, but these are the last two recognised batsmen. And of course, by virtue of Jamie Porter being out last night, it means we get to the rest of the tail earlier.
So Moriarty into Fane and just blocked, pushed back by Fane. And in the context of the innings so far, Fane has played well, stuck in there, soaked up a lot of balls, looks defensively sound at times, although there have been a few sort of miscued shots, but he's still around, which is the most important thing. As Moriarty in again to Fane, and again just puts it forward. He's not looking to play any shots against the spin so far. So Fane 17 off the 59 deliveries. Michael Pepper 23 off 45 as Moriarty into Fane again, and he just steps back and just pods it defensively forward again. And we've seen a lot of movement this morning from the pitch. It'd be interesting to see how much turn the spinners can generate post-lunch. It's Moriarty in again, and a lovely drive by Fane, but picked up at point and takes the single.
Thank you, Andrew, very much from emailing from Newmarket. Really appreciated what you said, and I wonder if there's any racing there today. Ever been to Newmarket? I mean,
no,
it's virtually nothing but racing, wall-to-wall racing. As soon as you get to the town, it's I think Keith Fletcher lives there now.
Okay.
Who was here earlier, the president of the society, of the club now.
It's Moriarty just hit leg side by Pepper for the single.
Bradders from sunny Dorset emails. Thank you very much. Yeah, first time I've been on air this season, and my colleague Paul, whom you mentioned, he's been on air a bit this season.
Moriarty, and then this time just blocked out by Fane. And one more delivery in this over. Oh no, that's the end of the over. Sorry, I should say. Essex 98 for 6, and Fane and Michael Pepper still at the crease, looking to take. Well, firstly, looking to take Essex past the 100 mark, and then from there build towards reducing that deficit. Yorkshire, obviously, 216 all out yesterday, and advantage still firmly with Yorkshire at this point in time.
Oh yes, very much. So thanks, brothers, very much. Andrew emails again from Newmarket saying he was lucky enough to play for Elmstead Market near Colchester. Oh yes, I've watched cricket at Elmstead Market, lovely little ground, and there's an ex-delivery it's just met with the full face of the bat and played out defensively. Actually, I'm just going to read that again and see if I've misunderstood it. I've been lucky enough to play for Elmstead Market. Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, I didn't see the comma. Commas. I played on the at Colchester on the Castle Park. In fact, I don't think I covered myself in glory, but then I seldom did when I played club cricket.
I'm sure that's not true.
Well, it's not false modesty, it's harsh reality as Code moves in. Bowls. And again, Pepper goes forward, with determination.
Determination, there we go.
Hang on, I have to work on that adverb.
Dick, of course, outside of Chelmsford, of course.
Determinedly, yes, that's it.
Outside of Chelmsford, do you have a particular ground you're fond of or that you enjoy watching cricket at?
You mean a county ground?
Yeah, a county ground in the country.
Well, I mean, everybody loves, well, I say everybody, you know, Worcester.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, it's an interesting question. I think also Hove, I really like, not just the ground at Hove, but I love Brighton. I think Brighton is a bit like, you know, the proverbial Marmite, you either like it
Yeah.
and I just love Brighton. I love its cosmopolitan atmosphere, and the cricket ground is just splendid, quite, somewhat old-fashioned, but I like that as well. And in former times, when the counties used to play the universities, I liked Fenners at Cambridge. You ever been there?
No, I've not been there, no.
Although I always had this pang of guilt, you know, because there's this sort of, how shall I put it, this whiff of academia hanging over the ground. Makes me think if only I'd worked a bit harder at A-levels, I could have come there, rather than, well, no, I won't say rather than, because that sort of rather downplays where I did go. But, yeah. And, a top edge, and sorry, I rearranged these utterances into some meaningful words. It went high in the air off the top edge, and George Hill gave hot pursuit from the slips down towards third man, but it was always going to get the better of him.
Yeah.
And it bounced away. After all that, I didn't see if it bounced over for 4 or not.
No, I don't think it did. No.
No,
just went for 1.
No, just the scores moved on to 98 for 6. So on the brink of the magic 3 figures.
Yeah, I think Hove and New Road often come up when you ask people about their favourite grounds, just because they have such distinct features. Obviously, New Road with the cathedral, Hove with the seagulls and everything that comes with Brighton.
Yes. There again, seagulls, they're in themselves, they're a bit sort of Marmite-ish. I love them or loathe them. I really love watching seagulls just sort of gliding around on the thermals, or whatever they call it.
They're great when they're not coming for your food, I guess.
Yes, right. Oh yes.
Moriarty into Michael Pepper, and just driven, lovely shot there from Michael Pepper, and that's going to go past deep point and for a 4. And Michael Pepper, we've seen a few well-timed shots this innings, and that's another one off the spin of Moriarty.
Yeah.
And that takes, importantly, that takes Essex past the 100 mark, 103 for 6 here, as Pepper tries to lead the fight back here at Chelmsford.
I also have 2 or 3 grounds which I really don't like, but
okay. Are we going to go into those?
No. I'm not going to go into them in either way. And some, when the schedule comes round, I try and say to the boss, oh, I'd really rather not go to such and such a place.
Moriarty in once again
to Pepper, and then at this time he just puts it leg side, picks up a single. Have you watched much cricket abroad in other countries?
Not really, no. In fact, very, very little. And neither of those are any any exotic part of the world. When Essex were in one of the one-day competitions, which included Ireland, Scotland, and Holland, I went to all those grounds. Not that Scotland is a foreign country, but Dublin and Holland were.
Moriarty interfere, and he just steps back, and Bairstow with his hands on his head.
Great days in the two matches in Holland, absolutely wonderful. And I made a weekend of it. I hasten to add, dear licence fee payer, the BBC weren't.
Was that in Amsterdam, the ground?
Yes, yeah. And very, very, very. Oh no, one of them was in Amsterdam, one of them was in Rotterdam.
Oh wow, very nice. So Pepper on strike again to Moriarty, and this time he just puts it on the offside and doesn't take a run.
And the hospitality was unbelievable. So much food.
Oh, that's always good. They
kept trying to ply us with drink during the course of the commentary. And we say no. mustn't. I'm a professional.
Pepper again this time just blocked out.
And at the end of the day's play, they said, "You have been declining our hospitality all afternoon. You must accept it now."
Yes.
So we said, "Oh yes, okay." Thank you.
So Pepper on strike to Moriarty. Oh, and he's gone!
Gone.
The spin worked, and the crucial wicket of Michael Pepper. He's edged Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps, and he goes for 30. Essex 105 for 7, and a key breakthrough shortly after lunch for Yorkshire. Dan Moriarty with his spin getting the edge of Michael Pepper there. And Pepper will be disappointed in that. Was looking good earlier in the over, but he has to walk back to the pavilion.
For 30.
Yep.
Pepper was caught by Johnny Bairstow off the bowling of Dan Moriarty.
And that's a big breakthrough for Yorkshire. Pepper and Noah Fane were looking to build a sturdy partnership, and they've managed to break it at a valuable time for them.
Yes, they added 46 between them, so it was useful runs. At least it, well, first of all, it avoided the follow-on. It still hasn't got really to any semblance of respectability.
So Simon Harmer comes out.
Yeah, although of course Yorkshire did only get 216, so well, no, Essex is still a little bit more than 100 behind. But if they can whittle it down to, I don't know, a deficit of 50, perhaps they might think they're in with a reasonable chance. And the way the ball has been behaving, particularly from this end, the end of Moriarty is now bowling. I mean, Simon Harmer will have been watching that and rubbing his hands in glee.
Exactly.
And now that he's out there batting, he'll also be watching it even more assiduously. That's today's word. Where did that come from? So it's the end of the over, so Harmer won't be facing immediately. And Hode is continuing from the Graham Gooch end. Moves in now, right arm over the wicket, outside the off stump. Allowed to go through to wicketkeeper Bairstow. Has 3 slips, keeping him immediate company. Then there's a backward point. Short extra cover, a mid-off. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And which should leave 3 on the leg side. Mid-wicket, deep backward square. And 1 more somewhere. He may be tucked away at third man. We're just out of our view. Or finally, possibly, but unlikely. And there's a mid-on as well. I knew there must be a third. That's just played defensively, trickles out on the onside. Yes, so it's a conventional 6-3 field. I haven't asked you if you play club cricket or cricket of any sort.
Yeah, so growing up in a Guyanese family, I grew up playing on Streatham Common.
Right.
A lot of family, and then briefly was at Spencer in South London. And
yeah, they're one of the top clubs.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't add much to their credentials. And then I played at university, Queen Mary's in East London.
As Next delivery gets pushed out to mid-off. And where's their sports ground?
Queen Mary's was in Fairlop.
Oh, right. Yes, I know it.
Yeah. Initially, as my heroes were Courtney Walsh and Curtly Ambrose, I dreamed of being a pace bowler. Fortunately, you have to have pace to succeed in that role, so turned to off spin and a bit of opening batting while at university.
Right.
Before my time as a slog hitter, I could have had an IPL contract if I was born a few years later.
Now you'll be on your way home. As that's played square on the offside.
Did you see Dick a few weeks ago? 14-year-old in the IPL smashed 100.
I saw that there was one. I wasn't watching it, no, but I did read about it. Yes, incredible.
Absolutely remarkable.
Gosh, when I was 14, I was just spotting for O levels.
Yeah, I think 14 is I've never heard of that at top level cricket.
No. That's pushed out to the onside.
I'll have to look into the records, but I'm sure county cricket, the youngest age is maybe 15. Someone having played. But I'd have to go deep into the record books to find out.
Well, it might. There's so much available online now.
Yeah.
It might not be too difficult. For a long time, Brian Close was the longest man to have played Test cricket for England. But I've got a feeling that even that record may have been confined to history and surpassed. But I couldn't think who it would be by. That's just played out on the onside. And it's the end of the over. If anybody knows or can ascertain who's the youngest player to play, should we say County Championship cricket?
Yeah, I may have stumbled across the answer.
Oh, right.
Barney Gibson made his debut for Yorkshire in April 2011, aged 15 years and 27 days.
Right.
Yep. That's the youngest according to Google.
Oh, well, they should know. Other search engines available.
He'd beat the previous record held for 144 years by Charles Young, who represented Hampshire at the age of 15 years and 131 days, way back in 1867. There you go.
Well, I do a midweek piece for the Wednesday evening programme. And this week, I thought it'd be appropriate, bearing in mind what's been going on. I researched what Essex cricket during and immediately after the war.
Yeah.
Come back to that. Commentary is the most important thing.
Moriarty into Harmer, spinner to spinner, and Harmer just blocks that. Goes
In fact,
down
I'll wait till the end of the over, because we're fully aware that commentating on every delivery is the most important aspect of these broadcasts. Anything else is the icing on the cake or the marzipan, depending whether you like it or not.
That's Harmer on strike again, and again just blocks it out. And you were saying, Dick, Harmer, more than a capable batsman, has a first-class century to his name?
Yes, he does. He's well, I suppose this applies to most batsmen. Sometimes he looks quite vulnerable early on, but once he's got up to maybe double figures, he looks much more assured. As I say, that's hardly surprising and hardly unique.
As Harmer just prods that leg side and takes the single to bring Noah Fame on strike. So Essex 106 for 7. Still 110 behind Yorkshire's first inning score of 216.
Yes.
The run rate has crept over 2 runs and over, so we've been in for a treat this past hour or so.
Yes. So
Moriarty into Vane. He steps back and just pushes that leg side, but he doesn't pick up a run for that.
The run rates are of little importance at this stage of the game.
Yeah, there's so much time left in the game. Essex's job is just for the batters to dig in and stay in for as long as possible, as Fane just steps back and plods that along the offside. As Moriarty will be looking to make another breakthrough. Got the crucial wicket of Michael Pepper. Drew his edge in his last over. And he comes in for the final delivery of his over. Noah Fane on strike. Fane just drives that across. Oh,
well
picked
fielded.
up, well fielded. At point. And excellent save, because that looked destined to go for a 4.
It did. If he hadn't got a left hand to it, then it would have undoubtedly gone through for 4.
And that ends the over. Essex 106 for 7. Simon Harmer and Noah Fane on strike.
Yes, as I say, I was researching what happened to Essex cricket during the war and immediately after. Obviously, during the war, it virtually packed up. There was a little bit of. The clubs tried to carry on initially for 1939, 1940, but the longer the war went on, they found it understandably more difficult to raise sides. There were far more important things going on in the world than playing cricket. And similarly, Essex, well, they didn't play any championship cricket whatever during the war years. So they did have a few games, but naturally with the cream of the side as the next delivery comes in. Bowls, and that's just played by Harmer out on the onside, no addition to the score of 106 for 7. Yeah, there were far, for obvious reasons, far fewer people to call upon to play, and such that one of the sides they put out fielded somebody who had been an Essex player, but he'd retired, and they dragged him out of retirement at the age of 64.
Oh, wow.
And he got a few wickets. Can't remember his name now. It might come to me. As next delivery. That's just pushed out on the offside. Yes, there are some wonderful websites for researching history of cricket and records and things. And yeah, it helps one sound terribly knowledgeable, but of course, in fact, it just means that you know where to look rather than you carrying it all in your head. Coyd moves in, right arm over the wicket, past umpire Chantry, met with a stern defence from the South African, just pushing it out on the onside. Trickles out to mid-on, rubs the ball on his trousers before returning it to the bowler. Now Coyd must have been with Yorkshire for quite a few years. We just look him up in the poor man's wisdom. Coyd moves in again. Bowls. Pushed out on the offside, no addition to the score. Well, that won't tell me, I've got the wrong page, that's Worcestershire. Coyd Benjamin, born in Harrogate, nice town. Debut for Yorkshire 2016, so this is what, his 10th season. If you count the COVID season.
Yeah.
Oh, what a delivery that was. And yeah, it's one of those deliveries as a batsman, you just have to say either to yourself or sometimes even to the bowler, yep, fair enough, mate, that was a good one. And I was lucky not to get out, not to get an edge to it.
Yeah.
As movement off the wicket, or whether you're bowling a spin or seam, it doesn't have to be necessarily lavish movement. It's slightly over pitch, but only played out straight to the short mid wicket. I mean, the difference between the middle of the bat and the edge of the bat is only a couple of inches.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Bat as a spinner, if you move it too much, then it misses the bat and sometimes everybody else by the proverbial mile.
Yeah.
So 106 for 7. Jonathan just re-enters. To make sure I earn my keep, I'll do one more over.
Okay. Followed by a quick sprint to get your lunch, Dick. I know
Followed
you've
by
been
a quick
eagerly
sprint
anticipating.
where they'll say, "Oh no, mate, no. Do you know it's 10 past 2 now? We're sold out." and I'll mutter, "Oh bother."
So it's going to be Moriarty to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Noah Fain to take strike. Moriarty with that key breakthrough after lunch of Michael Pepper will be looking to get another wicket in this over. Into Fain and just drives that leg side and picks up a single to bring Simon Harmer on strike.
As an emergency vehicle wheels its way through the middle of Chelmsford, no doubt you can hear that. It's just over our right shoulder, really. This is so near the middle of the city. Can't think of many grounds where the ground is so near the middle. Taunton, it's pretty close, but about similar distance, probably.
Moriarty into Harmer and just blocked.
Oh, and the aforementioned Hove, of course. That's
Yeah.
yeah.
It's Moriarty in once again to Simon Harmer on strike, and Harmer just progged that on the offside and he doesn't pick up a run. And yeah, as you were saying, Essex don't need to really worry about the run rate at this point in time.
No.
It's more about sticking around,
Not in the least.
digging in. Still plenty of time to go in this match.
Oh yes, we've only had what, 4 sessions
Yeah.
and 4 sessions and half an hour so far, and a good weather forecast, I think.
And again, just blocked by Harmer. Cautiously seen off the spin of Moriarty so far. Harmer not looking to play any shots so far.
No, well, he has got 1 run to his name.
Moriarty in again to Harmer and just drives at that and misses. And I spoke too soon about not trying to play any shots there.
Yes, quite. That would have raised the optimism with Bairstow and company. No doubt he said something about it.
Final delivery of the over. Moriarty into Harmer, and this time he just taps on the offside and doesn't pick up a run, and that ends the over. Essex 107 for 7. Dick, I'll let you run off to get your well-deserved lunch.
Once Jonathan is booted, suited, ready to go. He's taken his pullover off. I'm tempted to take mine off as well. So yeah, he's raring to go. He's well fed and watered, and I'll go and do the same.
Thanks, Dick. So, continues to enthrall this one. 3 for 20 off 18, Ben Code. 3 for 41 off 14, George Hill. 1 for 17 off 7, Dan Moriarty. That was a very sharp catch while I was off air, wasn't it, by Johnny Bairstow to see the back of Michael Pepper.
Yeah,
Bess, just the 1 maiden to his name. And we're going to see a change of bowling and trying to get the job finished here. George Hill is back on at the Graham Gooch end and driven very well. First up by Noah Thane. Just a little too much half volley length from George on that occasion. And lovely shot, something for Thane to latch onto. I should also say at this juncture, I mentioned 1 over for Dom Bess, and got a little message from Russell, from Russ Bess, who's out tuning in from the yacht Manitou on the Aegean Sea, would you believe?
Wow.
So we did ask for where people are listening. And there you go. You should be here, Russ, supporting your son. What's going on? Sun in it. In the Aegean. I mean, who would when he could be at Chelmsford? Here's Hill bowling to Thane, who's solidly behind that and blocking. No run.
I was going to say, I thought us here at Chelmsford was a glamorous location, but I think a yacht on the Aegean Sea slightly pips it. Just slightly. Welcome back, Jonathan. Did you have a good lunch?
I did. Yeah, had a Curry from the van, which at the first time, let it go down in the diary, there was not a single person that I had to queue behind. In all my previous visits, that's never ever been anything remotely the case, usually about 20th at best in the queue. So that was handy. As Hill's in again, and that's pushed into the offside by Thane and fielded by Harry Duke, who's on there in number 22. Doing a swap of fielding. Still managing to sport the Asterix look, long blonde hair and a tash. Thought he might pop round and do a bit on air with us, but he's obviously taken the soft option and gone out there on the field.
Yeah.
3 slips in place. Hill bowling straight, asking the batters to defend their stumps, and while ever they have to do that, if there's any deviation off the pitch, there could be a little bit of trouble. Nice in here. I got sort of a little bit, not quite burnt yesterday, but I did look fairly pink, I think, by the end of the day.
Yeah.
Hill comes in. Oh, he's had a go at this one. It's gone. Thane couldn't resist it. George Hill hanging it outside off stump, and the length drew him into playing the shot, and a feather through to Johnny Bairstow. An 8th Essex wicket has gone down with just 111 runs on the board, and George Hill strikes for a 4th time in the match.
And another blow for Essex here, as Yorkshire work their way into the tail end now, and they'll be looking to bowl Essex out now rather quickly here at Chelmsford. There's George Hill with his 4th wicket. He's bowled it exceptionally well.
Yeah, Thane 24 off 78 balls, so he'd certainly hung around for a while out there and doing his best to get used to conditions, but there haven't been many that have been thrown up in either innings for players to hit, and it's a really good piece of bowling by George again. First ball of the over.
Looks like Shane Snater will be coming out to bat.
Yep, first ball of the over was driven just wide of mid-off for 4, just slightly over pitched, and that ball that he got the wicket with there, Santoki, not massively dissimilar, but in terms of length, it just pulled it back up the pitch that little bit, and it's drawn him into playing that drive again. And yeah, the feather through to Johnny Bairstow took a, as I was saying, a really good catch off Dan Moriarty. That was much more simple.
Yeah, exactly. And Thane had been resolute in his defence, so he was drawn out by that delivery from Hill, and big scalp there, because now we're firmly into the tail end here.
And George Hill looking for a Michelle. He's got 1 ball in this over to try and do it. 4 for 45 now. Just about bang on 3 and over. So Shane Snater, right-handed. Hill in and bowling, and he drives his first ball quite confidently up to mid-on to complete the over. So 15 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 45. George Hill, 3 and over, tidy as ever, and 4 wickets to his name here, and he's deserved them all. 111 for 8 after 55. Still 57 overs of play remaining on day 2. And the way this match is going, we're going to be moving on and have a fair idea, I think, by the end of today, which way this match is likely to go.
Yeah, definitely. Snater scored 48 in his last match against Worcestershire, so he can bat. He hit 5 4s and a 6 in that innings, so he is a very attacking player coming down the order, and how Essex would love him to get something around that score in this innings. As it's going to be Moriarty to continue with Simon Harmer on strike. Moriarty with the left arm spin, and an attempted clip leg side, missed by Harmer. There you can just see the dust coming up as he played that shot. So Moriarty in again to Harmer. Harmer just steps back and pods that leg side, doesn't pick up a run.
Yeah, I dare say it's going to be pretty difficult second time around for Yorkshire as well.
Yeah.
To try and score runs here when you've got this man in particular bowling at you.
Moriarty into Harmer again, steps back and just pods that on the offside, and again doesn't pick up a run. And,
that's why Santoki is really important for them to get this finished as quickly as they can and take as many runs as possible with them into a lead.
Moriarty in to Harmer again and just pods that leg side, doesn't pick up a run. Well, yeah, we saw in Yorkshire's innings a capitulation of wickets falling down the middle order, so they are vulnerable, and as you said, Simon Harmer on a deteriorating pitch, we know what he can do. As Moriarty in once again to Harmer on strike. He drives that forward, just goes straight back to Moriarty. Essex 111 for 8. Final delivery of the over. And just blocked out by Simon Harmer to see off the over. So 111 for 8. Essex trail by 105 runs. And still a lot of work for these two to do to try and claw back some of the deficit, with Yorkshire having scored 216 in the first innings.
Yeah, just 17 to make it scored since lunch for the loss of 2 wickets in what is now 40 minutes of play. That just shows you, again, keep saying it, but it is worth reiterating how well Yorkshire have bowled here. Gave Essex plenty of slaps on the back for the way they approached it with the ball yesterday. Johnny Bairstow removes the helmet, puts the cap back in place because George Hill is going to try and pick up his 5th, and he's doing so against Shane Snater here, who plays that top of the bounce into the offside. Tattersall round to do the fielding. Just Kason Raita to come in at 11 for Essex. I must confess I've not seen him bat in the flesh before, and I'm guessing he's not at number 11 for any other reason than the other 10 are perhaps maybe a little bit handier. Snater pushes one into the offside, and Wharton round from point to do the fielding. It's pretty warm out there. Just had a little saunter round and then chat with some of the spectators.
Yep, Rajiv averages 9 in first-class cricket, so fair to say there's not much expectation around him producing runs, although you never know. Sri Lanka international, played 18 tests for them.
Here's Hill. Snater tries to play an attacking shot across the line, misses out. He's been talking to Cookie, actually, George Hill's godfather, who says he taught George all he knows about bowling. Looks like he did a pretty good job.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Here he is again, George, and driven down the ground this time by Snater to mid-off, where Ben Code does the fielding. No run. Bit of chit-chat and slip. Don Bess, star of the BBC Radio Leeds cricket show, Thursday evening, 6 till 7. Get the plug in. He was on with me on Thursday night. Adam Lyth at 2nd, Finlay Bean at 3rd, and George Hill bowling now to Snater, who's on the drive again. And again, can't get it past Ben Code. So what's George got up his sleeve here? He's got him on the front foot a couple of times. He's given him the chance to drive and get his hands through the ball. It's not brought him any runs, but Shane Snater is looking like a man who's not going to be looking at too many before he tries to play his next scoring shot, and that could prove dangerous on this pitch, as he's going to get some runs here. It was short of length, guided nicely by Snater on this occasion. James Wharton dived to his left at point, but couldn't really, and it's a fairly short boundary down there. Raced away for 4 off the last ball of the 57th. Harmer on 1, Snater off the mark with that boundary. George Hill 4 for 49 now off 16 overs, and it's 115 for 8.
Yeah, as you predicted there, Jonathan, Snater was looking to play shots and he finally connected with one. It's a fast outfield, so raced away for 4. Yorkshire are going to continue with the spin of Moriarty from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and it will be Simon Harmer on strike. Just scored the 1 run so far. And Snater's going to continue to play shots. I'm sure Harmer will be happy to dig in and stick around. Moriarty into Harmer, just blocked by Harmer. And of course these two at the crease, Simon Harmer, South African international. Shane Snater played for some white ball cricket for the Netherlands, so both have international experience. So Moriarty in again to Harmer and just driven at that one on the offside, but picked up at cover and no run taken. In again to Harmer, and this time he just clips that leg side, and again no run.
Yeah, just threw that one up a little fuller. It's Harmer on strike once again, and this time he just blocks at it. They're happy to just see out the spin here, Harmer. It's a long day, isn't it, if you do that?
Yeah.
Without trying to come back with something of your own, as Yorkshire found out against his bowling yesterday.
Exactly. So final delivery of the over, and Harmer just drives at that one, but it's picked up at point, and that's the end. No, one more delivery in the over. So far nothing given. 5 dot balls for Moriarty. As he comes in for the final delivery of the over from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Into Harmer, and Harmer drives at that, and it goes past everyone. Goes past Lip, and it's going to run away for a 4.
Again, a bit of bite and turn and bounce, the whole lot there, which, as it turns out, didn't do anybody apart from the Essex total any good. Goes down as a maiden for Moriarty. Second he's bowled. 1 for 17 off 9. I'm going to have to duck out and do my 2:30 update if you could just turn off the mic.
And yeah, some turn there from Moriarty, so he shouldn't be too disheartened. Promising signs for his next over from the Sir Alistair Cook end. As it's going to be George Hill to continue from the Graham Gooch end. 4 wickets now for Hill for just 49 runs. And he's bowled well for Yorkshire. And it will be Shane Snater on strike. So Hill into Snater and just driven forward, and it clipped Hill on the shin. And Hill gets up after that hit and walks back. And Snater has driven a few times already in his brief innings, so he is looking to score runs. Attack is the best form of defence if you're Shane Snater. As Hill runs in again from the Graham Gooch end into Snater, and again he just drives at that one on the offside but can't pick up a run. And it's now 119 for 8. Essex still trail by 97. Going to be Hill coming in once again. Shane Snater on strike. Snater again drives it forward. Is that going to run away? No, just picked up at mid-on. Initially it looked like it could run away for 4, however it slowed down. And he picks up the single to bring Simon Harmer on strike. And Yorkshire will also be wary of the turn that Moriarty got in that last over, because they know Simon Harmer will be bowling at them in the second innings, and we all know what Simon Harmer can do with the ball. So he'll into Harmer this time, bowls a Yorker. Harmer just blocks it out. Hill has bowled well this morning and this afternoon in the sun here at Chelmsford. Lovely day, nice breeze as well. There's a decent sized crowd here. We'll be hoping Essex can score a few more runs this innings. As a Hill into Harmer again, and Harmer just blocks that one out and it goes on the offside. And just the 1 run conceded so far this over from Hill. Johnny Bairstow just having a little chat with those at slip. 3 men at slip. As Hill comes in again to Harmer on strike, and this time he just clips it leg side and picks up a single. And that ends the over. Essex 121 for 8-2, coming off that last over from George Hill, who has 4 wickets to his name. Simon Harmer with the 2 runs, and Shane Snater, who's played a few shots, has only scored 5 runs so far. As will we continue with the spin, or are we going to see a change at the Sir Alistair Cook end? And it looks like it is going to be Moriarty to continue with some left arm spin from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and it will be Simon Harmer on strike. Just a few field changes here for Yorkshire. And just the 2 men at slip now. For Harmer on strike. Will he continue to just try and see out the spin of Moriarty here as he runs in? And yeah, just blocked on the leg side by Simon Harmer. Not taking any risks here. So yeah, Moriarty turns around pretty quickly and is coming back in again. Second delivery of the over. Into Harmer, and again just blocked, stepped back and blocked it. And he's looking to frustrate this Yorkshire bowling attack here, Simon Harmer. Decent sized crowd here at Chelmsford on the Saturday. Lovely weather, can't ask for much more.
And Dan Moriarty bowling here at Sir Alistair Cook end. He's got 1 for 17 against
So Moriarty in again to Simon Harmer on strike. And Harmer just steps forward and prods that on the offside. And again, not looking to score any runs here, Harmer. Just seeing off the deliveries, waiting for the right opportunity to score. Scored 2 runs but faced 32 deliveries, soaking up the balls. And this time he clips it leg side and will pick up an easy single to bring Shane Snater on strike for the final 2 deliveries of the over. Snater, of course, has been more attacking so far, looking to play a shot. He's driven at a few. So a contrasting style so far for the 2 batters at the crease. And Moriarty into Snater, and he drives at this one on the offside. It's just picked up at point, and there's no run taken.
before he was caught, which were routine right on the West.
Final delivery of the over. And he steps back and drives that, and Snater goes down to mid-on, or long on I should say, and picks up a single to keep strike for the next over. So he really drove at that, Snater. Only managed to pick up a single. There was a fielder at long on to stop it running away for a boundary. What has been a fast outfield here at Chelmsford. Have seen a few boundaries run away. And it will be George Hill continuing for his 18th over. He's taken 4 wickets. Bowled really well. Been consistent with his line and length. Got a lot of movement as well out of this pitch. Drawn the edge of a few top order batters. As it's Hill into Snater on strike. Oh, and he gets him. Hill draws the edge just as we talked about the movement, and it's a 5-for for George Hill. Picks up his 5th wicket of the innings. The Yorkshire players run in to give him a massive hug. And again, another Essex batter falls edged and taken, and that's Essex 123 for 9. And just looking at the replay of that, yeah, just edged to slip, picked up really well, and well-deserved 5-for for George Hill here. The young man's told hard and got just reward as we hear the emergency sirens around Chelmsford. This means number 11, Kasum Rajifa, the Sri Lankan international, will be coming out to bat. And will this change the complexion of how Simon Harmer bats? You'd imagine he's not going to look to see out deliveries now. He might try to play shots and build the runs. As we welcome Jonathan back.
Thanks, Santoki. Another cracking delivery from George, wasn't it? Just tempting the batters to have a little nibble at it, and you know it's difficult enough for top players to not get involved there, but certainly tail enders. That's one of the reasons why I guess they do back down there, because they're just that discipline of leaving a ball that he could have left, couldn't he? Really, he's not going to hit the stumps. That a tempting, tasty teaser from George Hill, and he's got him his 5th wicket.
Great use of the alliteration there from Jonathan. As yeah, George Hill's bowled really well for his 5-for, well deserved, and he'll be looking to wrap up this innings in this over, you'd imagine, the form he's in. As Rajifa takes strike for his first delivery of the game, and he just nudges that down and thinks of a run, is sent back. No. And a bit of indecision there between Harmer and Rajifa. As Rajifa tried to get a quick single, and Simon Harmer sent him back.
Apologies, folks. I'm still trying to update things. When you're doing an update live and a wicket falls or a goal scored, or it's always the worst thing because you can't actually make your notes. You just got to talk about it.
So Hill into Rajifa again. This time he just blocks at it. So we got 4 in slip behind Rajifa.
So it was 6 off 13 deliveries and a 4 for Shane Snater. George Hill, another 5-for.
Oh, LBW shout from Hill, and it's given! And Hill with his 6th wicket, and that wraps up the innings. Essex 123 all out. An outstanding performance from George Hill. And
yeah, brilliant effort, Santoki. He's just nagged and nagged and nagged away all the time, asking questions, and you can see how the lads appreciate that out there, getting big hugs from Ben Code and Jack White and Matthew Revis. And he'll finish with 6 for 51. There we go, 6 for 51. our PA announcer has backed that up. From 17 overs and 4 balls, including 3 maidens. Brilliant effort from him. His 55th first-class match, and he's closing in on 100 first-class wickets. 6 for 26 is his best bowling, so he's not quite going to manage to eclipse that. But that was an excellent effort from him, and backed up by everybody in the Yorkshire side there. So they'll be delighted, having been in the position they were in later on yesterday afternoon. When it was 5:05, I think, when they were finally all dismissed. We thought it was a bit short of Yorkshire, as we say up north, but well, they've got themselves a healthy lead there, and they've put themselves in a very strong position now, going from a difficult position to a strong position in 24 hours or so, and they've worked really hard to earn that.
Yeah, 93-run lead, and all the momentum with Yorkshire, as a few Yorkshire fans, I'm imagining, at the ground standing to applause as the players walk off the field. And Jonathan will be back in about 10 minutes time, right, for Yorkshire to come out to bat for their second innings, so you'll be joined again by Jonathan and Dick Davis when we return.
welcome back your on-field umpires, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Jack Chantry. We have a minimum of 49 overs.
Well, welcome back to the county ground at Chelmsford, where Essex have just been bowled out for 123, a deficit of 93 on first innings. So, that's what I was looking for. My pen, thank you. So effectively, Yorkshire start second innings at 93 without loss, and it's been very much Yorkshire's day up to now. But we've all watched enough cricket over the years to know that it could change. So presumably it will be Adam Lyth and Finley Bean making their way to the crease. In fact, they are there, getting to the middle before the fielding side, who are having almost their obligatory huddle in the outfield.
Just go through the Yorkshire bowling figures, Dick. We didn't do that at the end of the Essex innings. Ben Code, 18 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 20. Jack White, 11 overs, 4 maidens, none for 15. George Hill, 17.4 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 51. Matthew Revis, 3 overs for 13. Dan Moriarty, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19. And Don Best, 1 over, 1 maiden, none for none. 123 all-out Essex in 60.4 overs, with Simon Harmer, I should say, not out 3 from 33 deliveries. And there were just the 7 extras, 5 byes and 2 no balls, so they kept things tidy in that respect as well. Yorkshire, tidier than they have on quite a few occasions. Last week been a case in point where there were loads of extras in the Warwickshire runs column, and that's to their credit as well. So they've given themselves a really good chance with a 90-odd run lead in what has so far been a low-scoring game. But as Dick just said, cricket, well, all sorts of stuff happens in championship games. That's why we love it. Over the 4 days, things can change.
Should we swap ends?
Do you want me to do this, or
Yeah, you can do the first over.
Jamie Porter then. In and bowling to Adam Lyth. 3 slips in place. First ball straight and blocked by the man from Whitby. Bit of stretching going on down at long leg. There's a point in place. Allison's in the covers. Westley at mid-off for these 2 left-handers. Raither is at mid-on. Also a mid-wicket. That's the field set up. Gloriously sunny day here in Chelmsford. And round the wicket, Porter drops it right up there on the spot. Lyth defends. Not beyond the realms again that this could be a low-scoring second innings, but with a 93-run lead already in the bag, that's a major fillip when you'd only scored 216 yourselves first up. If they bat well here, well, who knows. Porter is in. Lyth looking like he's pushing into the offside. Cannon's off the inside of the bat up to mid-on. No run. You can get in touch on the usual at JDZ events or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Porter making his way in again. Lyth pushes back to the Essex bowler. There's no run.
Or you can get in touch via BBC Essex Cricket, all one string of letters, at gmail.com. Thank you very much, and we'd warmly welcome your contributions, which are so valuable to these commentaries.
Here comes Porter again. Wide of off stump, and Lyth leaves. Jamie Porter, the first time I've seen him bowl from this end, I think, in the match. He there's something about his run-up which he's working hard to get to the wicket. His elbows are pumping out a little bit. You wouldn't kind of say aesthetically it looks like a Michael Holding used to do, for example, would you? Jack White also looks like he's working to get to the wicket for Yorkshire. Different sort of running style, but here comes Porter again. Right elbow pumping, and he's in. Lovely shot by Lyth. That's going to get Yorkshire going for this second innings. Just too much width and too full this time for from Jamie Porter, and he paid the price with a boundary, so the lead goes up to 97 at 4 without loss in the Yorkshire second innings. Katie Day says she enjoyed the Scarborough chat. That was earlier on. Up there for the twos game the other day. Glorious sunshine with a lovely breeze. Finlay Bean, with his back to us, takes his guard. And it's going to be Shane Snater to open from the Graham Gooch end. I think Dick is still with us.
I am indeed, yes. I'm just reading emails. Sorry, I hadn't gone away. But it's going to be the second over of the innings. Right arm round the wicket from Snater.
Yep. That one kept low down the leg side. Craig Trapp says, I'm sure he said it was a decent batting track yesterday when Yorkshire were dismissed. Well, it certainly looked that way. Speaking to the lads last night, they all thought the same. In fact, I think they thought after an hour's play that they were booked in for the full 4 days and a draw. So
Slater round the
there you
wicket. Bowls and outside Beans left leg off stump. Sorry. Jeff emails us from. Yeah, I'm sorry if I appeared to go sort of off piste for a moment or two. I was reading the emails. Jeff from Madeira. Thank you for your opening sentence. Watched a few games on and off between numerous hospital visits, but hadn't heard you. Hoped you hadn't been sacked. Oh well, you never know. It's only a matter of time. And that's just worked well on the onside.
It's always better to be off piste, I found, Dick, than the other way around.
Well, yeah, just about. Yeah. Watching. Oh well, this makes us feel all the more guilty. Watching from Madeira under overcast skies and torrential rain. I'm sorry to hear you're not well. He says he wants to. Effectively says he wants to get back, watch some bit of cricket in England when he's given permission to fly again. So that's played out just backwards square on the offside. So we wish you well, Jeff, and thanks for taking the trouble to email us. Really appreciate it.
DBH says, my parents reckon they worked with Dick Graham at Willis back in the 80s. Could you check his CV and let me know if this could have happened? I don't know. Who's Dick Graham?
A racing man? No.
Clive Graham was a racing man back in the day.
That's just worked well on the onside.
Lily says, a fantastic fifer by George Hill. I love watching George Hill bowl. That is at JDZ Events. Martin Bloomfield's happy with Gorgeous George, as he says, doing the job for the Tykes.
So Snater from the far end, which from our point of view is Graham Gooch end down the leg side. Bairstow diving it well, no, sprawling away to his right to take it into the over. Email from Eddie in Frinton. I'd have put a jacket on if I'd known we were going to get emails from people in Frinton. Thank you very much for your opening sentence. I'm listening in my garden as I work on building my new shed. Oh, best of luck with that. With regards to favourite cricket grounds, I haven't had the good fortune to travel the world to see cricket, but I have seen a good number of Essex cricket grounds. My favourite ground is now Frinton. Oh, I've been to Frinton Cricket Club many a occasion and had a great afternoon there. Where I have settled, it's close to the sea and surrounded by trees and open fields, with a nice bar. It certainly has.
Here's Porter to Lythe, turns it into the leg side for 1.
Keep up the good work, you say as well. Thank you very much. From Ed or Eddie. Ed. Yeah, Frinton Cricket Club in the East Anglian Premier League. They didn't have the best of seasons last year. It was a bit of a touch and go as to whether they'd stay in it, but they did. I'm glad to see. Although the other Essex side, Saffron Walden, did get relegated out of it.
Here's Porter wide on the crease round the wicket. Bean gets the delivery on leg stump, turns it down to long leg for 1. Martin Bloomfield has emailed bbcwestyorkshiresport@gmail.com. Said, as usual, George Scourge is doing the job for the Tykes, as I mentioned. My slight concern, however, is that Johnny B may be bowling him into the ground. Can't win these lads, can they? Given the usual list of injuries, I would hate to see him sitting on the physio bench next week when we take on the current champions. Give a lad a break, I would say. It's keeping him going to try and get the job finished. Porter in, it's wide of off stump, and Lythe leaves.
And Paddy, he's in the Pyrenees. Hi guys, as always, really enjoying the coverage. In regards to foreign grounds, I lived in Melbourne for many years. A best mate had membership at the MCG, a very hard thing to get, more than a 10-year waiting list. Well, I think compared with the MCC, that is like yesterday, tomorrow.
Porter in, that's played a bit late by Adam Lythe and chops it into the deck behind him. No run.
I had the privilege, he continues, of enjoying every ODI and test from the best seats in the house for a decade. Watched England win there in 2010, but had to keep my voice down. There's no ground quite like it. No, I can imagine. All the best, Paddy. I'll attempt the pronunciation in a moment.
Porter to Lythe. Ooh, good delivery, full. Adam Lythe falling over it slightly. Not sure if it made contact with anything on the way through to the gloves of Michael Pepper. Hard to tell. He
does give phonetic pronunciation. I didn't do Spanish at school, one of the few languages I didn't want to remember. Ribas de Friser, Spanish side of the Pyrenees. Well, have a splendid time. And that's the emails so far.
Porter to Lythe, straight blade, plays it out to point, and there is no run to complete that over at 6 without loss. Richard Gray has emailed in, enjoying the commentary as ever, not listening from the exotic Aegean, just Bridlington. Would you agree that this is a big innings for Finley Bean, who, if he fails, should be replaced by Will Luxton, who scored an excellent unbeaten century for the second team at Scarborough yesterday? I would say no to that, Richard, and that's with no disrespect to Will Luxton, but bringing him in to open the batting at the Oval next week because he's got a century in the second? I'm all for going away in the second team and making runs, of course I am, and Finley Bean did just that last week.
Slater outside the off stump goes through the wicketkeeper Bairstow.
But I think Will Luxton, when he returns to the side, which he inevitably will do at some point, will be probably 4, 5, 6, something like that, depending upon what the lineup is, rather than up top.
So thanks very much for all the emails coming in today. So keep them coming, whatever the subject, grounds or well, any aspect at all. That's just played defensively by Bean. Yeah, county cricket, club cricket, school cricket. Not there is much now, except in the independent schools, sadly.
Keep going. Are you going to go and
Beach cricket.
Jumpers for goalposts next.
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Wasn't it? Isn't it, Joyce? Yes, lovely. Jumpers for goalposts, yes.
Chalk the stumps on the chalk on the
Oh, yes.
on the wall.
The white lining on the lines. A seagull flying by. Jumpers for goalposts.
Slater moves in and bowls. Oh. Or even places you played cricket. I can remember. I'd mentioned I'd watched cricket in Holland. I remember. Well, I say I remember, not very well. In my mid-20s, I spent about 7 months working in Amsterdam, which took about 12 years off my life. Footloose.
I want to know why, please.
Oh no, not on air. I was put loose and fancy free in those days.
Right,
Well,
we're out for a pint after this tonight. You want some stories?
gosh, what a day to spend 7 months at the company's expense. What a city I'm in. That's outside the off stump. But I also played cricket a bit there. It's all matting surfaces, but great fun it was. And there again, the Dutch played their cricket in those days much the same way as club cricket in England. You know, the social aspect of it was an integral part of it. God, yes. Amsterdam.
You're shaking just even thinking about that, Dick.
As Snater moves in, and that's played pleasantly, but straight to the fielder.
Damien Ainsworth has emailed in saying, "Hi Jonathan, I presume it's your son putting the stranglehold on the hapless Guiseley CC in the local derby today. I'm partially responsible for the plight of Guiseley this season, having inadvertently put a curse on the club. My wife threw away my lucky Guiseley hat before the start of the season, and the Firsts have lost every match since." Oh, I'm not sure what the scores are, but you maybe can keep us up to date, Damien. I do have NV play, but it's difficult enough keeping it with this game rather than that as well.
Slater round the wicket and played backward of square on the offside, fielded by Rothesay. No addition to the score of 6.
I did send him a
loss.
message this morning, good luck message, and asked him where he was playing. He said Guiseley. I said I just sent him 2 words back: front foot. You don't want to go back too often there, in my experience playing there. Ken Lashley, good afternoon to you. He says, yesterday when Yorkshire were all out for 216, your comment was, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, which I echoed. But in the context of that score, a first innings lead of 93 is excellent. Good performance by the bowlers, and of course, North Marine Road is the best ground anywhere. Yeah, they definitely stand by that as well. And I spoke to a few of the lads last night, the coaching staff, and they were in agreement that they felt that they were probably about 100 or so short, or should have had a minimum 300 anyway. So they took that one on the chin, but as Porter's first delivery is blocked there by Adam Lythe, you've got to say that that is without doubt, and they bowled well already on a few occasions this year, but this performance here was comfortably the best that they've put up collectively. They just never stopped
No, they didn't.
asking questions of Essex, and they've got the reward for it, and hats off to them for that. The job isn't done. And we know, as I said at the top of this innings, that cricket is a funny game, so all sorts can still happen as Porter throws one wide of off stump and Lythe leaves. No funnier game than the example of the match here in 2018 when Yorkshire were shot out for, what was it, 52 or something like that, and ended up winning the match inside 2 days. You just, any team who's shot out 52 first up, nobody's going to say they win this match, are they?
No, no.
So
exactly the reverse has happened as well in the past. I've been researching that for the midweek programme.
Porter in, nicely played by Lythe to Wesley at mid-off, no run. Damien's immediately reply with Guiseley are 131 for 9. A. Doige, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 24. That's actually not my son, that's James, who will not bowl but will bat, and that's Andrew, my brother. So the family's getting involved up at Guiseley. Meanwhile, they're in Chelmsford. Jamie Porter. Lovely shot by
fielded.
Lythe. Very good piece of fielding as well in the covers as called by Dick. It was Charlie Allison. Lythe drove it into the ground. It looped up. It was one of those that the crowd sometimes get excited about, thinking it's a catch. Malcolm Palmer says, great stuff from George Hill. As for favourite grounds, you can't beat Scarborough, but I used to love Park Avenue. Great place for watching. Yeah, I enjoyed going there as well. Porter in, straight, Lythe. Oh, he's late down on that one, but he did get the bat there. That was the important thing, and it did draw a few hands-on heads from behind the stumps, and you can kind of understand why. Will Ray says, loving listening to the comms in sunny Jersey. Oh, seen many great holidays back as a child, loved it there. Great performance from Ben and George to give Yorkshire the edge, much more sedate pace than the competition I've just been playing in this week. My team, the Central Commanders, won the European Cricket Liberation 10-over series last night, chasing down 207 in 9.5 overs. Entertaining or what, as Lythe strokes one to Wesley at mid-off for a single to complete the over at 7 without loss, a lead of precisely 100 for Yorkshire here. Will goes on, he's nursing a sore head today. Yeah, not surprised after that. Another vote for Scarborough as the best ground, with an honourable mention for Tunbridge Wells, where I've never been actually. But I have been to sunny Jersey on probably 6 occasions. Used to stay at, the one I remember most when I was getting a little bit older as a child was at Gorey, near Orgoyle, is it Orgoyle Castle? Not quite sure. Orgoyle, probably. Happy days back in day.
Indeed. So slated to continue.
You been to Jersey, Dick?
I have, yes. Yep.
Around the various bays, Greve de Lec, Portelet, St Brelards.
And yes. Oh, and well, no, I think we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. And Lythe plays an inside edge. You know, what else was I going to say? Oh yes, you mentioned Tunbridge Wells. I have had the pleasure of watching cricket there, and I would imagine at this time of year, where are we? Middle of May, maybe a little bit later possibly, but the rhododendra, which smother one side of the ground, will be absolutely magnificent. The opposite side to the pavilion, and you can look out on the vast banks of rhododendron bushes, or are they bushes or trees? I'm not sure really.
I'm going to go for a snooze.
Right. And that's just played defensively out of the offside. No addition to the score of 7 without loss, effectively 100 without loss. As Santoki moves in to the chair next to me, and I make sure I don't take us off air by falling over this cable.
Good afternoon, Dick.
Good afternoon, Santoki.
I've had
Enjoying
to
the weather?
Yeah, I've just applied some suntan lotion as the sun sort of creeps into the box.
Very wise, very wise. And Lythe plays inside the line there, probably deliberately goes through the keep. Yes, I think I was saying at lunchtime off air. Luckily, this is still the 10th of May, I think it is. Yeah, early May. So the sun is fairly high in the sky, but so it's not actually beaming directly into this box, but come middle to late August, and it will be
a different story.
A different story totally, and then we even sometimes commentate from the back row of the desks. Such is the intensity of the heat. But then that's something that the good citizens of Chelmsford get used to, you know.
Yeah,
it's always like this. It's worked away on the onside, but only straight to fielder, Das. 7 without loss, 6 of which is a vastly experienced Adam Lythe. It's one of these players, to my mind, that you go around the circuit, and if you watch them for years and years, that sort of command respect wherever you go. And I've always had that's just nudged down to third man for 4. Inevitably, there's no third man, and it just evaded Critchley in the slips, and T will be, yes, I should think so. Yeah, we'll carry on till tea time. Then we can leave the whole of the evening session to Jonathan.
Exactly.
And Adam Lythe I was talking about. Yes, I've always had greatest respect for Adam Lythe. I just thought he was a little bit unlucky. He only got about half a dozen caps, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
maybe he was just sort of around at the wrong time, and there were a lot of good batsmen. But yeah, I think he's the stuff of, that's down the leg side, the stuff of county cricket, and I really admire him and respect him. I've just looked him up, and the fact that I can look it up, and so can everybody else, he won't mind me saying it, he'll be 38 towards the end of the season, and still going strong. So much as I wish him well, maybe not this afternoon.
Yeah, as you said, a stalwart of the county cricket scene, and
yes,
he was one of many sort of trialled as an opener alongside Sir Alistair Cook during that period.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
As you said, may consider himself somewhat unlucky to not be able to add to his, I think he got 7 test caps.
7 was it? Well, I said half a dozen, that's pretty near.
As it's going to be Jamie Porter from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And Finley Bean is going to be on strike. Oh,
that squared him up.
Yeah.
But thumped into the pad by the sound of it. So just see if we've had any more emails. No, we haven't. But oh yes, we have. Yes, okay. 3 more. Ian starts off with. So let's see what Ian's got to say.
As Porter runs in for his second delivery of the over. Yorkshire 11 without loss. Into Finley Bean and just nudged on the leg side. Doesn't pick up a run.
Ian from Great Leys, where the racetrack is, just up the road from here, says that there was a Dick Graham. I understood that Dick Graham was being discussed, who managed Leyton Orient from the summer of 66 until February 68. Enjoying the commentary, if not the state of the game. Thanks, Ian, very much indeed.
So Porter into Bean again, and this time just blocked defensively by Bean, as Yorkshire have a commanding 104 run lead.
I believe, I'm not really a football man, I'm more of a rugby man in the winter, but I believe Leyton Orient have a playoff game today.
Yeah, it was first leg of their League One playoff against Stockport, finished 2-2. So all to play for ahead of the second leg in the coming days.
Oh, it's finished already at 3:15?
Yeah, I think it's an early kick-off, 12:30.
Oh, right.
So Porter. Oh, it just missed the edge.
What a good
Excellent delivery there from Porter.
Came back into it,
yeah.
Between bat and pad. Yeah, the only football side I followed with any degree of interest is my hometown, Southend United. And
yes.
You know, when you follow Southend United for as many years as I have, that sorts out the real fans, you know, not the ones who just sort of...
Are they in National League playoffs?
They've got a National League playoff game on Thursday night at Rochdale, so I understand.
Porter into Bean again, and this time just blocked out by Bean. And I know from watching occasionally in the news, I know it's been a somewhat turbulent time for Southend United over the past few years.
Has it ever? I won't say the reason in case I get done for slander. No, as it's recordable and recorded, it's be liable.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's one basic reason why they've done so badly, and most Southend United supporters know what that reason is.
Porter in final delivery of the over into Bean, just sort of lofted on the offside and no run taken, and that ends the over. A maiden over from Jamie Porter as Yorkshire stay on 11 without loss, currently lead by 104 runs, still with 10 wickets remaining.
But they do hold one proud record that I think no other club in the world holds.
Okay.
They have a 100% record against Manchester United.
Oh, really? How many games do you know how many games they've played against?
One.
One? Okay.
They won.
Still
1-0.
counts.
They won 1-0 on a Friday night.
Nice. Was that in the FA Cup or was it a league game? No, it can't.
No, it wouldn't. It would
no, it wouldn't. I was thinking.
No, it would certainly not be a league game. Yeah, it was some sort of cup. I don't know if it was the cup, the FA Cup, or one of these Mickey Mouse things that they have. But yeah, 1-0 on a Friday night as Snater moves in and bowls, and that's just pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score of 11 rather, without loss. Add 93 onto that, and you get you get 104 is the overall lead. So.
Yeah, it was the League Cup in 2006.
Oh right.
1-0.
Yeah.
So, yeah, as you say, 100% record.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for that. Well, I'm glad I got that right. The joys of the internet is absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? It's played back to the bowler.
Yeah, pre-internet, I guess we'd have to go out into the crowd and try and find someone that knew when the result happened.
Yes,
or if the
quite.
result happened.
Yeah, before the internet, we wanted to know. We had a vague memory of Southend. In this example, Southend beating Manchester United. Say, oh, gosh, what year would that have been? And yeah, I don't know quite how you'd go about finding out now without the internet. Plough through lots of FA manuals and old newspapers. That's worked away on the onside. No addition to the score. Email from Colin. Enjoying your coverage here in sunny Leeds.
Oh, nice.
Not a favourite ground, but used to enjoy in the late 60s Sunday afternoons watching Yorkshire limited overs matches at Bradford Park Avenue with its whitewashed boundary wall. Come back to that in a moment. That's just played defensively by Lythe, playing it more or less from his crease. Took part in some inter-office civil service matches late 60s, early 70s with and against the young Jim Love and Mike Bohr. No doubt Scarbados a favourite. Yes, indeed. Keep up the good work and come on you Tykes from Colin. Thanks Colin very much. I wonder if anybody doesn't like the Scarborough ground. Have you ever been there?
I've never been there, no.
Oh, it's a treat, a joy. It lives up to its great reputation and exceeds it. Well, it depends what you get, what expectations you have, I suppose. But no, it's a wonderful place to play cricket and a wonderful town as well. Whenever I've commentated or gone to a match to commentate at Scarborough, always made a bit of a few days of it and gone with my wife. And I remember one year we stayed at the big hotel which they show in all pictures of Scarborough, the name of which I've now forgotten. Oh dear, it will come to me. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Everybody in Yorkshire knows what I'm talking about. It's the big one that dominates the scene. That's just played on the offside, and it was a bit disappointing. It was. You go to lots of places and towns and grounds, theatres even, where you can see they have had much. You know, the halcyon days are no more. They obviously were very, very great places, but not now so much.
Is it the Grand Hotel?
The Grand, of course it is, yes, the big place that, dominating that. There again, wonderful.
The magic of the internet strikes again.
Yes. The breakfast was good though.
Oh, nice.
But, it had this big sweeping staircase, I remember. The Grand clearly was grand once upon a time.
Porter into Bean on strike, and again just put it away by Bean, and there's no run taken. And, Bean's been resolute, it's just a 1-1 scored from 20 deliveries.
If there's anybody listening in Scarborough or knows Scarborough quite well, is it still sort of the Grand going a little bit downhill, or is somebody prepared to inject millions into it to give it a facelift? Because it would be a tragedy if it fell out of use.
That's our afternoon question. Is the Grand Hotel still grand?
Yes.
So Porter in to Bean again, and this time just nudged on the offside. Picked up no run taken. And
I say I wouldn't normally stay in a place like that, but I was pushing the boat out because the match coincided with a significant birthday of my wife.
Oh, fair enough. As I always say, happy wife, happy life.
Do they? Oh well, it had. Yeah, we have a pretty happy life. Just a shame that she doesn't agree.
So Porter into Bean once again and driven.
Oh, driven
by
hard
Bean straight back to Porter. Just bounced before he picked it up. So no one taken, but great pick up from Porter. And and keeps the score at 11 without loss. Yorkshire in no hurry to score runs, nor should they be.
No, exactly. No. Yeah. Run rates, overs is of no concern. Here we are at 3 on the Saturday afternoon, where the game's well ahead of where it might be.
So Porter in once again to Bean, and this time just blocked out. And Yorkshire will also know, if you've got someone like a Johnny Bairstow coming further down the order, if you do need to up the run rate, you've got a perfect candidate there who can kind of up the ante. So these two openers don't really need to be under any pressure to score runs at the moment.
Because in a way, this is the calm before what could be the storm, or it might be just a zephyr, a whimper. But there's a certain expectation as to what will happen when Harmer comes on to bowl.
Porter into Bean again, and this time just blocked down. Ball got podded down the leg side.
Because certainly Moriarty was getting the ball to do all sorts of things bowling from this end. And as I said at the time, Harmer will have seen that and been quite encouraged. Oh, Phil in Tenby. Oh, wonderful Tenby. All the way West Wales, you can't go.
Porter into Bean, and he leaves it to see out the over. So end of the over, Yorkshire 11 without loss, lead Essex by 104 runs.
Yep. I'm already sort of cast away in reverie about Tenby. Yes, had a wonderful holiday there as well many years ago. This is Tom Wesley's 100th game as Essex captain. Oh, is it? Oh, thank you very much for that. Across all formats, 67 first class, 31 list A. Oh, no, those formats. Oh yeah, I don't think he's skipped the 2020 side, has he? He has presided over 43 wins, 32 losses, 22 draws, 1 tie and 1 no result. Unfortunately, he looks as if he might well add another loss in this game. Well, he may well do. But who knows? That's in the lap of the cricketing gods at the moment, and the likes of Adam Lyth, who's facing at the moment and played that defensively, trickled out on the offside. Final paragraph, he's the 14th man to reach 100 games as captain of Essex. He might not overtake Keith Fletcher, 560. No. Keith Fletcher was, I was going to say, much in evidence at lunchtime. He's never much in evidence. He's a very shy, retiring, self-effacing man. It's just pushed out on the offside. But he was all appropriately booted and suited, which is most unusual. He usually comes in a scruffy old pair of shorts and a t-shirt, despite the fact that he's club president. But he was here looking very smart because it was the official unveiling of the memorial to, I think it was 7 Essex players who were lost in the First World War and 3 in the Second. Slater moves in now and bowls. Let's work away off the hip down for 1. Jamie Porter moves around and fields it. And ball lands in Pepper's gloves. So thanks, Phil. Yeah, that's really interesting. And thanks for bringing back memories of Tenby. Had a trip out to the Isle of Caldy I went on once, I think. Had to go on my own because no women were allowed.
No.
So, what would be the word? I'm not very much up in with ecclesiastical things. I do know we've got a new Pope, but that's about...
is it not the first American Pope as well, I believe?
Yes.
Yes. No.
I saw an interview with his brother yesterday, who was sort of still reeling at the shock of it all. As Slater moves in and bowls. And apparently you can, that's played on the offside, apparently when you're Pope, you can call yourself what you like, can't you?
Oh.
Yeah, and he's called himself Leo, but I don't know, can't remember what his real name is.
We got any more emails, Dick?
Yes, we have got a couple. Paul. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm late in reading this because he says good morning from a very sleepy Paul in Stevenage.
Okay.
So we've had all exotic corners of the globe, and now even Stevenage. That's down the leg side, and well taken by a sprawling, spectacular, athletic, gymnastic display by Pepper rather. He's a bit weary because he's done 12 hours at work and trying to stay awake to watch Old Essex. It's painful though. Thoughts on Essex batting this year? Well, probably the same as everyone else's. Slater moves in now. Outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. End of the over. I'll come back to that. Thoughts on the Essex batting? Yeah, well, as I say, they're likely to be the same as everybody else. Is a little fragile, really, and yeah, that doesn't seem to be the solidarity that there used to be, you know, in very recent seasons. And okay, they've had their injuries, but as I said at the very beginning of this morning, you know, nearly all counties, or probably all counties, suffer from injuries, so they can't plead that really, and which is why all these counties have squads of players rather than teams of players to call upon in such cases. No, I mean, it would be unwise, churlish, imprudent, use whatever you like to suggest anything other than it has been disappointing. And yeah, the league tables in any sport don't lie; they tell the true tale. And Essex find themselves near the bottom. I think they're 8th of, not sure if they're 8th of the 10 or possibly 7th of the 10, but yeah, they're there for a good reason.
And with 7 overs remaining until tea, we've seen the introduction of Simon Harmer.
Yes, this will be
eagerly anticipated, his off spin.
Indeed.
And it will be Adam Life on strike to Harmer, and he leaves that one. First delivery.
Turn though.
Yeah, already we can see the turn from Harmer, and this is going to be a crucial passage of play for both sides, you'd imagine. So Essex need wickets, and they need them fast. Harmer in once again to Life, and he steps back and drives that on the offside. That's going to run away for 4, and a brilliantly timed strike there from Adam Life. On this fast outfield, it raced away to the boundary. And he just stepped back and just punched that, excellently timed. Thanks,
Colin, for responding to my inquiries to what the Grand in Scarborough was like. Had a one-night stay there about 15 years ago, yes.
This time, Life just leaves the delivery from Harmer.
Showing signs of wear, he says. Yes, I empathise with it, and I am as well. And well, I won't say what he says about the breakfast. That might be libelous as well. We didn't enjoy it.
And Life just drives that offside down to mid-off and picks up a single and brings Bean back on strike. And into Bean, and Bean just blocks that one out. So Harmer has managed to extract some turn, but as we saw with Adam Life, he is willing to take on a few shots as well. As Harmer in to Bean, and this time he just drives it down to mid-off and picks up a single, and that's the end of the over. There were 6 runs off that Simon Harmer first over. Takes Yorkshire up to 18 without loss, and they currently lead by Nelson, 111.
And George, good to hear from you, George. Well, it's good to hear from everybody. He says, I was a choir boy at St Mary's Prittlewell attending the 3-hour service. Oh, this is apropos Southend United versus Manchester United. It was on a Good Friday. The service started at 12 o'clock. Straight afterwards, I raced around to the stadium on my bike. On my bike, you could walk from St Mary's to Roots Hall. Which started at 3:15. It was not an evening game, beg your pardon. Afterwards, my mother got severely criticised by my aunt for allowing me to go. She got a flea in the ear for that, saying I'd more than deserved to go. Not the sort of thing one tends to forget. And I remember change of bowling is going to see Rothesay, the Essex's overseas signing from Sri Lanka, coming into the attack. Yes, I remember meeting George at the ground some years ago. He says very fond memories of a certain large hotel in Scarborough. Oh yes, and of meeting Jonathan in the box at Chelmsford. Oh, he too is just back from Tenby. It's a small world, as somebody once said. So, Raita, Essex's overseas Sri Lankan quickie. Seam bowler into the attack from the Graham Gooch end. Moves in now, right arm round the wicket, the left-handed Bean, who plays that out on the offside. It scuttled through a little, but nothing too alarming. Played out on the offside and picked up by Thane. And, walks back to his mark. And moves in now. Bowls to Bean, works his way on the leg side this time to Robin Das, who was the first out this morning for 8. Caught by Bean in the slips, he took 2 catches. And
Robin Das spent his winter as an overseas pro at Cape Town Cricket Club in South
he?
Africa. Not a bad place to spend your winter.
No. So, yeah. That's just played backwards ground, the offside, no addition to the score, so yet to concede a run so far for his first deliveries. Ready to trudges back to his mark. He's only bowled 3 deliveries and yet he walks very sort of slowly and labouredly. It looks like somebody's staggering off the 619 from Liverpool Street to Chelmsford, having had a long hard day in the city. As he moves in now. Bowls short of a length. Well fielded at backward point. Well fielded indeed by Thane, diving away to his right. The throw to his colleague, Charlie Allison, to convey it back down the offside wasn't as spectacular, and Allison had to put off some considerable antics to stop it. I think the ball was probably dead, judged to be dead by then anyway. Well, that's sometimes a boot point. It's just pushed out on the onside. Offside? No, onside. Yeah, when there's a ball dead, I mean, there are definitions in the laws. For a start, when it nestles in the keeper's gloves, but if in that occasion it goes to a fielder and who stops it perfectly cleanly, and then in attempting to convey it back to the bowler in little loops down the offside, somehow it, evades him, can they take a run? I would think not. I think that's just played out the onside. A lot of it probably depends on the goodwill of the batsman and the intention, and rather as much as the letter of the law.
When is a ball dead? Probably not a question you'd want to ask Johnny Bairstow after what we saw at the Ashes with the debate around the temple.
No, I was going to say that would be quite amusing, but maybe it wouldn't if I was on the receiving end of it. I would find it amusing when I woke up in intensive care. So 18 without loss, add 93 onto that, and you get the lead of all the ones, 111.
So Simon Harmer to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end with his off spin. It's going to be Adam Life on strike. Harmer into Life, and this time he just gently nudges it away and doesn't pick up a run.
So we've been talking about cricket grounds. You must have seen some. Well, you've already alluded to the fact that you've been to South Africa. What other?
Yeah, so Newlands, South Africa, obviously breathtaking view of Table Mountain backdrop. That was a highlight. Kensington Oval in Barbados.
Oh yes.
Zahama in to life again, and this time just nudge leg side, thinks about a run, but is sent back by life. Kensington Oval, obviously, what my fellow Guyanese would refer to as the real home of cricket, border in Guyana.
Yeah.
Classic ground, and I think that's pretty much it for overseas grounds I've been to. Life drives at it and it runs away for what looks like it's going to be a 4 on this outfield. Yep. So again, Life takes on Harmer, scores another 4, and that was an excellent drive there from Adam Life.
Superbly executed.
I mean, as a South Londoner, I'm obviously biased towards the Oval, but I do think there is a difference between like stadiums and sort of grounds that might have a bit more character. As Harmer into Life this time, and he just nudges it on the offside, doesn't pick up a run.
Yeah, generally speaking, I prefer the outgrounds.
Yeah.
Or the non-test playing grounds. They have a bit more character about them. But I do make an exception for the Oval. I really like the Oval. I like it far more than Lord's.
As Harmer into Life again, and this time he just drives at it down to mid-off and picks up a single. I was privileged enough to be at Lord's for the 2019 World Cup final.
Oh, right.
Which was probably the most animated crowd you would have seen at a Lord's match. As Harmer into Life and just misses. Sorry, that was Bean. Just misses the edge of the bat, and a bit of turn there from Harmer again. Kicks the dust as he walks back to pick up his jumper. And that's the end of the over.
Just coming up to 22. How are we with overs? It's difficult to...
36 overs remaining today, so I think 4 until tea.
4 more then.
And Yorkshire are 23 without lost, lead by 116. And all the pressure here, Dick, is on Essex, because in theory Yorkshire could back the rest of today and a significant part of tomorrow, and suddenly they find themselves 300 plus lead, and still more than enough time to try and bowl Essex out in this match.
I thought I was going to get asked to do a 3:30 update, but I didn't hear anything come down the line. Hope I haven't missed a phone call. No, I haven't. That's outside the off stump. Still Raita from the far end. It goes through to the wicketkeeper. So, yeah, the first Saturday afternoon when there's no football programme. Raita again. Oh, slightly over pitched and very elegantly played by Adam Lyth. Out on the offside, but straight to the fielder. Sort of shot that if you play that in club cricket and you hit it straight to the fielder and don't get your runs, you feel you've been deprived, really. That just the very fact that you've played such a good shot deserves runs. But yeah, left-handers can, I don't know why, theoretically I'm sure it shouldn't, there's no reason why, but left-handers seem to produce a lot of elegant flowing shots. I've watched a heck of a lot of cricket this ground, either on behalf of BBC Essex or just as a spectator and supporter. I didn't watch so much when I was playing club cricket, obviously, unless I sort of skived off work midweek. And of all the innings I've seen here, the one I remember that pleased me the most, that's just played defensively by Lyth, which wasn't even an Essex player, and I've seen, you know, many of the greatest players Essex have ever had. But the innings I always remember was by David Gower, of all people. And it was like, I know it's a cliche to say it, but it was like poetry in motion that particular day. Just so elegant.
Who was it against?
Oh, well, I suppose it was against Essex.
Ah, okay.
But it would have been, that's outside the offside. I don't know whether it would have been for Leicestershire or then he went to Hampshire, didn't he? So I'm not quite sure who it was for, but I remember that innings. It may even have been that you know, not converted, because I'd born into a cricketing family anyway, a father and my older brother, but you know, really convinced me this is aesthetically as much as everything else such a lovely game to watch. And live, that's down the leg side. 1 day wide, but it's a 4-day match. Well, probably not, but scheduled 4 days, goes down the leg side. So, how many overs left? Have we got 3 left?
Yep.
3 left.
3 left, yeah.
So it's just gone 22, so that'll take us up to, I don't know, 5-2, something like that.
Yeah. So Yorkshire's 23 without loss. Harmer getting ready for his 3rd over of the innings.
So Essex came into this day at 23, but the difference is they'd lost 3 wickets and Yorkshire haven't lost any. That's only one of the differences.
As it's Harmer into Bean and just nudged leg side. No run taken. Bean here just the 2 runs, spaced 38 deliveries. So Harmer comes in again with his off spin. And again this time nudge just on the offside, no run taken. Adam Life 21. Run so far, faced 47 deliveries. It's Harmer in for the 3rd delivery of the over into Bean, and he steps back and just drives it forward down to mid-off and takes a single. It's going to be Adam Life on strike here. Simon Harmer coming in once again to Life, and this time he just blocks it, goes leg side and doesn't pick up a run. And the lead now goes to 117. So Harmer in once again to Adam Life on strike, and this time he leaves it, steps forward and leaves, and there was a bit of turn there again from Harmer. Promising signs here from Harmer, but he'll be looking for a wicket sooner rather than later as Life just drives at that one. And that ends the over, just a 1 run from it. Yorkshire 24 without loss.
So 2 to go before tea. And even during those 20 minutes the pitch may bake harder and harder, and who knows what might happen. Sometimes when pitches change, they change quite quickly.
Yeah.
Simon emails us. Hello guys, watching the stream from a warm and sunny Coventry. Feeling down from last night's football playoff result, but superb Yorkshire bowling this morning. Sorry, that's definitely playing a miss there from Bean. I'm having trouble reading this, not because of anything that Simon's written, but the sun's shining on it. Basically, obviously, he's hoping that Yorkshire will go on and win the game. Well, they certainly look to be in a good position to do that. And he says he's enjoying the commentary. Thank you very much, Simon, indeed. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Bean, who gets a thick inside half the bat on it, and as a result it trickles out to mid-on, where it's fielded by Simon Snater.
Yes, Coventry, I think, lost 2-1 to Sunderland yesterday in the Championship playoff.
Right.
Currently managed by former England international Frank Lampard. But there's all this, Simon, can take heart from that. There's still the second leg to come.
Yes,
only
indeed.
A 1-goal deficit.
And that's down the leg side as well. Taken by Pepper.
And Rajifa into the 3rd game of what I believe was a 5-game deal he signed here as the overseas pacer at Essex. Sri Lankan international. Last played a test last year against Bangladesh for Sri Lanka. He's played all formats actually for Sri Lanka, so an experienced international.
Yes, oh yes. Yes, he's not one of these. He's not a young. Well, in terms of cricket experience, he's not. He's not sort of still wet behind the ears. He's been on the scene for quite a few years.
Well, Essex would have found themselves hard done by earlier this season when they announced the signing of Indian all-rounder Shardul Thakur.
Yes.
And he was signed as a replacement player in the IPL about a week after the deal was announced. So, unfortunately, won't be seeing him at Chelmsford this season.
No. Next delivery is worked off the hip, but well fielded by Das in the mid-wicket region. Just to the right of umpire Chantry now, because the umpires change after the second innings. Change ends. Probably quite glad he doesn't have to squint into the latter day sun. And that's
Lovely.
A super looking shot from Bean. Absolutely straight out of page 17 or whatever it is of the coaching manual. Absolutely superb. Arguably the shot of the day.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Okay, it was over pitched, but it was over. It was a half volley, but you've still got to execute correctly. And yeah.
And this should be the final over before tea. It's going to be
indeed.
Simon Harmer coming in again from the Sir Alistair Cook end. So Yorkshire 28 without loss.
A lead of 121.
Yep. And it's going to be Harmer into Adam Life, and this time he just comes forward and prods it defensively. Just a man at short leg, one at slip. It's Harmer in to Life once again, and he pushes forward it again, it goes leg side, doesn't pick up a run. I can't imagine Life taking too many risks with T fast approaching.
No.
Harmer into Life again and again. Just pushes forward at it. Ball goes back to Harmer. Another dot ball. And Harmer in once again to Life. And again, Life just prods at it. Picked up a short leg, and there's no run taken, and a lot for Essex to ponder over the tea break.
Yes, indeed.
Harmer in once again to Life, and this time he just taps it on the offside, but there's no run on offer. And final delivery coming up of the Harmer over. Into Life, he steps back, swipes at it, and that's the end of the over and the end of the session. It's now T Yorkshire finish on 28 without loss. They lead by 121 runs. Admin Life on 21 not out, supported by Finn Bean, who's on 7. And as I said, a lot for Essex to ponder over the tea break. So we'll be returning in about 20 minutes time for the final session of the day.
Indeed.
And the damage has been done there by Tim van der Hoogten, who's got 3 for 17. James Harris 2 for 9. The openers running amok by the looks of things through that Kent batting lineup. Santoki and myself, Jonathan, with you for the first spell after tea here. Dick's taking a breather, but I have been asked a question, asked to ask Dick a question, I think it was, if I can find it again. Craig Traps Dick, calling Dick, do you receive us? He's at the back of the box, but I'm not quite sure he's with us. Craig Traps asking if you know a nice ground in Essex called Coggles Hall or Coggleshall.
Oh yes.
He umpired there during the Under-19 World Cup qualifiers a few years back.
Very nice ground. Essex 2's played there.
There you go, Essex 2's play there. Well done, Trapsy. And Santoki will take you through the first over after tea.
Yep, and it's going to be Bean on strike. Just blocked out there. And we've had a change of bowler from the Graham Gooch end, so Rajifa, the Sri Lankan international, comes off.
The 4:30 that is scheduled, I'm afraid I won't be able to do that down the line because I won't be commentating at that time, but so can we do that one on the phone? No,
Bean just drives at that one on the offside. No run taken. And at that time it's when I'm having my 20-minute Jamie Porter switching ends. He bowled earlier from the Sir Lester Cook end. He's moved to the Graham Gooch end. And Yorkshire firmly in control here. 121 run lead. As Porter runs in once again. With Bean on strike. Bean, oh! Half-hearted shout there. Appeal for LBW. Looked like it was high and missing at the same time. So very speculative appeal from Porter. And Bean on 7, faced 49 balls. We saw a lovely drive from him just before the tea break.
Believe me, it is.
As we said, Yorkshire under no real pressure here to score quickly. There's so much time left in this game still. 31 overs remaining in today's play alone. Porter in to Bean once again, and he blocked this one out. And all the onus on Essex to try and make an early breakthrough as the lead slowly builds.
Say bye to him for the rest of us as well, please, Dick.
Porter into Bean once again, and again just nudged down the offside, but no run on offer. And,
Glennis has been in touch. That's on at JDZ Events on X, saying, "Afternoon, JD. Good to see you at Skipton the other week. I was up there doing an event with Anthony McGrath. Had a fun time. My favourite grounds would be Scarbados, HQ, presumably meaning Headingley, and York, but we'll always have a soft spot for Chelmsford."
Porter in for the final delivery of the over. To Bean on strike in this one. He just blocked it out to see out the over. Made an over from Porter, and Yorkshire remain 28 without loss.
Can you believe it? Russell Bess out there in the Aegean gave him the big build-up.
Yeah.
Gave him a glowing references and a massive shout-out earlier, and he messaged in saying, "I've been told, but I missed it. The Wi-Fi dropped out."
Oh no, shocking.
We're just
we'll have to give him the
underappreciated.
benefit of the doubt because he was on a yacht, to be fair.
Yeah, when I'm on mine, sometimes the Wi-Fi drops out. Santoki,
Yeah,
you
of
know.
course, I can imagine.
Shane Snater's going to start the final session of day 2 from this Sir Alistair Cook end. Afternoon, gents, says David Coates. Can a Saturday afternoon get any better? The men's stream on the telly and the women's on the laptop. David Coates in Foxton, South Cambridgeshire. Give you a rundown on the women's scores. If I can find it, they're not obviously available on the usual forum. No. Okay, so Snater, shirt out, as appears to be the fashion in this match. Round the wicket, right arm, bowling to Lythe, who opens the face and runs it to point. No run. Sure, there would have been probably little chat in the Yorkshire dressing room at the tea break. Nothing really to say at this stage. In front in the contest, just more of the same. Two slips a point, a cover, short extra cover in a catching position, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg is the field set up as Snater bowls down the leg side, and Lythe thinks about flicking at that but leaves it be. Andrew Sharp says at Scarborough, the ground is great but parking is terrible there. Going to Bridlington Town end of season awards night. Good for you. I just leave my car either in the ground or at the B&B just up the road. Snater in, Lythe, full face of the blade, drives it to Westley at mid-off. No run.
Jonathan, you would have seen Adam Lythe week in, week out over the years. Do you think he could consider himself unlucky to not have more than 7 England Test caps?
Yeah, something we talk about quite a bit, Santoki. I think in terms of his ability, what he's brought to the game, I would say a definite yes to that. So, you know, there are players in other eras who've had more opportunity. As in he comes, and that's driven firmly by Lythe. 2 extra cover, no run. Yeah, is it class act, no doubt about it. And I think with an extended run at that level, you know, I think he would have done better. He did get a Test century during those 7 matches that he played, so certainly wasn't a failure. But they were obviously looking for something, you know, somebody to kind of more establish themselves than they must have felt he did. As he's pushing at this one, gets an inside contact on it into the leg side, and there's no run. I would argue that he is a better player now than he was then 10 years ago. But obviously 10 years older, and nobody's going to bring you into an international side at 37, are they? But I think just the way, when you do watch him play regularly, anybody who saw him in his younger years, the fluency that he had was a joy to watch. You know, really natural player, great hand-eye coordination. Snater bowling it to him now, and he flicks off his legs square, and there's no run. He can play touch, he can get after the ball. You know, there's plenty of attacking shots in the locker, but I think the older he's got, for me, and following every year for the last 7 years, it's more his temperament that, you know, his experience really is coming to the fore. How he deals with the difficult situations out there in the middle when the ball's moving around. Yeah, he's a class act, and you don't score 15,000 runs without being that, do you? Against the new ball, with bowlers who've got, you know, who are fresh and ready to go, and often, you know, in the times of the year he's scoring those runs as well. You know, particularly the early part of the season when it's juicy. Usually.
Porter just stops his run up there. He's going to go back. It's Finley being on strike. There. Porter into Bean. Oh, just misses the edge. He played at it. Just missed the edge there, Bean. And yeah, I guess with Adam Lythe, it's just the nature of sports. It's a lot of it is down to timing, things out of your control. He came in the England side at a period where they were trying out a lot of openers. We saw Michael Carberry, Jason Roy at one point, Alex Hales, and Adam Life was only given 7 tests, whereas if you look at the period now, someone like a Zach Crawley's been given an extended period. So a lot of it is just down to the somewhat cruel nature of sports and timing. As Porter into Bean once again, and this time he just nudges it down the leg side, picks up a single.
Yeah, Adam's spoken about that it's not just about that bit when you're out there in the middle doing what he knows he can do really well against, high class test opposing bowlers. It's the whole package. It's the sheer number of people in the stadium watching you. It's all the press conference stuff. There's a lot of other stuff that goes into England that maybe is not quite, well, it's certainly not as obvious, if you like, in county cricket.
Yeah. So Porter in there, no one taken.
And so some people can step into that and breeze it, and I guess if you score a load of runs in your first few matches, then you're forgetting about all those other things, aren't you? You're just concentrating on the game. But if you're searching for a few runs, then other things can sort of prey on the mind. So maybe he was just one of those people who needed longer to get used to all the peripheral stuff to make his game in the middle prosper.
Put it in there and just no one taken. And I think you make a really good point. The scrutiny at international level is completely different to what you may find at county cricket, and you often see players talking about the suffocating nature. If you're not scoring runs, the media pressure, constantly you're under it. Not really. It's hard to find an escape, which completely differs to the complexion of county cricket, where you're not under so much scrutiny. So Porter into Life once again, and just driven down nicely on the offside, and should run away for 4. Yeah, excellent drive there.
And that's what I mean about him being a touch player. He's not hit that ball, has he? He's just waited till he gets it right under his eye line. All he's done is push through the line of the ball, timed that out of the middle of the bat, and got full value for it. It's just a lovely cricket shot. Martin Mellor says he would have prospered under the current regime, I believe. Adam Lyth, that is.
Forwards it in once again. Ooh. Just went past the edge there. And the end of the over, Yorkshire 32 without loss. Yeah, I think under the current Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes regime, they are giving players a longer time in the side. The counter argument may be some players are given an unfair extended period in the side, but they are showing faith in a certain sort of cohort or group of players and sticking with them through thick and thin. And as you said, in the previous administration where Life was in, that may not have been the case. So definitely, I think if he was slightly younger, he could have had an extended run in the current England side. And we know his attacking nature as well. We've seen what he can do in T20 cricket and stuff. It would completely suit the philosophy of the Brendan McCullum regime in Test cricket.
Yeah, it probably would, although I think he's got more to his game than just that, and that's what I'm saying in terms of that experience that he now has when things are tough. He can bat for ages without even thinking about scoring a run, if you like, because we've seen him do it already this season. It'll leave and leave and leave if the situation demands it. And I think his temperament has definitely gone up a few notches, really, as he's got older than maybe when he was younger. Snater in and bowling there to Bean, who's turned one into the leg side and gets a single. I was talking to him last night about yesterday, because he played well. And he still gave a chance, didn't he, during that period? You may not have seen it, Sam Turkey, with not being here, but he pushed one over to Tom Wesley, just round to our right, under the lip of this Tom Pearce stand. And I think Tom had to try and dive to catch it and couldn't reel it in. That was the one opportunity he gave, so it wasn't flawless, but it was very, very good, as he's leaving this one from Snater wide of off stump. And he was got out yesterday. Both the openers were got out. You can't really argue with that. It's not like they're giving it away. And I think his getting himself out if you like, the prevalence of that in his dismissals in the last 3 or 4 seasons have been much fewer. Yes, most dismissals are batter error, but I don't think he goes chasing it as much as maybe he did when he was younger, when obviously he still scored a lot of runs, but he might have got more if he had the temperament that he's been showing more recently. And that's a beautiful shot as he opens the face and runs it down through third man, just 2 wide from Shane Snater. So yeah, there's some people who just doing this job, it's great to do it anyway, isn't it? But to turn up and watch somebody do things like he can do and make it look effortless at times, it's a joy to be able to do it. Snater in. Ooh, now then, there you go. Yeah, he's looking up at the heavens in disgust, because that shows that he's still capable of a flash. Outside off stump, Snater puff of dust as he kicks the ground in frustration, because he drew Adam Lyth into a shot that he ought not to have played, and one of those typically 45-degree angled bats from those types of shots, so he's probably not got quite across far enough as far as he should have done to play what he was trying to play, which was something expansive through the covers. He got away with it, and this time more circumspect with his defensive push. Got people around the ground saying to me, there was, he didn't score a run off Simon Armour yesterday, some of the Yorkshire supporters, for half an hour. Well, that's fine, isn't it? If you've got the powers of concentration to be able to weather some good stuff that's coming down, and you're happy to play defensive and wait for the bad ball, then all credit to you.
Yeah, exactly.
And he just flicked one off his legs, backward of square, and picked up 2. Somebody like Harmer, of course, will just challenge you all the time, even when there's not assistance in the pitch, but certainly when there is, with all his variations. And you must feel like there's no outshot as a batter sometimes when you're facing him, when he's really, really on it. And he just suffocates players. So if you're able to get through that, the obvious thing that batters will talk about is just trying to find that single, just to rotate the strike, just to give the bowler something different to think about and to give you a bit of respite. It's much easier said than done on some occasions.
It's going to be Porter to continue from the Graham Gooch end, and Finley Bean on strike.
I'm just going to go off and do my 4th.
Porter into Bean and just nudged on the leg side, doesn't take a run. And Yorkshire 40 without loss, the lead of 133. Well in control here on day 2 at Chelmsford. Both sides desperately seeking a win to prop up the Division 1 table after what can only be said to be indifferent starts to the season for both of them. And definitely advantage with Yorkshire at the moment, as Porter runs in once again, Finley Bean on strike, and this time again just taps it leg side, picked up at mid-on, and a bit of a fielding mistake. They think about running 2, Lyth declines, and they just take the single. Brings Adam Lyth on strike. 31 runs so far. So he's going to face Jamie Porter, who will be coming in from the Graham Gooch end. Lyth, of course, scored 58 in the first innings. So Porter runs in and just prodded leg side, picked up at short leg. There's no run taken there. Sun still beaming down here at Chelmsford on a glorious Saturday. Good attendance here at the ground. Fair few Yorkshire supporters as well, so who will no doubt be happy with what they've seen today. Definitely been Yorkshire's day so far, with 27 overs to go remaining in the day, as Porter into Lyth, and he just blocks that defensively. and there's no run taken. So Essex used Harmer before tee. Since tee, they've gone with pace to try and break up this partnership as the lead slowly builds here for Yorkshire. It's Porter running in once again to Adam Life on strike, and he just clips that leg side. Is that going to run away for 4? Yep, it's gone away for 4. So just a gentle clip on the leg side from Life there, and he picks up 4 valuable runs. There, as we've said earlier, on a fast outfield here at Chelmsford.
So Jack was telling me anyway when he leaves. Great to hear the Bee Gees.
So Adam Life has just started to open up in the last few overs. We saw him soak up the balls, try to see off the new ball earlier. Now he's just started to play a few more shots. And this one again just puts it past slip. Is it going to run away for 4? I just have to nudge my head out. Should be picked up by the fielder. Yep, it is at the boundary. And they run free. So a very productive over for Yorkshire. They take 8 off that last over. Takes them to 48 without loss. They currently lead Essex by 141 runs. And it should be Shane Snater continuing from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Adam Life 38 not out, edging closer to that half century. And Finley been supporting him with a valiant 10 of 57 delivery so far. And it is Shane Snater to continue. He's bowled the 7 overs, conceded just the 12 runs. So the Yorkshire batters haven't taken much of Snater. But more importantly, Snater hasn't taken a wicket, and that's sort of what matters at the moment for Essex. They're just looking for that breakthrough, this opening partnership. As it's going to be Adam Life retaining strike. Snater coming in from the Alistair Cook end. And he just puts that on the offside. Picked up a point. There's no run. Be interesting to see when Essex do decide to turn back to Harmer. Bring some spin in, a bit of variation as they look to get the first wicket. Snater into Adam Life again. Oh, and this one just goes past leg side. Picked up by Michael Pepper behind the stumps. There's no run taken.
Shouldn't be getting much easier for Yorkshire, but it might just get a little bit. So the lead 141 at this stage.
So Snater in again to Adam Life.
Which is a very obviously appreciable.
Just clip leg side, full short to Michael Pepper behind the stumps.
The way things have gone on this pitch, Jess, in the last 24 hours or so, so that I don't say too late.
Life.
They're going well at the moment, and it will be a real fillip for the season.
Timing his shots really well. Nudged a few down leg side.
With a win, because next week, even tougher challenge awaits, I guess, against the champions down at the Old.
It's been a tough pitch for both sides to score runs. So Snater in again to Life in again. He just taps that one leg side. Picked up at square leg, and there's no run taken.
I will speak to you in an hour.
Snaters. So far 4 dot balls in a row. As we welcome back Jonathan.
To the strains of
Adele. Snater into life and just prodded on the offside.
Dick's putting a call in. Ground control to Major Tom, I think he's saying. Anyway, nice to have a bit of a dabble at the cricket.
Snater in, final delivery of the over, into life and just blocked out to sea. Off the over, end of the over, Yorkshire 48 without loss. As the ballads of Adele still ring in our eardrums.
So good position for the Yorkies at the moment. Snater 8 overs, 5 maidens, none for 12. And Yorkshire 141 ahead, which with the way the scores have gone in this match is a very good lead. We've lost Adele for the moment. I'm sure somebody will find her.
Fun fact, I actually went to school with Adele.
Really?
In a year above me in Chestnut Grove School in Balham, South London.
Did she sing much there?
No, I had no idea she was even a singer until a few years later when I saw her winning one of her many Grammy Awards.
And it cost you £250 to go see her.
Exactly.
So, change of bowling. Case and Rather from the Graham Gooch end. Two slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket in a catching position, and a normal, if you like, orthodox mid-wicket as well, just over his left shoulder. Probably also a long leg, but can't see anybody down to the right. First ball was wide of Finlay Bean's off stump, and there was no run. So they've been back out there, what now, half an hour. Or nearly half an hour, so probably change in the composition after this over's done, when Dick's finished on the latest phone call. That's wide of off stump and left. I think he's on to Donald Trump at this point. Yeah, he's just setting some more tariffs. Anybody who walks on the ground at Chelmsford, charge them 12%. To come up from South London, 14%.
Oh,
from Yorkshire, 25%. He's not made his millions for nothing. Dick Davies says that's punched into the offside by Finlay Bean, and there is no run. There's a sort of... Go on.
I wasn't sure if Dick's flown in from Miami or Monte Carlo to commentate on this match, but it's been an absolute pleasure to have him here as he's still making his phone calls.
I don't know if Dick knows whether he flew in from Miami or Monte Carlo either. So in comes Rather again. Round the wicket to the left-handed Bean, who just a little awkward as he played that. Pulled it really into the leg side with a backward defensive shot. There was a little bit of a gap there, but he was okay in the end. There's a rhythm to cricket, isn't there? That can change during games, as we've seen. All slow and calm yesterday in the first part of the day, and then fairly consistent rhythm of wickets later in the day, and there was nearly another one there because Finlay Bean, he's just getting a few words from his opening batting partner, who's walked right down to Garden. He had a swish at one wide of off stump there, and he'll want to keep a lid on that and not nick one off into the slip cordon here. He's been made to work hard for his 10. 62 deliveries out there in the middle. Good temperament, Finlay Bean, but that still shows you you're only human after all, and if he's out there, you fancy having a swish at it, especially when the runs are not flowing. He's just pushed one into the covers for Charlie Allison to field the final ball of the over. Very dusty out there. Virtually every delivery now, there's a puff of dust either from the bowler landing his feet or following through, or from the batter's movement of the other end of the pitch around the block hole. Simon Harmer.
Now I'm going to continue for one more over as Dick continues his high-level negotiations at the back of the press box here. So Simon Harmer returns for a bit of off-spin.
There's been some controversy apparently. Dick's vote for the Pope didn't go in soon enough, so they're having to reconvene because he wasn't consulted fully before the decision was made. So he's just on the phone now to the Vatican. The legend that is Dick Davies.
And Simon Harmer in. From the Sir Alistair Cook end into Adam Life. Just hit on the offside, no run taken. Harmer in again to Life and just blocked this time.
They were 23 for 3 overnight. They added exactly 100. They were eventually bowled out 123, which meant they were 93 behind.
Harmer into Life and again just blocked out.
To the tune of 48 without loss. The vastly experienced Adam Love was 38 to his man.
And Harmer's been frustrated here. Essex would have loved for him to have made an early breakthrough. Life in particular has been able to see him off so far in these early battles.
Yeah, Harmer of course with his off spin, natural delivery, orthodox delivery, challenging the outside edge of Adam Lythe's bat.
Harmer in again to Life and he steps back. He just cuts this one in the offside but no run taken.
I said to him last night, a couple of those shots you played off Simon Harmer back at a point were beautiful to watch, and he said, yeah, but I kept nailing them to point as well, didn't I? Because he did it 3 or 4 straight to the fielder.
And this time he just blocks it and he takes a quick single. Yeah, well run between the wickets. And that ends the over. So Yorkshire 49 without loss, lead by 142. And I think Dick's had his vote for the Pope recast. So we expect a decision on BBC very soon.
I think actually it was the Pope ringing to say, Dick, can you put yourself in for my job, please, because you've not been properly considered. And we should do the right thing. So there'll be a trail of presumably red and gold smoke going up from somewhere around the ground here. Gary says, with regard to Adam Lythe, good afternoon, Jonathan. Watching in the evening sunshine in my garden in Romania. Agree with everything you said about Adam. True Yorkshire great runs, but not only that, his enthusiasm and love for the game make him an all-time great. Hopefully, we can build and go on and win this, he says. And right on cue. Beautiful shot. Adam Lythe through the covers. Raitha just straying wide of off stump, half volley length. And that is something that is not very wise to do when Adam Lythe has a bat in his hand. 50 up for Yorkshire. It's taken them 94 minutes to get there and 25 overs and 1 ball. That will matter not one jot as they continue to pile on the runs and build what they hope will be a match-winning lead. Bit of water to pass through the Chelmer before then, I guess, as Raitha this time corrects things, tightens things up, and Lythe has to defend. 146 that lead.
You mentioned the Chelmer, but the river that runs immediately behind the ground is actually the River Cann, which flows into the River Chelmer, which runs into the Blackwater, which runs into the North Sea. And then the rest of the world.
I think we did this one before, actually, with Paul when we were on.
Yeah. That's why I'm surprised you didn't remember.
Oh, no, it wasn't. I didn't remember. I just named a river that I knew was around.
All right. OK.
Lythe drops one into the offside and Allison does the fielding. Duncan Bailey, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, chaps. is enjoying the coverage and has just driven back to York from a family wedding in Rye, East Sussex. And we've kept him company for the entire way, which is good to know. As Lythe opens the face and drives firmly at this one. Good piece of fielding by Thane at point, no run. He says, on the subject of cricket grounds, one of my favourites is the private cricket ground at Hovingham Hall in North Yorkshire. I haven't been there, nor seen it. I came across it umpiring in the Yorkshire Premier League, and it's always a pleasure to visit. It's now used by Hovingham CC, but in the past has been played on by Yorkshire and at one point an All-England team. There must be lots of retired county grounds like Hovingham. I'd love to know if you've got any favourites that you'd like to see county cricket return to. As Rahita bowls to Lythe, who plays it out into the offside, no run. Oof. Never easy when you put on the spot with these things, because my brain always just empties.
No,
well, if there was anything in it in the first place, that is.
Unless I'm confusing it with somewhere else. I've been to Hovingham Hall, but I don't remember a cricket ground. We just went to look at the gardens. I think it's a National Trust probably, but maybe I'm confusing it with...
Yeah, of course you've been to Hovingham Hall. I mean, surely that would have been your cousin Baron Davies, who at one point...
Well, that's right, the 28th.
Owned the lands.
Yes.
That's right. Lythe, who plays that to mid-on. And there is no run to complete that over at 53 without loss, a lead of 146. I mean, the Chumley Warners and all that, but the Yorkshire branch of the Davies clan, I'm sure.
They get everywhere.
Held seat there at one stage.
Oh, no doubt, yes. Gosh, if anyone was ever misunderstood, it's I. Well, I've lived with it for a few years now.
Retired county grounds that would be a favourite of yours down this neck of the woods?
Brentwood was always nice. Lovely little ground at Brentwood, where the local club Brentwood now play, and play very, very successfully as well. They've got their international day or PCA day or something like that pretty soon. Well, maybe not for a couple of months, but yeah. And Clacton, I used to like Vista Road, Clacton. I won't say who I was just going to say who I particularly remember, but I daren't admit to being there at the time. Maybe I just imagined it.
Is there a female involved here, Dick?
As Harmer moves in, bowls, and that's just played diligently out to, well, long off. By the time Tom Wesley fielded it, he was coming in a few yards.
I'm going to set up a publishing company myself because I want to publish your book. There's going to be some unbelievable stories in the Dick Davies memoirs.
Well, there are, but I can't. I keep. No, I know a lot of people. In fact, plenty of former local BBC local radio commentators write their books, but no, not for me. I'm a very. I was just played out on the onside.
Are you taking it with you?
Yeah. Well, most of it needs to be. No, I'm a pretty quiet sort of shy, self-effacing bloke off air. I'm a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde, really. I sink into my shell. That comes of being married many years and just, kept under the thumb. It's like a holiday doing cricket. Oh, I only know she's not listening because she's gone to a gardening event today. That's just played out in the offside. As well fielded there in the covers by Charlie Allison, the younger brother of Ben Allison, who's now moved on to Worcestershire. End of the over, 54 without loss. We've had a few emails in. I was just going to read it, and of course, the way things in the world are, it's just gone off my screen, so I'll get that back in a moment or two.
Just to answer Duncan's question from my perspective, probably of the Yorkshire grounds that are no longer played at, Park Avenue. Went there a few times, and although I wouldn't, I'll grant you, probably not the most picturesque of settings, but the actual arena was good, a good viewing ground. We're going to see Finley Bean face Kason Raitha, who's going to come over the wicket to him this time by the looks of things for a change of angle across the left-hander. And he bowls it now straight at Finlay Bean's middle and leg stumps, turned to mid-on. There's no run.
Glamorgan used to use a lot of grounds, and I can remember quite fondly in my very early days. One of the grounds I commentated from was Pontypridd, where they'd got what I thought was a big mountain overlooking it, and I said the ground is overlooking this ground, and it turned out just to be a coal heap, you know. But in Essex we don't see many either coal heaps or mountains, so I didn't know.
Bean pushes to mid-off and there's no run. That is classic. Graham Clark has messaged in on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com and says Lyth played 5 of his 7 tests against Australia. If he'd had an easier baptism into test cricket, I'm sure he'd have had a much longer international career. Yeah, which I think is pretty much what we were saying a short while ago. Bean with that firm bat tap. Raitha in again, and he's turned this one to mid-on. This time will take on the field, who tries Shane Snater to throw down the wickets at the bowler's end, but doesn't make a direct hit. Bent Nielsen said, afternoon Jonathan. I guess patience is the name of the game this evening's session, which is odd, as it's supposed to be cricket. Miles Cartwright says, love Scarborough CC, only 7 miles from home, spent many happy hours there when we had a 2-week festival. There were the days. Still good to go and visit now though, festival or no festival. It's just a great place when the sun's shining to go and watch cricket. Lyth strokes one this time, up to mid-off.
I've had an email from Warren. Good afternoon, Warren. I used to play cricket with him years ago. Watching the game in the live stream today in Bishop Stortford, having visited Chelmsford yesterday just before lunch. Judging by all the comments, I shall certainly put Scarborough high on my list of destinations for the future, although I have watched football there. Must admit that I've earmarked Yorkshire away trip to York. Yeah, I think a lot of people have.
Raitha to Lyth, who checks with the ball that just kicks off the pitch a little bit but plays it really nicely. You can also get in touch with me, by the way, on at jonathandoige.bsky.social. That's on Blue Sky, as Neil Dutton did. I noticed yesterday. Sorry, Neil, I did not picked up on those. Must sort the notifications out.
Yeah, the trip to York, I know a lot of people who are greatly looking forward to that. It's a lovely city, York, anyway, so I'm not quite sure when that is, but anyway, Warren continues. I'll tell you how he continues after this.
Delivery, which is bowled now on leg stump, turned to short mid-wicket, where Critchley makes a good diving stop, completing that over at 55 without loss, a lead now of 148.
He says, I like the brief reference to Football Chat, where we all like to keep it brief, yes, because it is the cricket season and football encroaches enough on the season without us indulging ourselves as well. But I must say that I was at Roots Hall, that famous win against Manchester United. I was watching it on telly. He said, I've been to plenty of football grounds over the years, but it's only recently I started different locations for cricket. Therefore, I'm not experienced enough to add weight to the conversation. However, I get the impression that Arundel is, oh yeah, Arundel's beautiful as well. Yeah, I miss Arundel. But, yeah, I mean, I don't sort of keep meticulous check, but I must have been to probably not 100, but a good 90 odd, I should think. County cricket grounds. That's played out in the offside, where it's fielded by the Essex skipper Tom Wesley at deepish mid-off or shortish long-off. Pays your money and takes your choice. Yes, I mentioned earlier that Adam Lyth was one of the cricketers of other sides that I greatly admired over the years, and thought he was unlucky only to get half a dozen, which proved to be 7 actually caps. That's just nudged around the corner. And Colin agrees with me, definitely deserved a longer run at Test cricket. Reminds me of Jack Hampshire's experience. Yeah, as I say, there are certain players that you just can't help but warm to and admire, and in my book, Adam Lyth is one of those. I've never met him, but I'm sure he's a charming fella.
We should rectify that, Dick.
That's just pushed out the offside. I think to a certain extent, anybody who's still playing county cricket at their late 30s, they obviously love the game, really. And a lot of them get to a stage where they just play because they enjoy playing cricket.
I think
And that's just pushed back to the bowler.
anybody who's still commentating like yourself in your late 30s, again, obviously loves the game. So
That's right.
I think we should arrange a meal out with a microphone, a camera on it. Dick and Lythy.
Yes, okay. Well, there's at least one more day. Perhaps you can sort something out. That's just pushed out in the offside. And
You can tell him how good he is.
bowler picks it up. And
He knows he's good, but he's very humble about it. He knows he's good.
I'm sure that's just pushed back to the bowler as well. 50 without loss, 57 without loss, I'm sorry. So at 193, or the easier way is to take off 7 and at 100, and it's a lead of 150. Phil emails. So add to reminiscences of favourite innings seen live at Chelmsford. Mine is Graham Gooch versus Middlesex in 1991. The last game of the season with Essex needing to win to ensure the championship. He was 202 not out at the close of play. That after Middlesex had been bowled out for 51. It was one of those Gooch innings where he dominated the bowling, scoring seemingly at will. From Phil in Tenbury. Yeah, Tenbury, lovely. P.S. Don't worry about relegation for Essex. Is it possible? Oh, good lord, yes, it's undoubtedly possible. Come back to that after this delivery.
Which is bowled by Raita and turned in front of square on the leg side by Lyth, no run.
He says, I guess the only advantage to me would be that I could more easily see Essex in the championship next season at Cardiff. Well, yes, if you're at Tenbury, then Cardiff, well, it's still a fair trek on GWR, but or along the M4, but that peters out at Swansea, I think. Or does it go on? Anyway, yeah. So, oh yes, you certainly see different grounds when you go up and down leagues.
Raita in. Lyth has a flick at this one. Diving away down the leg side is Pepper. Good take. Yeah, I mean, I'd never commentated at Lords until Yorkshire played there in April of last year. It's the one and only time I've ever commentated there, because when Yorkshire were in Div 1, Middlesex were in Division 2, and when Yorkshire got relegated in 2022, Middlesex came up. Yes. And they just managed to they came back down again, so one season overlap last year.
Ships that pass the night.
Raita in, and Lyth, lovely shot again, just too much width, and once more, just beautiful how he plays that shot. He's just laid his bat on it and just stroked it away. It's a long boundary down there, and they have managed to reel it in, so he's got through for 3, but cracking shot. And while, of course, I'm extolling the virtues of Adam Lyth, we are sitting at the Sir Alistair Cook end, opposite the Graham Gooch end, who's just got a mention by Dick, to truly all-time England, well, all-time greats, if you will. Whether you have to preface that by England or not. Raita's in, and that's turned square on the leg side by Finlay Bean, who picks up a single. Gooch, what an entertaining player to watch. No messing. 5 o'clock clicks over. Over 8 plus 5 here. Never seen anything like it. Still 19 overs and 2 balls remaining in the day. Good delivery by Raita. It's got to be good round the wicket to get an LBW. And Lyth never looked ruffled, nor did umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, who's now, of course, switched to the Graham Gooch end for the second half of the contest. It's been steady progress, 2 and over, but I don't think anybody sporting a white rose will be too bothered about that. They've got a lead of, precious lead of 154, and still all 10 wickets intact, and I think what we've seen in this match is if you get in, you've got to try and cash in. Oh, beautiful shot again, Lyth. It's gone through Charlie Allison's got a hand on it in the covers, so it's not going to quite make it to the boundary. Being chased down in the distance for another 3 to Lyth in the over. A relatively expensive over by comparison to what we've seen so far. Adam Lyth makes it to another half century. 106 balls, 109 minutes, and 8 fours for the man from Whitby. And he just keeps on scoring runs. That's over 400. I'll get you his seasonal stats in a minute or two. But a ton first up down at the Utility Bowl against Hampshire. Was his first contribution of the season, and passing 50 again here. That is now 78 first class 50s to go with 38 first class 100s.
Yeah, we've had an email from Michael. Thank you, Michael. My name is Michael, and I'm originally from Bentley, just outside Donny. Would that be Doncaster?
It would.
And that's short of a length, played out into the covers for a single as Slater picks it up in the deep. But I've been living in Tenerife the last 22 years. The reason I'm emailing you is that I took my wife to a match when it was Yorkshire versus Lancashire. My wife said to me, "Why is that wicketkeeper standing so far back from the wicket?" Short of a length again, and trying to play it out into the covers, fails to make contact. It goes through the keeper, and it happened that the bowler was Matthew Hoggard. So I said, listen to the thud when the keeper catches it, because as you know, on the TV the keeper looks a lot closer than he is. Yes, the TV is inclined to foreshorten things at times. That's just played backward of square, although sometimes it makes places look a bit bigger. I mean, it's just worked away backward of square on the onside over the last few weeks, as a lot of people have. One of the sports I'm really keen to follow is snooker, and I've been watching the World Championships avidly, and come back to that in a minute. It's just played backward of square on the offside, and they keep telling you on television that this is a really small theatre, although it you don't appreciate that on telly. But I have been there a few times for the World Championships, and it is, really, really small. The players must feel as if the crowd are closing in on them. It's you can almost touch the end of the queue if you're in the front room. That's just played the front row. That's just played back to the bowler. Are you a snooker man? Ever been to it's only in Sheffield, isn't it?
I've never been to watch the actual event. I've been to do World Championship snooker interviews. People like Rocket Ronnie, and a few others in the past, but I've never actually seen a ball hit in anger or otherwise live. No. But I mean, it was one of those sports because, like, we were treated to terrestrial television for so long, weren't we? Used to watch anything on that was sporting, so including that. I was only reminiscing the other week that it's 40 years since the Davis-Taylor match, and I remember watching that on my birthday. It started on my birthday and finished just at past midnight into the following day, watching that with my dad. The black ball final. Change of bowling. Looks as though it's Jamie Porter, I think, coming on. Or is it?
No, it's Noah Thrain.
Noah Thrain. Okay.
And of course,
for the first time in the match, for the first time in the innings, I should say.
There's talk of it moving away from the crucible.
Yeah, the Hearns have kind of got their teeth into it, haven't they now, and they're saying it should go elsewhere. Thane 1 for 11 from 1 over in the first innings, and he's just been pushed for 1 square on the offside by Lyth.
There was, and of course, I think they said they've still got, they're staying at Sheffield for a few years. It made me think, as I was driving in this morning, getting stuck in traffic in a place called Great Baddow. There's this notorious now roundabout called the Army and Navy, which used to my mind, but not being a traffic engineer, I only speak as a humble myopic driver.
Here's Thane, short ball. Bean tries to play the pull shot but misses out.
But to my mind, it used to flow reasonably well because they had a flyover which they changed direction of one way or the other, depending on the rush hour. Anyway, for some reason they took that down. I'm sure there was a good reason, but they haven't replaced it with anything. And it's notorious, probably in the whole of Essex, the most notorious junction is the Army and Navy roundabout just to the south of Chelmsford. As I was stuck in this traffic this morning thinking, God, I better not be late on my first day of the season.
Thane in, opening the face. Bean runs it down through third man and will pick up a welcome boundary. Just a second for him. 70 without loss. Now he's on to 18.
There was this road sign there, as if to sort of reassure drivers stuck in the traffic, and it said new road layout from 2035. And I thought, 10 years time, oh goody, yes, that's made my day so much better. Why tell us what's going to happen in 10 years time, particularly as we all know it probably won't.
Thane in and bowling, and Bean turns it into the leg side. There's no run. I'll tell you what, coming back from the races I went to on Thursday night just up at Chelmsford City Racecourse, Essex Regiment Way.
Yes.
Does that go around the entire circumference of the globe? It just keeps on going, doesn't it? You get to the next roundabout and the next roundabout.
Oh yes, it's just roundabout after roundabout after roundabout.
And he comes again, and this time Bean punches backward of point. We'll pick up one to the incoming Snater. I mean, I know that you've seen the aerial, the globe shots where you can see the Great Wall of China. I think the Essex Regiment Way is also somewhere
yes,
on there.
But this succession of roundabouts, it's almost sort of as if, a bit like Only Fools and Horses. Meets in a pub and he says, I've got a job lot of roundabouts. Would you like them? They're going cheap.
And he comes again.
Well fielded.
It was a good piece of fielding by Simon Harmer.
Simon Harmer is an excellent fielder.
Yeah, in the cordon it was Adam Lyth just jabbing down on that one wide of the stumps.
Yeah, and although theoretically, well, no, I suppose it is actually the quickest way, and it always seems to me as if you're going out of the way. So I frequently choose, if I'm coming from that side of Chelmsford, to drive through the middle of town, or city, sorry. But the cameraman in front of us just taking precautions against the late afternoon sun by covering one side of his face with a green cloth. Very wise precaution. He's taken the umbrella or parasol down.
I'm going to leave you two chaps to it for half an hour.
Right, thank you very much, Jonathan. As Simon Harmer moves in round the wicket to Bean, and Bean plays it out in the offside. No addition to the score. And yes, although it's coming up to 5:10, it's still pretty warm out there. Well, at this end of the ground, the far end of the ground is in shadow. That's also pushed out in the offside. That end of the ground still to a certain extent dominated by a large tree that's been there as long as the ground has, probably. Harmer moves in and bowls, and that too. Oh, how very strange. How very strange. For some reason, both our mics cut out simultaneously. As Harmer moves in and bowls, and that's played out into the offside. Yes, I'll return to talking about the tree, I promise, or threaten, depending which way you take it. The end of the over, Harmer moves in and bowls. And Let's just play defensively.
Yeah, and rather concerningly for Essex, they've yet to take a wicket as
Yeah.
that Yorkshire lead grows and grows.
164
Yeah.
without loss, effective. Well fielded by Charlie Allison. Yes, there's a pretty large old tree down that end, and it happens to be a sycamore tree, and of course certainly a certain late sycamore tree has been much in the news lately, and I shall pass no further comment except that an act of vandalism like that does sort of fire people up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's become quite a big story during the last week, because everybody, well, they will have more or less similar thoughts about it. You know, why? It's very sad.
Definitely. As a Fane to continue from the Graham Gooch end, and just lovely drive there
It
from
is.
Life. Picks up a single, and he's been in good touch this innings, continuing from his 58 in the first innings, and it's looking ominous for this
Do you know, I was just thinking the best word I can use to describe this is ominous. I assure you, I was just about to say that, because it is 164 lead with all wickets in hand, and 2 days and an hour probably to go. It's it's not, and a good weather forecast.
Well, you know what they say, Dick, great minds think alike.
Indeed, do indeed, yes. So
Fane into Bean and just driven forward, and there's no run picked up at mid-on.
So if I were a betting man, which I'm not from any moral high ground, but just abject poverty, I might put 20 pence on a Yorkshire win there. It shows the sort of fella I am.
Has a Fane to continue in from the Graham Gooch end. Finley Bean on strike, and that just misses there. No run taken. And Bean's been happy to sort of soak up the balls and sit back. 19 runs, faced 91 balls, and just let Adam Life.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
Score the runs. If Essex were to win from here, it would be a remarkable comeback, but
It would indeed.
you never know with county cricket, the ups and downs. As Fane into Bean again, and again just driven on the offside, no run taken.
No, I can remember going on air at Canterbury when Essex were playing Kent, I don't know how many years ago, it was probably 5-6 years ago. On the third day, saying in my opening day report, there's no way this game can finish other than a draw. That's not going to happen in this match, I hasten to add. I'm not comparing it to that extent.
Fane in to Bean.
Oh!
And just lofted in the air.
And
that's taken.
Well,
and a tame shot there from Bean after a resolute stand of 19. He goes quite cheaply, dismissed, lofted into the air, and just caught at mid-on. And that's the breakthrough.
That really came out of nowhere, I would say, because the batsmen were so on top. Not just what the scoreboard tells you, but having watched play, you thought, this is a situation where these two are only going to be parted by a run out or something like that. And then completely out of nowhere came this dismissal off the top edge and an absolute dolly of a catch. And Critchley will never take a simpler catch in his life. It was probably almost too easy because you've got just that time to think about it, and you think, God, I can't drop this one. And we all have seen catches like that dropped, and you just want the earth to open up and swallow you. But the former Derbyshire player made no mistake.
So there we go, wicket for Noah Fane, and just as we were talking about an Essex comeback, they get the wicket. So
yes,
who knows? Who knows what we've started here?
They can thank you for that.
And that brings out Wharton to strike. James Wharton coming in at number 3, and Adam Life still there. Importantly for Yorkshire, 53, not out. and the lead 165. But importantly for Essex, they finally managed to make a breakthrough. Much needed one.
Yes.
They wouldn't have wanted to go into closer play without having taken a wicket.
Oh, no. And that will give Essex heart, they'll, for a moment, understandably, I've always said that, you can, body language in cricket, particularly when the side are in the field, you can almost see what they're thinking and how they're reacting, and a lot of them are already probably thinking, looking forward to getting in the showers, having a bite to eat and just sort of licking their wounds, and the heads go down, and suddenly one wicket and spirits are lifted, and if they were to chase not much more than 300, they would think they're in with a chance, which they would be.
Mm-hmm. So Fane into completely over. Final delivery, it's going to be the new man Wharton on strike to face his first ball. So Fane runs in to Wharton, and this time just a defensive push, and that ends the over. A successful one for Essex. Yorkshire 72 for 1. Findlay being dismissed, and a breakthrough for Essex. We saw in the first innings Yorkshire were 125 for 2. Then we saw a sort of capitulation, and they ended up being 216 all out. So Essex can take heart from the fact that they've done that in the first innings, and look to see a procession of wickets in this second innings, which would get them right back in the game.
Well, yes. I mean, in the middle order, 6 batsmen fell for a combined total of fewer than 20 runs. So, admittedly the tail wagged to a certain effect, but there's a bit to be played in this game yet, hopefully from the Essex point of view. As Harmer moves in and bowls. No addition to the score, as that's met with an obdurate defensive bat from Lyes. And Harmer moves in again and bowls. That's short of a length, played out to deep covers, fielded.
Well, I don't want to get Essex fans' hopes up too much, but I have commentated on Surrey's 501 run chase at Canterbury, their highest 4th innings chase, and last week, as I mentioned earlier, Middlesex's 361 chase. So you never know what could happen.
No, you don't.
In this match.
Harmer over the wicket. That's nudged out into mid-wicket area where Charlie Allison fields.
I think you're right though. If Essex have to chase 300 around that mark, and they've got 4 to 4.5 sessions, they're under no time constraints to do it.
No.
They can so anything would be possible.
Harmer in again. That's pushed out on the offside to a gap, so it'll easily accommodate the taking of the second run. And as the shadows lengthen, the shadow of one of the floodlight pylons is extending way beyond the batting strip now. They had new floodlights installed during the winter, and so they've gone from being just about the oldest lights on the county circuit to, well, obviously one of the newest. Harmer moves in again and bowls. Pushed out square. Played with great respect still, although Adam Lyth has 56 to his name. Every delivery potentially has your name written on it. Just pushed out on the onside. End of the over, 76 for 1, representing a lead of 169 with 9 wickets in hand. With Adam Lyth not out 56, and the new batsman James Wharton with just a single to his name. You're listening on BBC Essex and, well, several Yorkshire radio stations. I really can't list them, mainly because I don't know them. But well, it's a big county, Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Essex is pretty big, but no, Yorkshire is by far the biggest. With I don't think they still have ridings, or maybe they do, but they used to have ridings.
And it's a Noah feint to continue to James Wharton on strike. It's blocked by Wharton. And yeah, just under 14 overs to go in today's play.
Yeah, so that's, well, they should bowl at 12 an hour. No, they shouldn't. 16. Oh, yes. So 14. Yeah, 6:15, something like that. Not too much overtime. Very, very rarely finishes on time.
Yeah.
Unless you've got two spinners in tandem. And also a day like this when it's warm. Although I wonder, it's just occurred to me. Come back to that.
So that feint into Wharton again. Oh, and just clipped leg side. Going to pick up a single.
What we're inclined not to perceive is that I think there's still quite a stiffish breeze because the flag's fluttering quite buoyantly, and we haven't had any drinks breaks all day. We're not going to now, I wouldn't have thought. So maybe it's not oppressively warm out there, but probably very pleasant, warm but with a breeze.
Feint into life this time and driven down the offside, picked up at mid-off, and there's no run taken. And James Wharton was not out in the first innings, of course, batting at 3. Scored 63.
Yes.
Team's highest scorer. So feint into Adam Life from the Graham Gooch end. And Life drives this one down. It should pick up a single, yeah. Just on the offside. And it's forecast to be slightly hotter tomorrow, Dick, 21 degrees.
Is it? Oh, right.
So, better stock up on your suntan lotion.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's been, as I said earlier, it's been unusual April and May.
It has.
We're used to this time of year, normally whole rounds of county cricket getting rained off, but for the most part, there's been consistent sun.
Yeah.
Feint into Wharton once again. Wharton just drives this one down the leg side. And there's a good stop, and there's no run taken.
Yep, stopped by Charlie Addison in the covers. Diving away. There's quite a few in the press box next door. One or two representatives of the White Rose. I had to think about that if I got the colour wrong.
Feint into Wharton again. Oh, and a late leave from Wharton to end the over. And 78 for 1 Yorkshire, 36 overs gone in the game, I should say. Lead by 171 runs. And I think it's going to be Simon Harmer continuing from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Bowled 10 overs so far, gone wicketless for his 21 runs. And Yorkshire have been happy to just see him off, take the singles, rotate strike against him.
Oh, yes. So Harmer in his, I can't tell you how many overs this will be that he's bowled because the sun is shining on our screen, but
it's 11th over, sorry.
11th over, yeah. Well, he has had much longer spells than that. In recent seasons he hasn't been quite as effective as he was prior to that. I don't know if his skill is any lesser. I think batsmen, maybe, I'm not saying they don't respect him, but they're prepared to take the fight to him more. Whereas when he first joined and used to get a hatful of wickets every season, batsmen were almost out before they got to the wicket. Now they come in with a different mental approach. That's just played with so little momentum on it, it doesn't even make its way back to the bowler, who has to walk 10 yards down the wicket to pick it up.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see Essex persist with Harmar to the end of play,
Yes.
or bring in some pace in the final few overs from the Alistair Cook end.
Yes. But nonetheless, a very, very useful practitioner,
Yeah.
very interesting to talk to, very thoughtful, intelligent man. Spends as much of his winter, well, probably more of his winter studying than playing cricket in South Africa. He's studying for a law degree, so he's got the rest of his life panned out. Moves in now and bowls. That's outside the off stump. Oh, telephone. Oh, I'm doing an update at 4:30. You'll have to carry on your own, I'm sorry, just for a few minutes.
As a Harmar to continue
Yeah.
from the Sir Alistair Cook end into life, and just tapped on the offside and going to pick up a quick single to end the over. So 79 for 1 Yorkshire.
Oh, you mean you're not getting us down the line? Oh. Okay, we'll redial. We'll redial. Just okay, we'll redial straight away. Gosh, we've gone off air. I think we went off some time ago.
Maybe when the mic's kicked off.
First time anyone's told us. No, you don't do it.
No. Read out.
Yeah. Well, no, hang on. Hold that one.
Yep. And then
Right. 01386 429 905. it's possible that the boxes are making very. Hello, Ashley. Yeah, we are having issues. Yeah, we're just redialing and trying. It keeps dropping out. All we can do is keep trying. And yeah, we've been talking to the studio, and it might even. Yeah. Oh, is it? So on the stream they just got picture. Oh, can we? Oh, right. Okay. So hold on just a moment. Are you there now in that control room, whatever you call it? So are we on the stream now? Okay, well we'll keep talking then. I suppose just being on the stream is better than nothing. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll carry on. Okay. Thank you. Right. Well, as you can probably gather from earwigging our conversation, we seem to have had some problems here. I think I've got the wrong headset on as well. If anybody who's watching via the live stream can tell us whether they can get commentary or not, because we now understand that the live stream you can get our commentary, but there's no audio for some reason via other means, which is confusing at best. Oh, hang on, we've got emails coming in now. Commentary gone on live stream, it says here. But then maybe that was when we... Still no comms.
I'll put the live stream on.
Oh, yes. Yes,
Yeah, there's no. It's not on live.
There's nothing on live stream.
No, no.
Let's go back. I think we might be back in business. Yeah, I think we're back in business. I do apologise to this, listeners. All we can do is talk down a microphone. We're not technical people. But we have every reason to believe that we are now on air commentating from the county ground in Chelmsford, and we've had the thumbs up from Santoki. So, right, the Gremlins have been doing up to their mischief, and but now they've gone away. So, right, well. Oh, except now it's dropped out again. Oh no, it hasn't dropped out.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Right.
So it's going to be Critchley from Sir Alistair Cook end, coming in for Simon Harmer.
You carry on.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit confused now.
Critchley in to Wharton and just tapped on the offside. And Yorkshire 81 for 1. Still just over 8 overs remaining in the day.
If anyone could just positively reassure us that they're getting us both via the live stream and pictureless methods, we'd be, if not eternally grateful, very grateful.
As Critchley in again. 2 Wharton on strike, and Wharton just leaves that one. A bit of dip there from Critchley. As a final delivery of the over. Critchley into Wharton. Oh, when he lost it.
That has gone. You probably heard that. You probably heard that hit the roof of our box. I was unaware of it until I heard it hit the roof of the box. If I'd seen it coming this way, I'd now be under the table rather than behind it, and I'd have realised the threat it posed. But yeah, you probably heard it thump on the roof of our box. That is, if we're going out, which we have every reason to believe we are. And well, that was spectacular. One way and another, we've had a fairly exciting 20 minutes, really. First of all, going off air, and now nearly getting killed. I'm not quite sure to what extent we're insured for that. But as I say, it hit the roof, which is, so it was a good 4 feet above us, so no panic really. And it's probably in the River Can by now. It probably one bounce off the roof into the River Can, and now on the way to the North Sea. Takes the score on to 87 for 1, which is a lead of 180 with 9 wickets in hand. And you're listening, I hope, on BBC Essex and numerous Yorkshire radio BBC stations. And we have various lights, a green light and a red light, both of which should be on, but it's difficult to see when the sun's shining on them, whether it is or not. Yeah.
I'll test the stream.
I think we might be back in business. That's the first 6 of the BBC stations. We have various lights, a green light and a red light. Very spectacular. So we'd seen it coming, then just right, so it's the end of that over. And play is resumed. Reset station. It's going to be Slater to bowl from the far end, the Grand Gooch end. Slater moves in right arm round the wicket. Bowls to line. It's a determined and defensive bat. And just played on the side. I completely, with all these happenings, I've completely lost check of who's on air, who's not off. I think right, Jonathan's due to come on, and who's due to go off for you? So, yeah, there are 7.5 overs in the game. No, 7.5 overs. Slater. That people have, teams have recovered before, and that does get the better of Goliath. That's outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper.
Well, I'm back. I've had a few messages saying, get yourself back to the box.
Yeah, it's all our fault. Not Jonathan's fault. It's all my fault. I was born to be a scapegoat, and happy to be so.
Well, for all those who come back to the box, they know that I've been doing an update on the half hour every hour, and I was elsewhere around the ground doing that.
Slater moves in again and bowls, and that's just played defensively by Lyth. Trickles it out on the offside. No addition to the score.
Nobody says that the update has to be done from the commentary box, and obviously with your voices in the background, it's nice to have a little bit of a different angle. So I was over the far corner of the ground by the floodlight.
Oh, right.
Just a different angle, but it's pretty windy out there actually to
yeah,
view
we were
an
just
update.
commenting on that. We thought it probably was the fact that we haven't had any drinks breaks, and most of the players are wearing pullovers. So, yeah, we get a false impression as to just how warm it is up here. The Slater moves in and bowls. And it's pushed out for a gap in the offside between sort of square point and deepish cover, which accommodates the taking of a single. And no, it's not. Oh no, the umpire's moving because we now have a right and left hand combination, of course, with Wharton having come to the crease at the demise of Finley Bean, who was out for 19. Out in quite a tame manner in the end. It came out of nowhere, just got the top edge and ballooned out to mid-on, where it was taken by Matt Critchley. However many years he plays county cricket, I doubt that he'll take an easier catch. So still, the crowd's not dwindling particularly. It's still more or less the same size as it's been, sort of goodish, but not overpowering. That's a good one outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. And that is the end of the over, with Yorkshire in their second innings 88 for 1, an overall lead of 181.
Yeah, pressing on steadily, 2.1 runs per over, but they've got loads of time left in the contest. I now have got rather loud. And Lyth on 60, Wharton on 9. We're going to see Matt Critchley continue from this Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground. Jeff Hawes says, hello, if I remember Adam Lythe's squad number used to be 5 because when Essex played Yorkshire in the past they used to call him 5 Lythe. Wonder why he changed it. Maybe because of that, Jeff. 88 for 1. 1-8 won the lead. Critchley round the wicket, leg spin, oof, to Lythe himself, who jabs down on that and then shapes to retake his guard, not realising, I don't think, that Tom Wesley dropped himself out to long on and there was an easy one, so ends up taking it. That brings James Wharton back on to strike. Apparently we're all good and back on both the BBC, and we've always apparently been on the stream. Critchley over the wicket, lovely shot by Wharton. He leans into this and just a check drive ready into the offside. We'll pick him up another single as Yorkshire continue to accumulate.
Thank you for your various comments, reassuring us.
Here he comes again, Lythe just having a little flick at one outside off stump.
Somebody said, whatever you did, don't touch it, it's working. Yes, a bit like me, when it's working, don't touch it.
Critchley in again, Lythe opens the face, runs it out into the vacant point area. There's a man at deep backward point, but there's a long way to run in to try and stop that. So Adam Lythe on to 62. He is 12 runs shy of getting to the 500 mark for this 2025 season and averaging over 54 at the moment. So it's been a really good start to the campaign back in Division 1 for Adam Lythe as Wharton turns one into the leg side and Critchley round to field off his own bowling. He's got one left in this, the 43rd over of the Yorkshire second innings. Wharton takes one on the full, I think, and nearly hits it straight back to Critchley. Drops short. End of the over, 3 from it. Critchley now 2 overs for 9, and Yorkshire 91 for 1. The lead now 184, which already feels pretty sizable. Still, I don't think anybody's too sure what they quite make of the pitch. They all thought it was good to start with, just like I was saying yesterday, so did I. And it's not bad, but there's definitely something in it for the bowlers. I think everybody agrees it's very slow, and that's maybe not helping if you've got bat in hand. But obviously it's very, very dry, isn't it? And so sometimes grass on the pitch you get the deviation. Sometimes if it's dry, if it's just a little bit slightly loose, you might get that bit of deviation and obviously turn.
Yes, and about half the pitches, there's 11 pitches here, and 5 of them are hybrid. I don't know if this is a hybrid one.
Didn't look like it yesterday.
No.
When I was down there.
They look different, do they, these hybrid pitches?
Yeah, I think you can tell there's something different about them when you look at them. I got a good look at one at Durham last year.
Oh, right.
And at Headingley as well, actually.
As no, it's not me, is it?
It is you. Yes, Dick, it is you.
It is me, as I thought. Slater bowls, and that's it's played out in the offside. It's getting towards the tail end of the day, and I'm beginning to feel it a little bit, especially a long, warm day. But at least we do have a third commentator. But there's a lot of occasions when the third commentator is, well, we don't have a third commentator, so we're really delighted to have the help of Santoki today.
Andrew Tempest says, dear commentators, as a Bradfordian, my favourite ground was Bradford Park Avenue. Like Headingley, at a grandstand with football on one side of the wooden grandstand and cricket on the other. Used to watch Bradford Park Avenue play. Saw Kevin Hector play there.
Well, when I first commentated from Headingley, the ground there, yeah, the stand on the opposite end from where it is now. Yes, there you watch the rugby, the Leeds Rhinos from, or was it Carnegie, on one side, and Yorkshire Cricket on the other.
Both Carnegie and Rhinos at one stage, not Carnegie,
Well, yes.
not the Tykes as they are now anymore. They've moved off elsewhere.
As Snater moves in, bowls, and that's just played pleasantly. They score a single as it just goes to the offside of the stumps at the far end. It goes through for a single, taking the score on 95. One with Lythe on 65, Wharton on 11.
Andrew goes on with his email here. On the cricket ground at the other side at Park Avenue, saw Jeff Boycott hit a straight 6 out of the ground off Curtly Ambrose in a Sunday League game. That was a sight to behold. Yorkshireman, he says, I'm now retired to the seaside on the Lincolnshire East Coast, listening to you while demolishing an ice cream. Thanks, Andrew.
As Snater moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively, trickles out on the onside. I remember an encounter that I had with Geoffrey Boycott here many years ago, probably before I was commentating, and they had a temporary box up at the far end, and I'd taken his book with me, and I asked him to, with the view to asking him to sign it. So I waited till the end of the day when I thought he'd have more time, and as Snater moves in and bowls, and not a very good delivery really. It was sort of a looping delivery, can't even flatter it by calling it a bouncer. It went down the leg side, and lucky not to concede runs off it really. It was just ignored with almost indifference by Lythe, and so I waited for him at the bottom of the steps at the very end of the day, and he said in a fairly direct way, what time, I won't be verbatim for those who are sensitive, he said, what time do you call this? I've been here all day and this is the first time you asked me to sign the book. So I said, well, I didn't want to disturb you during the day. I knew you were busy commentating. Anyway, he sort of said, yeah, okay, and signed it, and even asked me my name and wrote a little message in it. And then he proceeded, just as he gave the impression, first of all, he was in a great hurry to go home or go wherever. He then nattered to me for about 10 minutes and told me a tale about Fred Truman at Headingley, I think it was, or some ground, where the first 3 deliveries he bowled were no balls. And Truman apparently said, I never bowl no balls, and the pitch must be marked out incorrectly. And come back with that later.
Here's Critchley bowling to Wharton, who turns that one for a single square on the leg side. Harmer fielding. I never bowled no ball. Must have been big something like that.
I knew it wouldn't take much, and of course, so they did. You know, he said no, call out the ground staff, measure it, and sure enough, it was about 1.5 to 2 feet short for some. I can't imagine why.
Critchley round the wicket to Lythe. Oh, that one was the wrong one. No, it wasn't. Tell a lie. And he played it nicely down to third man and picked up 2 runs. Never. No ball. No way. Critchley in again. Lythe gets a delivery. It doesn't really turn at all this time and drops it by his feet. There's a moment where there's a gasp from Dick as if it might have rolled back onto his stumps, but he's just switching now to bowl over the wicket to the lefty. Short leg in place plus a slip, and that one good length ball, and with an open face Lythe runs it down to third man for 1. No ball.
I remember.
Professional fast bowler like myself, no ball. Unbelievable. The reference, the inference is unbelievable. Dick Davies. I'm telling you now, take it back. Withdraw that remark. Magnificent fast bowler like myself. You don't take 300 test wickets bowling no balls, lad. As Wharton's backing across and playing that latest delivery into the leg side.
There are numerous stories about Fred Truman. You probably, well, bound to know far more than I do.
Critchley in again, and Wharton punches it along the deck to Allison at mid-on to complete that over. 4 runs from it. Critchley 3 overs for 13, Lyth 68, Wharton 12. 4 overs remaining in the day, and the lead is 192 with Yorkshire 99 for 1 in their second innings.
But the one one of those I remember is when he'd just written his autobiography, or probably ghost written. Most of these autobiographies are ghost written, which is fair enough. And he was talking to the publishers, and they said, "Well, what do you want to call it, Fred?" And he said, "I mean, you must know this one," and probably with all the words added, he said, "How about calling it the best fast bowler who ever drew breath?" Isn't it? Modest as ever, self-effacing. But a great bloke. I remember once in the days when I used to do a bit of after dinner speaking. He'd retired long since, but I was a sort of warm up act, the hors d'oeuvre before he was the main course, and had a very, very pleasant evening with him after the speech part of the meal. And that's just worked away on the onside, no addition to the score.
Well, I was always a big fan of one of Essex's finest, Trevor Bailey, one of the finest all-rounders this nation's ever produced. Marvellous cricketer.
They did actually form although they were chalk and cheese, they formed a very good relationship on Test match, especially. In fact, I think it was Bailey who was, in fact, it's bound to have been, it was Bailey who was president of the club, the cricket club, who undoubtedly must have got Fred Truman to come down and give this speech. But yes, they formed an unlikely but very effective partnership, and that's just played out defensively. Bailey, the Cambridge Blues, studied history, I think it was, at Peterhouse or something like that at Cambridge, and Truman, who would always like to assure people that he came from a very basic working class background. But one of England's greatest.
One of.
As that's just played defensively by Lyth. So I'm sure some of our listeners, I know the day is getting into the twilight zone almost, and or the evening rather. Maybe we haven't got as many listeners, or they may have understandably switched off once we temporarily went off for 10 minutes.
I feel like we've been in the twilight zone for some time today.
But if anybody out there has any stories of Truman, maybe tomorrow, it's a bit late now, and we can't even guarantee to read them out, but tomorrow perhaps, got any stories of Truman, and we'll be delighted to hear them, because the man was and is a legend. And I use that word literally. It's a vastly overused word in the English language now, in sport especially, that, as lots of words are overused, but legend truly applies to Fred, as he'd like to be known. I think that's what he called his book in the end. It was just played defensively. So 3 deliveries and a couple of overs, 20 valid deliveries left, and we've had very, very few. In fact, where's that gone? That's well fielded, almost nonchalantly by Harmer. And having fielded it, I always have trouble saying the word fielded. I'm inclined to go on with the da-da-da-da. He then sort of looked towards the third man as if he'd gone through him. So he had stopped it. Yes, yeah, I was saying how many valid deliveries. I can't recall one no ball or one wide today. Yorkshire certainly wouldn't have bowled any, because they bowled superbly and deserved their success. I don't think Essex have either. That's nudged down to fine leg for 4.
Yorkshire bowled 1.
Really?
1 no ball.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, 1 no ball and 5 byes, I think I'm right.
Oh,
so
yes.
They were in the just 7 extras in the Essex innings. One no ball, of course, counting as 2 runs, but
Yeah.
one actual delivery.
Yep.
100 up for Yorkshire, 103 for 1 at the end of over number 46, as they painstakingly progress, but at 2.2 and over. 72 for Lythe, 12 now for James Wharton. They've put on 31 between them following that 72-run opening partnership. So just 18 deliveries left in the day. +6 for Essex on the over right front. They've got money in the bank in that respect. But at the moment, it's wickets they want in the bank, and James Wharton is not forgoing on that delivery, stroking one out into the deep on the offside. Strolling through for a single. James, top scorer for Yorkshire, of course, in the first innings. 60 plus, undefeated. 63 to be precise. Adam Lythe, half century in each innings, running one down off the second ball of the over to third man for a single. Feels like there's just a minor bit more momentum in the last few overs for Yorkshire. That run rate up to 2.3. It was 1.9 when I was out of the com box. They're just picking things up now. A lovely sweep shot played by James Wharton down into the shadows of the stand at long leg. Another single. So 3 in successive deliveries here. Can Critchley find a way through? Wide on the crease. Lythe. Very straight blade as he plays out in front of his pad and just kills any turn. Critchley in again, trying to add to those 4 wickets in the first innings. Not from that delivery where Lythe's able to rock back and get a good contact on that. Square on the offside for another single. Final ball of this 47th over then. 200 up the lead, which feels big, especially with 9 second innings wickets in hand. Critchley into Wharton. Again, nicely played out, square on the offside. He's asked for a second here, and he's going to get back for it. Quick between the wickets, James Wharton, well supported by Adam Lythe. They took 6 off the over in 1s and a 2. Critchley now 4 overs for 19. He's proving the most expensive on the economy rate front for Essex, 4.8. 12 balls left in the day, 109 for 1, 202 in front Yorkshire.
Yep, thanks again for confirming that we're back on air. In fact, somebody said you never went off, but
on the stream,
oh yeah,
that was the case, but I think the BBC line went down, didn't it?
Yes, I think so. There again tomorrow, perhaps Yorkshire listeners can help us. It'll be the same, obviously Jonathan will be here today. Santoki won't, but I will be, so there'll be 2 of the 3. And something I'd really like Yorkshire listeners to help me with is when Paul Grayson was coach down here at shoulder length, balloons over the batsman's head, we struck up quite a good relationship. And we usually have a policy that we like to keep the players and the coaches at sort of arm's length or even longer, just so that we can be more objective when sort of talking about them. And but Grayson, for some reason we just hit it off. And then he went up to Yorkshire and of course left Yorkshire County Cricket Club, and we won't go into that, those sad days, but I just wondered what's happened to him now. Boy, that was a good delivery, and there's an appeal for caught behind, but well, we look at the replay, but it finished up with the batsman lying on his back, the batsman being Adam Lythe. It was a good bouncer. The best bouncers are not those that sort of aim at the top of the helmet, but those that are sort of throat high. And that was a good bouncer, and Lythe had to take rather unceremonial evasive action and finished up with him lying flat on his back, as those who are watching on the live stream can see. And all those behind the wicket appealed for caught behind. Well, it may have touched something, but it's pretty clearly not his bat or glove. May have brushed his pullover. And yeah, so Paul Grayson, whatever happened to Paul Grayson? We did hear at one stage that he wanted to open a B&B. I can't think he's dropped out of cricket altogether yet. He wanted to open up a B&B in the North Yorkshire Dales, I think.
I think there might be some school-related coaching.
Oh, right.
Something like that.
His son, Oliver, who now, years passed by so quickly, is probably a late teenager, was a very useful up-and-coming young cricketer. As Slater moves in bowls, and that's just nudged around the corner for a single. As in the end, it's Jamie Porter who picks the delivery up, taking the score on to 110. Who had on 200, knock off 7, 207 lead with 9 wickets in hand. Ominous was the word that Santoki used, and it's difficult to find a more appropriate one at the moment.
Adam Lyth has now passed at 500 for the season, by the way.
But if Yorkshire were to have a sudden collapse, and they certainly did in the middle of their first innings when they lost 6 wickets for fewer than 19 runs, and if with in uppercase and block letters, if Essex were to chase not many more than 300, they might fancy their chances. On the other hand, they've got to bat an awful lot better than they've batted most of this season so far, because it hasn't been good. Sometimes, well, not this season because it's my first stint, but over the years I have sometimes been, I don't think accused is quite the right word, but it's been observed that sometimes I'm unduly harsh on Essex. Well, I'm not unduly harsh at all. I'm just realistic. And that's the end of the over, and it goes through to the wicket-keeper. And league tables or championship tables don't tell lies. And they've had a poor season. And it's probably more on account of poor batting than poor bowling. End of the over, and 110 for 1 with 1 over of the day remaining. So yes, we won't be doing more than about 12 or 13 minutes overtime before we go off and try and get our end of day interviews with members of the respective clubs. Be interesting to hear what presumably Chris Silverwood, I don't know who it will be, we'll have to say about the day.
6 balls to go then, make it 5 now. Cross Critchley's delivered his first one wide of Adam Lyth's off stump, and it was missed really by Pepper, bounced off him. It's been recovered, no problem. Mighty Mariner says Yorkshire women won by 68 runs. Lauren Winfield Hill got another 50. Next Saturday's game against Essex will be a good match, as Critchley bowls and Lyth defends. Tony Tudor says, as requested, Frederick Seward's Truman. Many moons ago, as a very naive young Yorkshire fan, I asked him for his autograph. That'll be 50p, lad. He said, I was shocked, but of course hadn't noticed the twinkle in his eye. He duly obliged without charge. Critchley bowling to Lyth, who blocks that one again. Thanks for all your correspondence today, folks. Also shout out to Penny Sutcliffe up there in Putsey, who's sent us a couple of messages in. In comes Critchley again. Oh, now then Lyth has got an edge on this, which is wide of Pepper, and Dean Elgar didn't feel the need to make any attempt for that. I'm not sure if he saw that, read it at all really.
Well, he was taking evasive action, wasn't
Yeah,
he, Elgar, straight away? Or did it hit him on the wrist? No, maybe not.
No, they went straight through the gap. And he's
Yeah.
run away for 4. So it's 4 more on Adam Lyth's tally. He'll have a ton on his mind if he survives these next 2 balls for tomorrow morning. 79 not out. Two balls remaining on day 2. Critchley to Lyth, who defends into the offside, and 1 ball to see off here, and they can go and have a well-earned bit of something to eat and then come back refreshed tomorrow. Adam Lyth and James Wharton. Here's Critchley to Lyth, who pushes forward with a firm no to James Wharton about any thought of runs, and that is the end of day 2 then. At 12 minutes past 6 on Saturday night, 49 overs into their second innings. Yorkshire are 114 for 1. Adam Lyth 79 off 166, and when you, in context of what we saw with Essex with the bat, that is a magnificent effort.
Yes.
Second 50 in the match for him, and James Wharton 16, having scored runs in the first innings, is unbeaten overnight. Just Finlay Bean, the one casualty for Yorkshire, second time around, caught Critchley bowled Thane for 19. The Yorkshire lead 207. You can't say it's a match-winning lead yet, but it's got the feel that it could get that way if they continue to bat well tomorrow. But then they've still got a big job to do with the ball. So still a lot of cricket to be played, but Yorkshire in the box seat at this moment in time, Dick.
Yes, indeed. Yes, a lot of cricket. We hope, not just from the cricket point of view, but from the crowd's point of view. You know, it's a lovely weekend, and they'd like to see, 3, preferably 4 days of cricket. So thanks very much to Jonathan, and thank you very much to Santoki, who I won't see again, not in this game. I hope our paths meet again sometime later in the season. We're only in early May after all, and it's been a great pleasure as ever. And thank you so much for listening, so much for your comments. We appreciate it enormously. And it's now coming up to 6:15. Whatever you're doing with your Saturday evening, have fun and be careful, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.